The Indian Miss World. From the Slum to the Beauty Queen. The Indian Miss World is a six-book epic novel by Dr. Ahmed that follows two generations of two Indian women, Rehana Khan and her daughter Ifat Khan, whose lives are shaped by poverty, migration, sexual violence, religious law, state corruption, and global power structures. The novel blends fictional narrative with direct social, legal, and ideological critique, particularly focusing on how women's bodies and identities are controlled by intersecting systems of patriarchy, law, religion, and class. The narrative rejects the traditional rags to riches arc. Instead, it presents survival as cyclical and costly, arguing that resilience is demanded precisely because institutions repeatedly fail. Taken together, this opening overview frames the saga as both intimate and panoramic. A mother and daughter's struggle for survival becomes a lens on the institutions that govern migration, labor, sexuality, and belonging. By tracing how vulnerability is produced and repeatedly exploited across borders and social classes, the novel positions its protagonists' reinventions not as triumphal transformations, but as necessary acts of endurance in systems designed to erase them. Against this backdrop, the novel's ultimate argument comes into focus. The story scale is not ornamental, but necessary to show how private trauma is manufactured and sustained by public systems. In the end, The Indian Miss World reads less as a single ascent than as a sustained reckoning with the forces that make ascent necessary: the privatization of care, the weaponization of law, and the commodification of women's lives under poverty and power. That argument is grounded in repeated, concrete turns of the plot: migration that becomes captivity under the kafil sponsorship system, protective, sham marriages that collapse into criminalization, a Sharia-sanctioned child marriage that functions as custody transfer, and, later, fame that draws fatwas, assassination attempts, and the killing of allies. The section closes by signaling the work's defining proposition: visibility may expose injustice, but only structural change can end it, leaving the reader with a story that refuses consolation and insists on accountability. The tale is divided into 6 books, each addressing distinct episodes. Book 1, The Arab Sugar Daddy and the Beautiful Indian Girl. Book 2, The Indian Child Bride and the Old Arab Husband. Book 3, The Indian Miss World and the Rage of Muslims of the World. Book 4, Christina and the Complete Jew. Book 5, The Tears of God, Jews, Blacks, and Muslim Women. And Book 6, The Hidden Life of the Prophet Muhammad. The story is a long novel centered on Ifat Khan, later known as Aphrodite Krishna Khan, whose life moves from severe childhood abuse and captivity to public fame and wealth. Major themes include survival, exploitation, religious conflict, vigilantism, corruption, media scandal, terrorism, and the struggle for dignity after trauma. Ifat/Aphrodite is repeatedly victimized by powerful men, but later gains allies, especially Rani Krishna, who helps protect her, restore her identity, and support her rise in Bollywood and beauty pageants. The story traces her transformation from a poor slum girl into a wealthy public figure: Miss Mumbai, Miss India, and eventually Miss World. The later chapters focus heavily on backlash against her public criticism of child marriage and Islamic religious justification for abuse, leading to protests, assassination threats, and Muslim terrorism. Overall, the novel presents an intense, controversial narrative about abuse, resilience, revenge, public scandal, and the search for justice and freedom. Here are the key characters in Book 3 and Book 4, and their roles based on the text. Ifat Khan/Aphrodite Krishna Khan, the central protagonist. A former slum girl and abuse survivor who becomes a Bollywood actress, Miss Mumbai, Miss India, and ultimately Miss World. Her story drives the novel's themes of exploitation, resilience, public scandal, and justice. Rehana Khan, Ifat's mother. She leaves India for Saudi Arabia with Ifat, is falsely accused and imprisoned, and later revealed to have survived. Her presumed death shapes Ifat's trauma and misunderstanding of her past. Sheikh Ahmed, Ifat's elderly Saudi husband and first major captor. He marries her as a child, imprisons and abuses her, and later becomes central to a public legal scandal before being killed in jail. Mahmood Khan, a powerful Bollywood film director and Ifit's second major captor. He kidnaps, controls, exploits, and rebrands Ifit as Aphrodite Khan, launching her into Bollywood while hiding his crimes. Rani Krishna, a former Bollywood actress and film director who becomes Ifit/Aphrodite's protector, adoptive mother, advocate, and moral anchor. She helps restore Aphrodite's identity, supports her legal and public battles, and guides her rise. Samir Krishna Khan, Rani Krishna's son and Aphrodite's first true love. A young Bollywood actor who stars opposite her and is killed during the filming of their movie. Javed Khan, Mahmood Khan's son. Obsessively in love with Aphrodite, he murders Samir Krishna Khan out of jealousy and becomes a major source of public scandal. Mrs. Khan, Mahmood Khan's first wife and Javed's mother. She attacks Aphrodite publicly, helps spread damaging accusations against her, and later defends Mahmood. Vijay Singh, an elderly Sikh teacher and supporting actor known as the Gandhi of Bollywood. He helps Ifit by encouraging her to document Mahmood's abuse, becoming a crucial behind-the-scenes ally. Joseph Vargas, a Christian father whose family tragedy fuels a violent revenge arc. He kills Sheikh Ahmed in prison and becomes a controversial vigilante figure in the novel. Susan Vargas, Joseph Vargas's wife. She is part of the Vargas family tragedy and later becomes a victim of retaliatory violence. Rita Vargas/Rabia, Joseph and Susan Vargas's daughter. Her relationship with a Muslim boyfriend triggers the Vargas family conflict and contributes to Joseph's revenge arc. Joshua Vargas, Joseph and Susan's son, killed in a terrorist bombing. His death fuels Joseph Vargas's hatred and later actions. Amina Hyder Ali, an underage Hyderabadi girl linked to Sheikh Ahmed's legal case, which becomes a major public scandal and flashpoint between communities. She is the second child bride of Sheikh Ahmed. The Sikh Hindi/English tutor, Ifit's private teacher at Mahmood's farmhouse. He recognizes her abuse, helps her record evidence, and initiates the blackmail plan that temporarily disrupts Mahmood's control. Abu Dhabi International Bank Manager, the banker who confirms Ifit/Aphrodite's massive inheritance and later encourages her to compete in beauty pageants. Dawood Ibrahim, the feared criminal terrorist figure who orders assassination attempts against Aphrodite after her Miss World controversy. Lakshmi Patel, Rani Krishna's sister in Baroda. She shelters Rani and Aphrodite when they flee danger in Mumbai. Ajay Singh, Vijay Singh's son, who is manipulated by his Muslim wife who convinced him into arranging his father's murder for inheritance. Jezebel Noor al-Din, Ajay Singh's wife. She pressures Ajay to murder Vijay Singh so they can finance immigration to Australia. Kalia/Antony, a criminal hired in the plot to murder Vijay Singh, later exploiting the situation for money. Rahul Patel, the fourth husband of Aphrodite Khan who weds her for selfish motives of inheriting her massive wealth. Bruno Fernandes, the fifth husband of Christina who marries her for selfish motives of using her to immigrate to his promised land, the United States of America. Uncle Jimmy, the second lover of Aphrodite Khan who supports her by modeling love beyond rigid religious and social divisions. His brief romantic relationship with Aphrodite helps her believe that affection can cross boundaries. Michael Lewinsky, the third lover of Aphrodite Khan who offers her stability outside India, especially in America. He represents a safer, more structured world where she can receive protection, guidance, and help rebuilding her identity. When she lost all hopes in life and became suicidal, it was Michael who rescued her. Michael finally marries Aphrodite and both settle in the Jewish home in the USA, marking the end of Book 4 and preparing the reader for Book 5 and Book 6. The story's main conflicts are Ifit/Aphrodite versus her captors. The central conflict is her repeated captivity, exploitation, and abuse by powerful men, first Sheikh Ahmed and later Mahmood Khan. Aphrodite versus Mahmood Khan's control. Mahmood imprisons, blackmails, rebrands, and uses her for his own purposes, while she struggles to regain freedom, identity, and dignity. Aphrodite versus public scandal. After entering Bollywood, she becomes trapped in media narratives, false accusations, court cases, and reputational attacks that threaten her future. Love versus obsession. Aphrodite's genuine love for her co-actor Sameer Krishna Khan is destroyed by Javed Khan's obsessive jealousy, leading to Sameer's murder and a major Bollywood scandal. Justice versus corruption. The story repeatedly shows courts, police, prison officials, and powerful elites being bribed or manipulated, making justice difficult for victims. Rani Krishna versus the systems that fail Aphrodite. Rani becomes Aphrodite's protector and advocate, fighting legal, social, and media forces that continue to harm her. Religious and communal conflict. The novel centers heavily on tensions between Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, and other groups, especially around child marriage, blasphemy, interfaith relationships, and revenge. Vigilante justice versus legal justice. Joseph Vargas's revenge against Sheikh Freeze becomes a major moral and social conflict, celebrated by some and condemned by others. Aphrodite versus her past trauma. Even after gaining freedom, wealth, fame, and recognition, she struggles with fear, distrust, grief, and memories of abuse. Aphrodite versus extremist backlash. Her public criticism of child marriage and religious justification for abuse triggers protests, death threats, terrorist plots, and attacks. Poverty versus privilege. Aphrodite's rise from a slum girl to Miss World highlights sharp contrasts between poverty, elite Bollywood society, wealth, and social exclusion. Survival versus identity. Throughout the story, Ifit/Aphrodite must decide who she is after years of being renamed, controlled, shamed, and used by others. Here are the major themes in the novel. Survival after trauma. Aphrodite's life is shaped by captivity, abuse, betrayal, imprisonment, and repeated efforts to survive extreme suffering. Loss and recovery of identity. The protagonist is renamed, controlled, hidden, and reinvented, moving from Ifit Khan to Aphrodite Khan and eventually Christina Linsky. Power, exploitation, and abuse. Powerful men repeatedly use wealth, status, religion, film industry influence, and corruption to dominate vulnerable women and girls. Child marriage and institutionalized abuse. The novel strongly centers on the harm caused by child marriage and the systems that justify or enable it. Corruption of law and justice. Courts, police, doctors, prison authorities, politicians, and media figures are frequently shown as bribed, manipulated, or morally compromised. Vigilante justice versus legal justice. Characters such as Joseph Vargas take justice into their own hands when formal systems appear to fail. Religious conflict and extremism. The story repeatedly depicts conflict among religious communities, especially around blasphemy, interfaith relationships, child marriage, and retaliation. Public shame, scandal, and media spectacle. Bollywood gossip, television exposés, public trials, beauty pageants, and sensational headlines shape reputations and drive the plot. Female vulnerability and resilience. Women and girls are frequently placed in danger, but the novel also emphasizes endurance, solidarity, and the possibility of rebuilding. Motherhood, protection, and chosen family. Rani Krishna becomes Aphrodite's protector, adoptive mother, advocate, and emotional refuge after years of abandonment and abuse. Love, obsession, and jealousy. Sameer's genuine love contrasts with Javed's possessive obsession and Mahmood's predatory control. Class inequality and social mobility. Aphrodite's rise from a Dharavi slum girl to Bollywood actress, heiress, Miss Mumbai, Miss India, and Miss World highlights extreme social contrast. Revenge and moral consequence. Many characters act from revenge, and the story repeatedly links cruelty, greed, and abuse with eventual downfall. Fame is both liberation and danger. Aphrodite's public visibility gives her power and recognition, but also exposes her to scandal, hatred, threats, and terrorism. Charity and social responsibility. Aphrodite's desire to build a shelter for homeless children reflects her effort to turn suffering into public service. The protagonist, Ifit Khan/Aphrodite Krishna Khan, develops from a powerless, traumatized child into a wealthy, public, outspoken survivor, but her growth is uneven because the story repeatedly exposes her to new forms of danger. She begins as a helpless child victim. Ifit's early life is defined by poverty, loss of family, child marriage, captivity, and abuse. At this stage, she has little control over her body, identity, movements, or future. She learns survival before she learns agency. In captivity, she adapts to whatever environment keeps her alive. Her obedience, fear, silence, and emotional numbness are survival mechanisms rather than signs of weakness. Her identity is repeatedly taken from her. She is renamed, relocated, hidden, and redefined by others, first as a child bride, then as Mahmud Khan's captive, then as Aphrodite Khan, the manufactured Bollywood star. She slowly begins to resist. Her first major step toward agency comes when she helps expose Mahmud's abuse through the secret video and blackmail plan. Even though she is still vulnerable, this marks a shift from passive endurance to active self-preservation. Love briefly restores her humanity. Her relationship with Samir Krishna Khan allows her to experience affection, tenderness, and hope for the first time. His death devastates her, but it also deepens her emotional complexity. She is no longer only surviving, she is grieving. Rani Krishna becomes the turning point. Rani's protection gives Aphrodite something she has never had: a chosen family, a moral guide, and a stable advocate. Through Rani, Aphrodite begins to trust, heal, and imagine a future. She moves from shame to public testimony. By telling her story publicly, Aphrodite transforms private trauma into public accusation. This is a major development because she stops accepting silence as protection. Wealth changes her circumstances, not her wounds. Her inheritance gives her freedom, security, and social power, but it does not instantly heal her trauma. She remains fearful, childlike, distrustful, and emotionally fragile. She develops social purpose. Her plan to build the Mahatma Gandhi Children's Shelter shows a shift from personal survival to helping others, especially vulnerable children like the girl she once was. Her rise through beauty contests gives her a public voice. Winning Miss Mumbai, Miss India, and Miss World turns her from an exploited figure into an international symbol of resilience and controversy. She becomes more outspoken and defiant. Her comments about child marriage and religious justification for abuse show that she has moved from fear-based silence to open confrontation, even when it puts her life in danger. Her final development is into a survivor advocate. By the later chapters, Aphrodite is no longer merely a victim of powerful men. She becomes a public figure who challenges systems that harmed her, uses her wealth for charity, and claims authority over her own story. Overall, Aphrodite's character arc is a movement from captivity to visibility, from silence to testimony, and from personal survival to public advocacy, though the novel emphasizes that trauma continues to shape her even after she gains fame, money, and power. Here's an outline of the protagonist's major relationships. Rehana Khan, biological mother. Ifit/Aphrodite begins life attached to her mother, but is separated from her after they travel to Saudi Arabia. She grows up believing false stories that Rehana was immoral and executed, which causes resentment and confusion. Later, she learns Rehana was falsely accused and survived, reopening the possibility of reconciliation. Rafi Khan, father. Her father dies when she is young, leaving the family in poverty. His absence contributes to the instability that shapes Ifit's early life. Her brothers and grandmother, lost family. Ifit remembers her younger brothers and grandmother from the Dharavi slum. After being taken abroad, she loses contact with them and assumes they may have suffered or disappeared. Sheikh Ahmed, first husband and captor. He is the first major abusive male figure in her life. Their relationship is defined by child marriage, imprisonment, fear, and long-term trauma. His death later makes her the legal heir to an immense fortune. Mahmud Khan, second captor and exploiter. He initially appears to be a rescuer but becomes another abuser. He kidnaps, controls, renames, blackmails, and exploits her as both a captive and a manufactured Bollywood star. Their relationship represents the repetition of captivity under a different form of power. Vijay Singh, teacher, mentor, and hidden ally. As her Hindi and English tutor, he recognizes her suffering and helps her document Mahmud's abuse. He becomes one of the first people to act on her behalf without seeking to exploit her. Samir Krishna Khan, first lover. Samir gives Aphrodite her first experience of tenderness, romantic love, and emotional safety. His murder devastates her and reinforces her fear that love is fragile and easily destroyed by violence. Javed Khan, obsessive pursuer and antagonist. Javed becomes infatuated with Aphrodite and falsely imagines a future with her. His jealousy leads him to murder Samir, making him one of the central destroyers of her happiness. Mrs. Khan, public enemy and source of humiliation. Mahmud's wife sees Aphrodite as a rival and scapegoat. She publicly attacks, shames, and helps spread false narratives about Aphrodite. Rani Krishna, protector, adoptive mother, and moral anchor. Rani rescues Aphrodite from jail, shelters her, believes her story, and defends her publicly. She later adopts Aphrodite legally and gives her the chosen family bond she has lacked since childhood. Their relationship is the protagonist's most stabilizing and redemptive connection. Abu Dhabi International Bank manager, unexpected supporter. He confirms Aphrodite's inheritance and later encourages her to enter beauty contests. His admiration helps push her toward Miss Mumbai, Miss India, and Miss World. The public/media unstable relationship. Aphrodite is alternately idolized, pitted, sexualized, condemned, and celebrated. Her relationship with the public shifts from scandal figure to survivor symbol to controversial global icon. Muslim clerics and extremist opponents, ideological enemies. After she speaks against child marriage and religious justification for abuse, she becomes a target of outrage and threats. This relationship is not personal, but represents the larger conflict between her testimony and institutions defending the practices she condemns. Poor and homeless children, objects of her compassion. After gaining wealth, Aphrodite redirects her suffering into a desire to protect vulnerable children. Her planned Mahatma Gandhi Children's Shelter shows her growing from survivor into benefactor and advocate. Aphrodite's public image changes dramatically across the novel, shifting from controlled victim to scandal, then to survivor symbol, and finally to global controversy. Hidden captive to invented celebrity. At first, Mahmud Khan controls her identity completely. He renames Ifat Khan as Aphrodite Khan and presents her to Bollywood as a wealthy Indo-Iranian Muslim actress, hiding her real background as a poor Mumbai slum girl and abuse survivor. Mysterious new Bollywood beauty, her early public image is built around glamour, beauty, and mystery. Because she rarely appears publicly, the media becomes fascinated by her, but also suspicious of the story Mahmud tells about her origins. Romantic heroine and tragic lover, during her first film, Aphrodite becomes known as a captivating new actress. Her public image deepens after Samir Krishna Khan is murdered during filming, turning her into the center of a sensational Bollywood tragedy. Scandal figure labeled to waif of Bollywood after Mrs. Khan attacks and humiliates her publicly, the media brands Aphrodite as a prostitute and homewrecker. Her reputation collapses under gossip, false claims, and public moral judgment. Victim accuser who is not believed. When Aphrodite publicly accuses Mahmud of kidnapping, rape, and torture, she briefly becomes a courageous victim speaking out. But when the court dismisses her case, the media turns against her again, portraying her as dishonest and opportunistic. Vindicated survivor. The release of the incriminating video against Mahmud transforms public perception. Aphrodite's accusations are proven true, Mahmud is exposed, and her image shifts from disgraced actress to wronged survivor. Wealthy heiress and chosen daughter. After discovering her inheritance and being adopted by Rani Krishna, Aphrodite becomes associated with wealth, social reinvention, and chosen family. Her new name, Aphrodite Krishna Khan, symbolizes this rebuilt identity. Charitable public figure. Her plan to build the Mahatma Gandhi Children's Shelter changes her image from scandal victim to benefactor. The public begins to see her as someone trying to use wealth and fame to help vulnerable children. Beauty queen and national symbol. By winning Miss Mumbai and Miss India, she becomes a symbol of impossible social mobility, a slum-born, low-caste Muslim girl rising to national beauty pageant fame. Controversial speaker and religious target. Her public remarks condemning child marriage and religious justification for abuse transform her image again. To supporters, she becomes a brave survivor advocate. To opponents, especially religious extremists in the story, she becomes a blasphemer and enemy. Global survivor advocate. At Miss World, she uses her platform to tell her full story and defend her statements. This turns her into an international figure associated with trauma testimony, women's rights, anti-child marriage advocacy, and defiance. Overall, Aphrodite's image evolves from a fabricated Bollywood fantasy into a publicly shamed scandal figure, then into a vindicated survivor, and finally into a world-famous advocate whose truth-telling makes her both admired and targeted. Aphrodite's key public controversies are the Tawaif of Bollywood or Prostitute of Bollywood scandal. After Mrs. Khan drags Aphrodite from Mahmood Khan's building, beats and humiliates her publicly, the media brands Aphrodite as a prostitute and mistress. This severely damages her reputation. Samir Krishna Khan's murder. Aphrodite becomes the emotional center of a major Bollywood scandal when Javed Khan murders Samir during filming after seeing Aphrodite and Samir kiss passionately on set. Accusations against Mahmood Khan. Aphrodite publicly accuses Mahmood of kidnapping, forced marriage, rape, torture, and exploitation. The case becomes known as one of Bollywood's biggest sex scandals. Courtroom defeat and imprisonment. Because Mahmood's influence and false testimony undermine her case, Aphrodite is accused of defamation, convicted, and sent to prison, worsening her public image before later evidence vindicates her. The leaked abuse video. A video showing Mahmood abusing Aphrodite is later aired publicly, reversing opinion. Mahmood is exposed, Aphrodite is vindicated, and the scandal leads to suicide. Citizenship and immigration dispute. Authorities challenge Aphrodite's identity and status, accusing her of entering India illegally until records and documents prove she is actually Ifat Khan, an Indian citizen. Sudden wealth revelation. Her inheritance from Sheikh Faisal funds linked to Mahmood make her one of India's richest young women, raising public suspicion, gossip, and questions about how she obtained so much money. Miss Mumbai controversy. Her win creates uproar because she is a slum-born, low-caste Muslim girl defeating elite contestants. Her charity project for homeless children also becomes part of her public image. Miss India religious controversy. After being asked about men who marry and sleep with underage girls, Aphrodite condemns such acts and makes inflammatory remarks about religious justification, provoking accusations of blasphemy and apostasy. Protests and death threats. Muslim clerics and protesters demand she be stripped of her Miss India title, prosecuted, or killed, forcing her into hiding and requiring heavy security. Heathrow/London protests. When she arrives in London for Miss World, protesters attack her with rotten eggs and vegetables, accusing her of insulting Islam and the Prophet Muhammad. Miss World speech controversy. During the pageant, she explains her abuse as a child bride and refuses to retract her condemnation of child marriage. The speech wins sympathy from many, but intensifies outrage from opponents. Assassination plots and terrorism. After she wins Miss World, Dawood Ibrahim's network targets her, prompting diversions, disguises, bombings, and attacks connected to attempts to kill or punish her. Charity shelter bombing. Her Mahatma Gandhi homeless children's shelter is destroyed by terrorists, turning her humanitarian project into another public tragedy linked to backlash against her. Aphrodite's legal battles center on identity, abuse, false accusation, inheritance, compensation, and public prosecution threats. Sheikh Ahmed's child marriage case, Aphrodite's first Muslim husband, faces legal proceedings in Mumbai over his marriage to underage girls, especially Amina Hyder Ali. His case becomes a major communal and judicial scandal before he is murdered in jail, ending the trial. Inheritance dispute after Sheikh Ahmed's death. After his murder, his Saudi relatives try to claim his estate through Sharia-based inheritance arguments. The Abu Dhabi International Bank refuses because the key account is a joint account that legally passes to Aphrodite/Ifit as the surviving account holder. Mahmood Khan kidnapping and rape complaint. With Rani Krishna's help, Aphrodite publicly accuses Mahmood of kidnapping, imprisoning, forcing her into marriage, raping, and torturing her. Police arrest Mahmood, but he denies everything and fabricates a rescue story. Mahmood's acquittal due to lack of evidence. Aphrodite's case against Mahmood collapses when his wife and servants support his version. Evidence is missing, and the court rules there is insufficient proof. Defamation conviction against Aphrodite. Mahmood retaliates by filing a defamation and false complaint case. Because of bribery and corruption, Aphrodite is convicted and sentenced to 12 months in prison. Citizenship and identity case. Authorities question whether Aphrodite is really Iranian and accuse her of illegal entry into India. Rani helps prove she is actually Ifit Khan, an Indian citizen, by obtaining airport records, passport office records, and matching thumbprints. Passport reissue and restoration of identity. Once her identity as Ifit Khan is verified, the Worli Passport Office reissues her Indian passport, and the illegal entry charge is dropped. Public vindication through the abuse video. A video proving Mahmood's abuse is later discovered and aired, overturning public opinion. It exposes Mahmood's crimes, destroys his reputation, and leads to his suicide. Compensation claim against Mahmood's estate. After Mahmood's death, Rani files a lawsuit on Aphrodite's behalf. The High Court awards Aphrodite 50 crores of rupees, 40 crores for kidnapping, detention, and rape, and 10 crores for her unpaid acting role. Threats of prosecution for blasphemy/apostasy. After Aphrodite's remarks about child marriage, Muhammad, and the Quran, Muslim clerics and protesters demand that she be stripped of her titles, prosecuted, or killed. The Indian government does not prosecute her, treating her remarks as protected opinion. Security-related legal/public crisis. Her legal troubles expand into state protection issues after assassination attempts, airport restrictions, grenade attacks, and terrorist threats connected to her public statements and Miss World participation. Overall, Aphrodite's legal journey moves from victimhood without proof to wrongful conviction, to legal restoration of identity, to financial vindication, while her public speech later triggers demands for prosecution and violent retaliation. Aphrodite's key public speeches are mostly moments where she is forced to explain, defend, or redefine herself in front of hostile audiences. Stink News TV confession/expose. Aphrodite publicly reveals that she is not the wealthy Iranian actress Mahmood Khan invented, but Ifit Khan, a poor Mumbai-born girl from Dharavi. She recounts her child marriage, captivity under Sheikh Freeze, and later kidnapping and abuse by Mahmood Khan. Miss Mumbai answer about homeless children. Asked what she would do for poor children if she became Miss World, she announces her plan to build the Mahatma Gandhi charity shelter for orphan and homeless children, using her fortune to provide housing, food, education, clothing, and medical care. Miss India press conference remarks. After winning Miss India, she is asked about men who marry and sleep with underage girls. Her angry response condemns such men, including anyone who would justify child marriage through religion. This becomes the speech that triggers accusations of blasphemy, protests, and death threats. Miss World final answer in London. She gives her longest and most important public statement. She explains that her earlier remarks were shaped by her own childhood abuse, describes being married to an elderly man as a child, condemns child marriage and religious justification for it, refuses to apologize, and dedicates her voice to child brides and abused girls. Public defense of her identity and wealth. During the Miss Mumbai contest, when judges doubt her claim that she has hundreds of crores, her mother and the bank manager confirm it. Aphrodite's brief response insists she is not lying and that a slum-born girl can still achieve wealth and purpose. Implicit humanitarian platform. Across her pageant appearances, she frames her public mission around protecting vulnerable children, exposing abuse, and using her wealth to help those who have no family, shelter, or protection. Overall, Aphrodite's public speeches evolve from personal testimony to social advocacy. First, she exposes what happened to her, then she uses beauty pageant platforms to speak against child marriage, defend abused girls, and promote her children's shelter. Major public reactions to Aphrodite's speeches include shock and sympathy from many viewers. Her televised testimony about child marriage, captivity, and abuse shocks audiences and wins sympathy, especially after people connect her story to earlier scandals involving Sheikh Faiz and Mahmood Khan. Media sensationalism. News outlets turn her speeches into major spectacles, framing them as sex scandals, blasphemy scandals, legal scandals, and beauty pageant controversies rather than only survivor testimony. Public vindication after video evidence. When the abuse video is aired, public opinion shifts sharply in her favor. Mahmood is exposed, and Aphrodite's earlier accusations become widely believed. Elite skepticism and social prejudice. Some Bollywood elites continue to avoid or look down on her because of her slum background, prison history, and scandal-ridden reputation. Admiration from poor and marginalized communities. Her Miss Mumbai speech about building the Mahatma Gandhi Children's Shelter inspires poor residents and slum communities who celebrate her as one of their own. Muslim clerical outrage. Her remarks condemning men who marry and sleep with underage girls trigger accusations of blasphemy and apostasy when linked to the Prophet Muhammad and Quranic justification for child marriage. Street protests and death threats. Muslim protesters in India demand that she be stripped of her title, prosecuted, or killed, forcing her into hiding and requiring police protection. Government restraint. Indian authorities do not prosecute her, treating her remarks as personal opinion, and allow her to keep the Miss India crown. Violent attacks in India. Her public statements lead to a grenade attack near her car and later assassination plots connected to extremist backlash. Hostile reception in London. At Heathrow, protesters throw rotten eggs and vegetables at her and hold signs condemning her, turning her arrival for Miss World into an international incident. British media controversy. Some London media initially frame her as an offensive public figure because her remarks are presented without enough context about her abuse history. Miss World audience reversal. During the pageant, her long explanation of her childhood abuse and refusal to retract her condemnation of child marriage moves the audience from silence to applause and a standing ovation. Global recognition. Her Miss World speech transforms her from a national scandal figure into an international survivor advocate and ultimately helps her win the title. Continued extremist rage after Miss World. After her victory, protests intensify, assassination plots are ordered, and her charity project is attacked, showing that her speeches make her both admired and dangerously targeted. Key events in Aphrodite's rise to fame include: Mahmood Khan invents Aphrodite Khan. He hides Ifit's real identity and presents her to Bollywood as a wealthy Indo-Iranian Muslim actress. She is cast as the heroine in Mahmood's film. Her public debut begins under coercive circumstances, but her beauty and screen presence immediately attract attention. Her romance with Samir Krishna Khan becomes visible on set. Their genuine chemistry turns the film into a real-life love story watched by Bollywood insiders. Samir is murdered during filming. Javed Khan kills him in front of the cast and guests, turning Aphrodite into the center of a sensational Bollywood tragedy. Her first movie becomes a blockbuster. Public fascination with the real murder behind the film's love story makes the movie a major success and raises her profile. She is branded the Tawaif of Bollywood. After Mrs. Khan publicly humiliates her, the scandal damages her reputation, but also makes her one of the most talked about women in Bollywood. Rani Krishna rescues and shelters her. Rani bails her out, believes her story, becomes her protector, and later adopts her as her daughter. Aphrodite publicly tells her story on Stink News TV. Her testimony about child marriage, captivity, and Mahmood's abuse transforms her from gossip figure into a public victim accuser. The abuse video exposes Mahmood. When the video is aired, Aphrodite is vindicated, Mahmood is disgraced, and public opinion shifts sharply in her favor. Her inheritance is revealed. The Abu Dhabi International Bank confirms she is extremely wealthy, changing her image from homeless scandal figure to one of India's richest young women. She is adopted as Aphrodite Krishna Khan. Rani's legal adoption gives her a new family identity and strengthens her public reinvention. She launches a humanitarian platform. Her plan to build the Mahatma Gandhi Children's Shelter gives her fame a charitable purpose and connects her public image to poor children. She wins Miss Mumbai. Her victory is historic because she is portrayed as a slum-born, low-caste Muslim girl defeating elite contestants. She wins Miss India. Her national pageant victory makes her India's representative for Miss World and turns her into a major public figure. Her controversial press remarks intensify her visibility. Her comments about child marriage and religious justification create protests, threats, and national debate. She competes at Miss World in London. Despite protests and hostility, she gives a powerful speech about her childhood abuse and refuses to retract her stance. She wins Miss World. Her victory completes her transformation from slum girl and abuse survivor into an international beauty queen and survivor advocate. Public reactions to Aphrodite's Miss World win are sharply divided and escalate quickly. Standing ovation at the pageant, after Aphrodite explains her abuse history and defends her stance against child marriage, the Miss World audience moves from stunned silence to applause, then a standing ovation. Sympathy from judges and spectators, her testimony reframes her earlier controversial remarks as the response of a survivor rather than simple religious insult, winning sympathy from many in the hall. International recognition. Her win turns her from a scandal-ridden Indian beauty queen into a global symbol of survival, public testimony, and resistance to child marriage. Fury among Muslim protesters. Many Muslim protesters in London and India react with outrage, accusing her of blasphemy and apostasy because she refuses to retract her statements. Demands for punishment. Protesters call for her arrest, prosecution, disqualification, or death, arguing that she insulted the Prophet Muhammad and the Quran. Clerical rebuttals. Muslim clerics attempt to discredit her claims by defending or reinterpreting traditions around Aisha's age and child marriage. British authorities allow her departure. Despite protests, British authorities do not prosecute her and allow her to leave London as the newly crowned Miss World. Security crisis in Mumbai. News of her return triggers massive protests at Mumbai International Airport, where angry crowds wait for her arrival. Assassination plots. Dawood Ibrahim's network allegedly orders her assassination, with snipers positioned at the airport and later attacks planned against her home. Police diversion and escape. A female police officer warns Aphrodite and Rani, leading to their plane being diverted and allowing them to evade the airport assassination attempt. Violence against supporters. The female police officer who helps them is brutally attacked in retaliation, showing the danger faced by anyone who protects Aphrodite. Bombing of Rani's residence. Terrorists attack Rani Krishna's home, killing police officers and staff, though Aphrodite and Rani survive because they are already in hiding. Destruction of her charity project. Her Mahatma Gandhi Homeless Children's Shelter is bombed, killing many workers and turning her humanitarian project into a mass tragedy. Forced disappearance and exile planning. Aphrodite and Rani go into hiding, disguise themselves, flee Mumbai, and consider leaving India because public fame has become life-threatening. Overall, her Miss World victory creates both global admiration and extreme backlash. Supporters see her as a survivor advocate, while opponents treat her win as an unforgivable provocation. Aphrodite's exile and hiding unfolds as a survival strategy after her Miss World win makes her a target. Immediate threat after Miss World. After Aphrodite wins Miss World and gives her controversial speech, Muslim protesters and extremist networks intensify their threats against her. Assassination plot at Mumbai airport. Dawood Ibrahim's network allegedly plans to kill her on arrival in Mumbai, placing gunmen at the international airport and preparing a second attack at her home. Police warning and diverted arrival. A brave female police officer warns Aphrodite and Rani Krishna. Their plane is diverted away from the expected arrival point, allowing them to escape the airport trap. Temporary hotel hiding. Rani briefly hides with Aphrodite in a hotel near the domestic airport, then realizes they cannot safely remain anywhere traceable in Mumbai. Disguise in burqas. Rani buys 2 black burqas, and she and Aphrodite disguise themselves as Muslim women to avoid recognition. Escape by bus to Baroda. To avoid travel records and surveillance at airports or train stations, Rani takes Aphrodite by bus under false names. Shelter with Lakshmi Patel. They hide at the home of Rani's sister, Lakshmi Patel, in Baroda. Lakshmi initially mistakes them for strangers, but later shelters them after learning the danger they face. News of attacks in Mumbai. While hiding, they learn that Rani's residence has been bombed and Aphrodite's Mahatma Gandhi Children's Shelter project has been destroyed, killing many workers and babies. Debate over leaving India. Rani and Lakshmi urge Aphrodite to flee India because Dawood Ibrahim's network remains determined to kill her. Aphrodite resists because she wants to rebuild her charity project and search for her biological mother, Rehana Khan. Decision to leave through New Delhi. Rani concludes Mumbai is too dangerous and chooses New Delhi as the safer exit route. Train journey under false identities. Rani and Aphrodite travel by train from Baroda to New Delhi using assumed names, again disguised in burqas to avoid detection. Encounter with Christian nuns. On the train, they share a compartment with 2 South Indian nuns. After initial suspicion, Rani reveals their identities, and Aphrodite proves who she is by showing her crown and photos. Temporary refuge at a Christian faith home. The nuns sympathize with their danger and offer discreet shelter in New Delhi, giving Rani and Aphrodite a hidden place to stay before attempting to leave India. Overall, Aphrodite's exile begins as flight inside her own country. She moves from celebrity visibility to disguise, false names, secret travel, and dependence on trusted women who shelter her from assassination attempts. Based on the novel, Aphrodite's life after exile is mostly defined by hiding, displacement, and uncertainty rather than a settled new life. After returning from London as Miss World, Aphrodite becomes the target of assassination plots linked to Dawood Ibrahim's terrorist network. A female police officer warns Aphrodite and Rani, allowing them to avoid the planned attack at Mumbai International Airport. Rani hides Aphrodite briefly in a hotel near the domestic airport, then disguises both of them in black burqas so they can escape without being recognized. They avoid planes and trains at first because those would leave official records, choosing bus travel under false names to reach Baroda. In Baroda, they take refuge with Rani's sister, Lakshmi Patel, who shelters them after learning the danger they face. While hiding, they learn that Rani's home has been bombed and that Aphrodite's Mahatma Gandhi Homeless Children's Shelter project has been destroyed, killing many workers and babies. Aphrodite is devastated by the destruction of her charity project and grieves intensely, refusing food and drink for a time. Rani and Lakshmi conclude that Aphrodite cannot safely live in India because Dawood Ibrahim's network will continue hunting her. Aphrodite resists leaving India because she wants to rebuild her shelter and search for her biological mother, Rehana Khan, whose survival she learned about in London. Rani ultimately persuades her that staying in Mumbai would be too dangerous and begins planning an escape through New Delhi instead of Mumbai. They travel by train under assumed identities, again disguised in burqas, and meet two Christian nuns who initially fear them, but later believe their story after Aphrodite reveals her identity. The nuns offer them discreet refuge at a Christian faith home in New Delhi, giving Aphrodite and Rani a temporary safe place before attempting to leave India. Overall, Aphrodite's post-exile life is not peaceful. She moves from public triumph to hidden flight, forced disguise, secret travel, grief over terrorist attacks, and the painful decision to abandon India for survival. After exile and hiding, Aphrodite's emotional state is marked by shock, grief, fear, and exhaustion, but also a fragile determination to survive. Terrified and hypervigilant, she knows Dawood Ibrahim's network is hunting her, so ordinary movement becomes frightening. She must travel in disguise, use false names, and depend completely on Rani's judgment. Devastated by loss, the bombing of Rani's residence and the destruction of the Mahatma Gandhi Children's Shelter crush her emotionally. The shelter was her attempt to turn suffering into help for poor children, so its destruction feels like another personal death. Overwhelmed by grief, she weeps for the dead workers and children, refuses food and drink for a time, and struggles to process how her public advocacy has led to more violence around her. Torn between safety and duty, Rani and Lakshmi urge her to leave India, but Aphrodite resists because she wants to rebuild the shelter and search for her biological mother, Rehana Khan. Still deeply attached to India, despite being hunted, she does not want to abandon Mumbai or her mission. Her identity remains tied to her homeland, her charity work, and the hope of finding her mother. Dependent on protective women, her survival depends on Rani, Lakshmi, and later the Christian nuns. Emotionally, she remains childlike in her fear and need for reassurance, even though she is publicly famous. Haunted by betrayal and violence, her fame has not healed her trauma. Instead, it has brought new threats. She continues to experience the world as unsafe and dominated by powerful people who can hurt her. Conflicted but not defeated, even while frightened and grieving, she does not fully surrender her sense of purpose. Her desire to rebuild the children's shelter and find Rehana shows that hope still survives. Overall, Aphrodite after exile is traumatized, displaced, and grieving, but not spiritually broken. She is forced into hiding, yet she still clings to love, justice, family, and the possibility of helping others. Compare the Islamic terrorist attacks on the Christian nuns in New Delhi, Annie and Nancy, with the Muslim terrorist attacks on Bruno's two sisters Natlin and Sylvia in Mumbai. Here's a focused comparison based on the novel's pattern and themes. Aspect: attacks on nuns Annie and Nancy in New Delhi. Attacks on Bruno's sisters Natlin and Sylvia in Mumbai. Victims: Annie and Nancy are nuns, so the Islamic terrorist attack targets women marked by religious vocation and Christian identity. Natlin and Sylvia are Bruno's sisters, attacked as young Christian women connected to a family/community conflict. Setting: New Delhi gives the Islamic terrorist attacks a broader national/political atmosphere, suggesting public religious hostility and insecurity. Mumbai places the Islamic terrorist attacks in the novel's recurring world of gangs, street violence, communal tension, and urban lawlessness. Motivation: the Muslim attacks appear driven mainly by anti-Christian/religious hatred and intimidation. The Muslim attacks seem more personal and retaliatory, tied to Bruno and his family, but still shaped by anti-Christian prejudice and misogyny. Symbolic meaning: Annie and Nancy represent innocence, charity, and Christian service. Attacking them dramatizes religious intolerance at its starkest. Natlin and Sylvia represent vulnerable family members used as targets to hurt Bruno. Their suffering shows how violence spreads from men's conflicts onto women. Type of violence: the non-Islamic terrorist attacks are framed as an assault on religious women and on the sanctity of the church. The Muslim attacks on Natlin and Sylvia are framed more as family-directed revenge and social punishment. Narrative function: their suffering expands the story's critique from poverty and exploitation to communal hatred against Christians. Their suffering intensifies Bruno's storyline and personalizes the cost of communal and criminal violence. Common thread. Both episodes show women being punished for identities they do not control, religion, family association, and social vulnerability. Both episodes also expose institutional failure. Society, police, and community structures do not protect vulnerable women. Bottom line, the Islamic terrorist attacks on Annie and Nancy are more explicitly symbolic and religious, an assault on Christian service and faith, while the attacks on Natlin and Sylvia are more personal and retaliatory, using women's bodies and safety as weapons against Bruno. Both episodes reinforce the novel's larger theme that women become the first casualties of religious hatred, male power, and social disorder. The social impact of these Muslim attacks is that they widen the story's violence from isolated personal suffering into a broader communal crisis. They create fear within minority communities. The Islamic terrorist attacks on the nuns and on Bruno's sisters show Christian women as especially vulnerable, making families and religious communities feel unsafe even in major cities like New Delhi and Mumbai. They expose the collapse of social protection. The story suggests that police, courts, political leaders, and local communities fail to protect women from mob violence, religious hatred, and revenge attacks. They intensify communal mistrust. Violence against Annie, Nancy, Matlin, and Sylvia deepens suspicion between religious groups. Instead of seeing neighbors as fellow citizens, characters begin to see one another through fear, identity, and revenge. They show women as symbolic targets. The women are attacked not only as individuals, but as representatives of religion, family honor, and community identity. Their suffering becomes a way for violent men to send a message to an entire group. They normalize cycles of retaliation. The attacks reinforce a world where one act of violence leads to another, and private grief becomes public anger. They damage family and community stability. Bruno's sister's suffering affects Bruno personally, while the attacks on the nuns affect the Christian religious community more broadly. In both cases, violence spreads trauma beyond the immediate victims. They strengthen the novel's critique of society. These events support the story's larger argument that poverty, religious hatred, misogyny, corruption, and weak institutions combine to make vulnerable women pay the highest price. The Islamic terrorist attacks damage community relations by turning private suffering into collective suspicion and fear. They deepen religious mistrust. The attacks on Annie and Nancy make Christians feel targeted as a group, not just as individuals. Similarly, the violence against Natlin and Sylvia makes Bruno's family and community see the surrounding society as hostile and unsafe. They divide neighborhoods into us and them. After such attacks, people stop seeing one another as neighbors and begin judging one another by religion, family ties, or group identity. The story shows how violence pushes communities into defensive camps. They make women symbols of communal honor. The victims are attacked not only because they are women, but because they represent a religious or family community. This makes the violence socially explosive, because an attack on one woman is felt as an attack on an entire group. They increase fear of retaliation. Once one community is harmed, others expect revenge. This creates a cycle in which every rumor, insult, or injury can become a reason for more violence. They weaken trust in institutions. Because police, local leaders, and social authorities fail to protect vulnerable women, communities lose faith in public order and begin relying on fear, silence, or revenge. They isolate minority families. Christian characters become more cautious, less trusting, and more aware that their safety depends on forces beyond their control. In short, the Islamic terrorist attacks poison community relations by replacing coexistence with fear, suspicion, and revenge. They show how violence against women becomes a tool for intimidating whole communities and destroying fragile social trust. Excerpts from the original manuscript. The last victims are the Good Samaritans, the Malayali nuns Annie and Nancy and their Christian sisters who had sheltered Miss World and her mother for 3 days. When the nun Annie used the Christian nun's home's telephone to call Lakshmi's cell phone to inform her about the urgent departure of her sister and niece, she set off a chain of events that are soon going to devastate her peaceful world. Since the Muslim terrorists had already acquired Lakshmi's cell phone, locating the nun's faith home is child's play. When Rani called her sister, the Muslim terrorists could not determine her location because she had used a public phone at the New Delhi International Airport. The battery in her cell phone and Aphrodite's cell phone had failed. They had left their chargers at the nun's residence. The call ID of the phone the nun Annie used revealed to the Islamic terrorists the address of the Christian nuns. Then the devil's ambassadors rushed to the place thinking they could find Miss World and murder her. When they cannot find their intended victim, the Malayali nuns have been brutally tortured to coax out of their mouths every last bit of information they know about the fugitive Miss World. The Islamic terrorists know only too well that the simple Christian nuns have only one thing of value. The most important and precious thing is keeping their vow of chastity and purity. To deny them even this virtue of celibacy, they are first molested, their bodies defiled, and then they are raped, and their virginities are violently robbed. After their violation, the Christian nuns have lost all will to live. The simple country Christian nuns take their chastity vows very seriously, preserving their purity symbolizing their dedication of faith as brides of Christ and female ambassadors of good faith to their Lord on earth. All 4 Christian nuns have come from the dregs of poverty in South India. They owned nothing material, save their honor and their faith. When they got raped, they have nothing left because they have lost what they are trying to retain all their lives and preserve until their deaths. Each one of the Christian nuns wants to die one day and meet her Lord as his holy bride. But then after their bodies have been defiled and lost their virginity, what remains is little faith in their bleeding hearts if they could salvage it. For the 2 nuns, Annie and Nancy, their one supreme offering to God is now null and devoid. They might have preferred death than to live with impure and unholy bodies. Their leader, who is their Christian mother Tara, begged the Muslim terrorists to do anything to the 4 young Malayali nuns, but they should neither defile their holy bodies nor rape them. If the Muslim terrorists learned anything from their faith, it is the idea of leverage and terror. Their religion allows them to rape the women of the infidels. So, they exploited the one weakness of the Christian nuns until they were sure they got all the information they could. They refused to believe that Miss World and her mother had already left India and traveled to Germany. Rani's sister Lakshmi had confirmed that her sister and niece are on their way to New Delhi to apply for U.S. immigrant visas. The first Christian nun to be raped is Annie. She has to suffer the terror and the shame in front of her Christian mother Tara and fellow Christian sisters. She has to bear the brunt of 3 savage attacks. Nancy is next. When the brutal rape of the 2 nuns Annie and Nancy have not given the Muslim terrorists what they wanted, they decided to up their Christian mother Tara by threatening to kill the remaining 2 nuns Mary and Susan. With no information forthcoming, the 3rd nun Mary has been repeatedly stabbed in the chest until she is turned into a corpse. The other Christian nuns could not stand the brutal murder of their sister Mary, so they closed their eyes and surrendered their fate to the Lord. They could not even cry out since they were by now muffled and gagged. In their hearts, the raped 2 nuns Annie and Nancy felt the murdered nun Mary is a more blessed Christian sister than them because she died as a martyr and went to the Lord as a holy and undefiled virgin. After the rape of the 2 nuns and the murder of the 3rd nun, the Muslim terrorists have to admit that the nuns are simply of no more use to them. So, they spared the 4th Christian nun Susan and left. She is neither raped nor killed, nor a single finger in her holy body has been touched by the children of Lucifer, the devil. Quotations from the novel. Shortly after the so-called demon-possessed American wife was transferred to the States, the Fernandez clan had 3 unwanted guests. Each one is holding a loaded pistol and a long dagger. When those Muslim terrorists showed up in the house, there are Bruno and his 2 sisters Nat Lynn and Sylvia. After his wife ran away from his apartment, Bruno vacated the place and moved back into his parents' house. At that time, Their father had recently died of a major heart attack, and their mad mother is confined in a dark room. The other three brothers are at work. The terrorists demanded to know where the former Miss India who called their holy prophet Muhammad my foot, and she also spat on their sacred religious book of the Quran. They threatened to rape the two unmarried sisters if Bruno will not tell them where his wife Christina Fernandez has gone and when she is expected back home. In fear and trembling, the frightened husband spoke the truth and disclosed that his wife had deserted him and eloped with a white man. For that reason, God had punished her by allowing thousands of demons to possess her defiled and unholy body and made her a dangerous lunatic woman who is kept confined under lock and key in a mental hospital. Such a story sounded like fiction rather than truth to those Muslim terrorists. They thought that Bruno wants to fool them with such an unbelievable story. They concluded that he loves his wife so much and, for that reason, he wants to save her life. Therefore, they decided to rape one of the two virgin sisters so they can force her brother to reveal the hiding place of his blasphemous wife. Bruno's sisters are 17 and 19-year-old Mangalorean girls. They always boasted among their girlfriends that they are sealed virgins and none of them had sex with any guy or not even practiced masturbation. Of course, whenever they boasted about their chastity, they referred to their brother's wife Christina and called her the waif of Bollywood and dirty whore who had sex with many men before she married their chaste brother. They also called her the white witch and dirty bitch and the chameleon woman. Recently, they began to refer to her as the demon-possessed American wife and the adulterous whore. The first sister to be brutally raped is Natlin, who is a 19-year-old girl. She must suffer the terror and the shame in front of her brother and the other sister. She must bear the brunt of 3 savage rapes. Bruno closed his eyes because he does not want to see the nakedness of his virgin sister. He is hearing her crying when her virginity has been violently robbed and her chaste body defiled by 2 Muslim terrorists, and he could do nothing to rescue her. After that, he told the terrorists added information about his mad and demon-possessed wife, which made them more furious. Through sobs, he said he came to know from the Washi Mental Hospital that his mad wife was flown to America a few days ago for better medical treatment. The ruthless terrorists refused to believe his new story and threatened to rape his small sister Sylvia. Consequently, when no latest information is revealed, the 17-year-old girl is next. She has too got brutally raped by 2 terrorists. After the rape of the 2 sisters, the Muslim terrorists must admit that the husband of the blasphemous wife of no more use to them. So, they spared his life and left. But before their departure, one of the 3 terrorists placed a sharp dagger on Bruno's throat. He said to him with a husky voice like that of an ogre that if they come to know that his blasphemous wife is hiding somewhere, they will first cut his penis, and then they shall rape his infidel woman in front of his eyes, as they have done today with his 2 sisters. After that, they will kill him, slaughter her, and burn their dead corpses together. The extremely frightened man Bruno Fernandez peed in his underwear until his urine ran down his clothes before the sharp dagger has been removed from his neck. Sadly, when the Bandra police officers have been called in and the church leadership is notified, the religious commitment and belief of Brother Bruno and the 2 sisters Natlin and Sylvia have been seriously damaged. Why the love of Amrita Khan and Uncle Jimmy affect the relations between the Hindu mother Rani Krishna and her adopted Muslim daughter Aphrodite Khan. The love between Amrita Khan and Uncle Jimmy affects the relationship between Rani Krishna and her adopted Muslim daughter Aphrodite Khan because it introduces a powerful example of love crossing religious and social boundaries. It challenges Rani Krishna's Hindu identity and expectations. As a Hindu mother, Rani may want family loyalty, marriage, and social belonging to remain inside familiar religious and cultural lines. Amrita and Uncle Jimmy's love shows that affection does not obey those boundaries. It makes Aphrodite's Muslim identity more sensitive. Because Aphrodite is adopted and Muslim, any interreligious romance around the family can make Rani more aware of the difference between biological family, adopted family, religion, and social acceptance. It creates fear of social judgment. Rani may worry that the community will judge her for raising a Muslim daughter or for being connected to relationships that cross Hindu-Muslim lines. This can make her more protective, controlling, or conflicted toward Aphrodite. It exposes the tension between love and tradition. Amrita and Uncle Jimmy's relationship suggests that personal love can be stronger than inherited religious rules. That idea can bring Rani and Aphrodite closer if Rani accepts it, but it can also create distance if Rani feels her authority or culture is being rejected. It mirrors Rani and Aphrodite's own bond. Their mother-daughter relationship is already built across religious difference, a Hindu woman raising a Muslim girl. Amrita and Uncle Jimmy's love forces the story to ask whether love can truly overcome communal boundaries, not only romantically but also inside a family. It may intensify Aphrodite's search for belonging. Aphrodite may see the love between Amrita and Uncle Jimmy as proof that identity is not fixed by religion alone. This could make her question whether she belongs more to her Muslim birth identity, her Hindu adoptive home, or a mixed emotional world between both. In short, Amrita Khan and Uncle Jimmy's love affects Rani and Aphrodite because it turns their private adoption bond into a larger test of religious tolerance, family loyalty, and social courage. It either pressures Rani to accept Aphrodite more fully beyond religion, or it exposes the limits of that acceptance. Quotations from the novel about the love of Aphrodite and Uncle Jimmy. Most people believe that love has to be between people of comparable age or from the same generation. Despite such belief, the Muslim girl Amrita Khan has fallen in love with a man who is double her age. Her lover is 40 years old, and she is a mere 19-year-old teenage girl who had just turned 20 years of age on the day she met him. It is her 20th birthday anniversary. He is already a married man with children, and she has met him by chance in front of the women's jail main gate. In India, it is customary for young people to call older kin or fellow countrymen by an honorific title. Amrita, whatever her drawbacks and deficiencies, is a polite girl and respectfully addresses the cabbie that met her up with his uncle. This is especially true if the older person is of the same nationality. For an older female, the honorific is naturally auntie. Amrita Khan has just been released from detention. She has been detained for more than a month for no particular crime except for not revealing her true identity to her hosts and the discrepancy between her middle name, Krishna, and her last name, Khan, and that she has $65,000 in her handbag. Now released on her recognizance and her immigrant visa still intact, she has no place to go. The only relatives she has in America had accused her of being a Muslim terrorist and sent her behind bars and never visited her. It is her good fortune that the evening of her release coincided with a plot by a dangerous inmate who vowed to God to kill her that very night. If she had not been released in the evening, she would have been strangled to death at night. The hand that spared her life came from two unlikely sources. 2 classified emails from the London police and the Mumbai Criminal Investigation Department of the Anti-Terrorist Police. While from different places and authors, essentially, they both contained the same information and verified each other. The emails have cleared the suspected Indian girl Aphrodite Krishna Khan alias Amrita Khan from the serious charge of being a Muslim terrorist and revealed that she is the current reigning Miss World. The 2 emails effectively cleared her, and she was released immediately with all her personal effects returned to her accordingly. It is 8:30 p.m. when Amrita Khan walks out of prison a free woman. She left not knowing what her next plan of action was. She is sure she has no intention at all of going back to her male cousin's apartment because his white wife had made her stand clear that in no uncertain terms, she could not stay a single day in her apartment. While she is standing in front of the jail, the homeless Amrita is trying to figure out how to return to India and live with her mother, Rani Krishna. She does not want to live any longer on American soil. However, her train of thought is interrupted when she hears the voice of a man speaking to her in Urdu. When she looked in the direction from where the voice was coming, she saw a handsome man sitting in a taxi. He appeared to her in his 40s and most probably an Indian NRI or a Pakistani immigrant. He asked her where she wanted to go. "Uncle, I have no place to go to. Are you an Indian or Pakistani girl?" "I am a Muslim girl from India." "Where do you live?" "I just got released from jail. Before I was arrested, I used to live with my Indian cousin and his white wife." His American wife accused me of being a Muslim terrorist and sent me to jail. I don't want to go back to them. Why don't you go back to your cousin and tell him that you have been set free from prison because the police found out that you are not a Muslim terrorist? Still, my cousin's American wife will try to find another way to get rid of me. I just want to go back to India. Can you help me to return to India? I have enough money to buy an air ticket. If you want to go back to India, then why did you come all the way here? I have never heard of an Indian who came to America and returned to India again. People sell their houses and properties and spend millions of rupees on coming here. It is the land of great opportunity. You are a young woman. Why don't you rent an apartment and find work to do? I don't know anything in this city. I don't know how to find a place to rent. I can help you to find a place to rent and work to do. But I don't know you. How can I trust you? You may cheat me or do something bad to me. I don't trust men. All men want is to use the young pretty women for their pleasure. God forbid it. I am a married man and have children. You are like my daughter. Besides, I love my wife. What is your name? I am known as Jimmy. Your wife may not like it if you take a young girl like me to your house. I have never said that I am going to take you to my house. I agree with you that my wife won't like it if I bring a young girl like you inside the house. She may accuse me of having an affair with you. But I know a building where most of the tenants are Muslims from India. You can rent an apartment in that building and live by yourself and try to find work to do. Most of the young Indian girls like you love to work as cleaners or for domestic help. I know a woman who runs a home care business. I can take you to her and ask her to help you out. What do you think, young girl? Why do you want to do all this for a girl that you have never known before and who just came out of jail? I just love to help people, especially my fellow Indians. Thank you so much, Uncle Jimmy. I believe that Allah has sent you to help me. Get in then and let us go see the building. Amrita Khan felt she could trust the Indian cabbie and she hopped in for the ride. Uncle Jimmy has not seen the face of the Indian girl he has just picked up from in front of the women's jail. She is back to wearing her enshrouding ugly cocoon, which is euphemistically called a Muslim girl burqa. He has not even bothered to ask her about her name. Her burqa told him enough. It is revealing that the owner is a Muslim girl and probably a very devout young woman. He simply decided to help her find a roof over her head and a job. It is his habit to lend a hand to Indian immigrants who come across his path. He did not expect favors in return from those he helped. He just enjoys helping others. Sometimes, he refused to take money from Indian immigrants who traveled in his taxi. His good nature won him the favor of many immigrants. Naturally, he is held in good stead with the local Indian community. From jail, Uncle Jimmy took Amrita Khan to the building he had described earlier. On her behalf, he negotiated a small apartment for her. He assumed that Amrita was a penniless girl because she had just been released from the women's jail. Thoughtfully, he appealed to the Indian lady to allow Amrita to stay for a month without paying her rent in advance. He promised that if she did not pay her rent after a month, then she must evict her, and he would pay the rent instead. The building's female owner has dealt with Jimmy before and allowed Amrita to stay for 1 month with the promise that she would pay her first month's rent after she started working and received her first paycheck. Jimmy has not told the lady that the Indian girl he brought to her had just come out of prison. He told her a white lie and claimed that she was a distant relative from another city. Jimmy first came to know the name of his new female acquaintance when she asked him to fill in the necessary forms. She confessed that she can neither read nor write in English. She lied by claiming she had gone to school and studied until grade 12 in the Urdu language. As usual, her odd multilingual and multicultural name does not fail to raise eyebrows. Christian, Hindu, and Muslim names are simply never combined to form the name of an Indian person, and this strange concept is incomprehensible to Jimmy. Compare the love of Amrita Khan and Uncle Jimmy with the love of Rahul Patel and Emily. The two love stories are similar because both involve couples trying to love across pressure from family, religion, poverty, and social expectations, but they differ in emotional tone and social meaning. Aspect: Amrita Khan and Uncle Jimmy. Rahul Patel and Emily. Type of love: Their love appears more symbolic and socially challenging because it crosses religious/cultural boundaries connected to Rani Krishna and Aphrodite Khan. Rahul and Emily's love is more directly romantic and personal, centered on two individuals choosing each other despite social barriers. Main conflict. Their relationship affects the family structure around Rani and Aphrodite, raising questions about Hindu-Muslim acceptance, adoption, and belonging. Their relationship likely challenges community expectations around caste, religion, nationality, or family approval, but it is less tied to the mother-daughter bond. Social meaning. Their love tests whether a family can accept emotional bonds beyond inherited religion and identity. Their love tests whether society can accept a couple who choose affection over tradition. Effect on others. It strongly affects Aphrodite because she sees in their love a reflection of her own divided identity as a Muslim daughter adopted by a Hindu mother. Rahul and Emily's love affects mainly the couple themselves and those who judge or oppose them. Emotional atmosphere. More complicated and layered, love becomes a family and identity issue, not just a private romance. More straightforwardly romantic, the conflict is about whether love can survive external pressure. Theme. Love as a bridge between communities and as a test of tolerance inside a family. Love as personal rebellion against social boundaries. In short, Amrita Khan and Uncle Jimmy's love is important because it reshapes family relationships and exposes tensions between Hindu and Muslim identities, especially through Aphrodite Khan's position. Rahul Patel and Emily's love is more of a classic cross-boundary romance, two people choosing each other despite society's rules. Both stories argue that love can challenge prejudice, but Amrita and Jimmy's relationship has a deeper impact on family identity and communal belonging. Rani Krishna's reaction to both love stories can be understood as protective, conflicted, and socially anxious, but she likely reacts differently to each one. Amrita Khan and Uncle Jimmy. Rani's reaction to Amrita Khan and Uncle Jimmy is more personal because their love story touches directly on her household and her bond with Aphrodite Khan. She feels threatened by the crossing of religious boundaries. As a Hindu mother raising a Muslim adopted daughter, Rani already lives inside a fragile interfaith family situation. Amrita and Uncle Jimmy's relationship forces that tension into the open. She worries about Aphrodite's identity. The romance may make Aphrodite more conscious of being Muslim in a Hindu home, so Rani may fear losing emotional authority over her daughter. She becomes defensive. Rani may see the relationship as a challenge to tradition, reputation, and family order. Yet, she is also forced to reflect on her own love for Aphrodite. If she truly believes love can create family beyond blood and religion, then she must also accept that romantic love can cross the same boundaries. Rahul Patel and Emily. Rani's reaction to Rahul Patel and Emily is likely more observational and judgmental than personally wounded. She sees their love as another example of young people rejecting social rules. Rahul and Emily's relationship challenges caste, religion, nationality, or family expectations. She may sympathize with them privately but hesitate publicly. Rani may understand love emotionally, but she also knows society punishes couples who cross boundaries. She worries about scandal and instability. Their relationship confirms her fear that love can disrupt families and expose people to gossip, shame, or violence. Compared with Amrita and Uncle Jimmy, this romance affects her less directly. It reinforces her anxieties, but it does not challenge her motherhood as sharply as Aphrodite's situation does. Overall, Rani reacts to both love stories as a woman caught between human affection and social pressure. She may admire love's courage, but she fears its consequences. In short, Amrita and Uncle Jimmy's love unsettles Rani because it mirrors her own Hindu-Muslim family bond with Aphrodite, while Rahul and Emily's love confirms her broader fear that society is hostile to relationships that cross traditional boundaries. Quotations from the novel about the development of the love of Amrita Khan and Uncle Jimmy. On the fourth day, Uncle Jimmy steeled his heart and sneaked alone and approached a Romanian woman who also operates a home care business. This woman is known to him, and he has her respect. In the past, he had helped her in finding hardworking, dependable immigrant girls for her business. This is the last woman he intended to introduce to Amrita Khan as a prospective female employer. He confessed that she was new to America and that she had been jailed for a little over a month on charges of terrorism. He quickly added that the FBI soon cleared her of all the alleged charges, since she was innocent, and it was all a misunderstanding of her cousin's white wife. He closed his suggestion of employment with the guarantee of an official police report proving that she had been released from all charges and that she had a clean personal police record. The Romanian woman trusted Jimmy and agreed to employ the Indian girl, sight unseen. Nevertheless, Jimmy told her that the only condition that the Muslim girl has is that she cannot under any circumstances remove her Islamic niqab and show her face and body in public because her religion requires her to do that. The Romanian woman immediately changed her mind, explaining that it simply would not be possible to employ a girl who insisted on keeping her face veiled. After much discussion, they came to the agreement that she could hire her, and the Muslim girl must remove her burqa once she arrived at her work. She will be required to change into her home care uniform in the washroom and only wear her burqa after completing her duties and leaving the residence. Jimmy has already decided that if Amrita refuses to compromise in her religious requirement, he should simply wash his hands of the whole matter and say his final goodbyes. With that determination, Uncle Jimmy approached the burqa girl and told her about the golden opportunity and the high-paying job. Then firmly and with a stern look, he explained the stipulation of the home care female owner. After that, Jimmy made it clear to his female friend who he had known for a few days that if she refused this job offer, he was going to wash his hands and walk out of her life forever. Instead of saying yes or no, the burqa girl began to cry. Uncle Jimmy has expected resistance from his new girlfriend, a temper tantrum, or any variety of refusals except for the heartbreaking sobs he is now observing. By now, she is no longer an acquaintance with him, obviously, but a close girlfriend. His discomfort at her response saw him getting up from his couch to console her. He sat down beside her on two-person's love seat and began to pat her shoulder gently with his right hand on her black burqa. This did not have the desired effect, and her sobs grew even louder. Not used to such an outburst of raw emotion, he naturally assumed that he was to blame for her current state of emotional breakdown. He wondered what he had done to hurt her so badly. Stumped, he took her in his arms and drew her to his chest, apologized, and begged her to stop crying. This first act of intimacy is a threshold for both of them. The burqa girl stopped her sobbing, pulled away grumpily, and said, "I am not going to show my face to anyone no matter what is going to happen to me." "Fine, then I cannot do anything to help you. No one is ready to hire you to work with him while you are hidden away behind a black burqa. I don't care. Okay, Amrita, I am going. By the way, before I go, I want to ask you one question. Why do you hide your face? Is it because you do not want any man to see you and your face will get him sexually tempted? If that is your reason, then let me assure you that in Romanian home care, I saw Indian and Arab girls as young as 18 or 19 years old with exceptionally beautiful faces and nice bodies. There have been no complaints of sexual harassment from any one of those young immigrant women. All the male residents in the home care agency are at least 80 years old and above. I don't wear the burqa because I need to hide my face from those kinds of men. Then what is your problem? Is it because someone threw acid in your face and you have scars? I know in India, some bad boys threw burning sulfuric acid in the faces of girls who refused to fall in love with them or did not agree to marry them. No one has thrown acid in my face. If you are worried that people may not like you because you have an ugly face, then let me assure you that in America, people value you not by the way you look, but based on your character and if you are a good worker. The few days I spent with you proved to me that you have an exceptionally good, charming personality. Anyone who spends time with you will like you for sure. I don't have an ugly face. If I had an ugly face, I wouldn't have become this year's Miss India. The last time Amrita pulled a fast one on him claiming to be a Bollywood heroine, Jimmy had to suppress his laughter. This time, claiming to be the current Miss India is not funny. He does not like being made fun of and being lied to. He felt like raising his hand and slapping her in her concealed face and warning her to stop lying. Before he can react, she resumes her explanation. I wear a burqa because I don't want anyone to see my face and recognize me. My mother and I ran away from India to Germany because my life was in truly imminent danger. Some dangerous Muslim terrorists in India wanted to kill me. Why should anyone want to kill you? What crime did you commit in India that you had to run away and come over here? I committed no crime. When I had been crowned Miss World in London a few months ago, I said something about Islam which upset the Muslims, and Dawood Ibrahim's terrorists tried to kill me. Enough is enough, shouted Uncle Jimmy impatiently. What makes you think I am stupid enough to believe everything you say? You lie to me every day without hesitation. Yesterday, you were a Bollywood actress. Today, you are not only Miss India, but also Miss World. What do you think about me? Do I look stupid to you so you can tell him any nonsense and expect him to believe it? Are you going to tell me next that your Hindu mother is also a Bollywood director? Yes, my mother is a film director in Bollywood, and she is going to make my movie, and she promised to make me the main heroine in it. Okay, dear Amrita Khan, I have done my duty. Since you do not want to grow up and you do not want to take life seriously, you must part ways right away. From today onwards, you are not going to see me again. You just want to live in a dream world and keep telling lie after lie without feeling a pang of guilt. His speech over, the angry Uncle Jimmy stood up to leave and headed for the door. The burqa girl cut him off and grabbed him by the collar, spun him around, and angrily shouted, "Did you just call me a liar, girl? Do you think I would lie to you? Give me a minute. I will show you everything I said is true. You just sit down right now on this couch and give me a chance to prove you wrong before you storm off and walk away from my life for good." Jimmy does not feel like taking orders from the angry girl, but Amrita Khan seems delusional, and he is afraid she may become violent if he leaves, and she will wreck the apartment. The building owner's lady will hold him responsible for the damage and force him to pay to cover the price of her destroyed furniture. This is also the first time the burqa girl has challenged him while in anger, and while he doubted there is any truth to her claims. He also does not want their brief friendship to end on a bitter note. He opted to hear her out. As he sat down, the burqa girl swept into her bedroom and slammed the door shut behind her. The sound of bags being opened and thrown about followed. He began to worry that the burqa girl may hurt herself. He decided to swallow his pride, knock on the door, and apologize for doubting her. Before he could make himself stand on his feet and go from the couch, the door swung open and a girl in a two-piece swimsuit with a white sash emblazoned with the title Miss World came strutting out with much pride. With her face aglow shining like the sun and decorated with a golden crown on her head, her body defied description, and he stared at her stupidly with his mouth wide open. She walked towards him like those girls who paraded themselves half-naked on stage in a beauty contest. At first, he thought that the burqa girl had gone into her bedroom and sent someone else out to trick him, or somehow, she had mysteriously transformed from a girl in a black burqa into the beauty queen of the whole universe. Even a caterpillar emerging out of her ugly cocoon could not possibly become such a lovely, colorful butterfly that fast. Just like the wonderful ending of the fairy tale of the Disney movie Beauty and the Beast. Jimmy has not seen such a beautiful girl, not for a long time, and he knows that he can never see one like her again. When he overcame his shock, he said loudly, "Subhanallah," or "Glory to God." Uncle Jimmy felt as if he was watching Beauty and the Beast, and the fairy tale movie has reached its wondrous ending. But in this case, the ugly and scary beast is the heroine who has miraculously turned into the goddess of beauty Aphrodite. He could not believe that the girl who was standing in front of his eyes and challenging him was the same Muslim girl he had just seen entering the bedroom with an ugly black burqa on. His eyes were in awe and his mouth was wide open. He kept staring at the beauty in front of him in a dream he wanted to dream forever. He felt like he had lived before in this strangely beautiful dream he did not want to wake up from. The first thing that hit his heart and caused it to melt within his chest was her eyes. Her eyes are large and narrowed at their corners, graced with twin crescent eyebrows. Her beautiful eyes appeared emerald, green in a pool of porcelain white. She has a perfect nose, and her rosy cheeks are glowing from an internal glow not originating from the harsh ceiling lights. Her skin is white and a golden shade resembling daffodils. She is neither tall nor short. Her waist is narrow and beautifully proportioned. Meanwhile, Uncle Jimmy's eyes, unlike the rest of his body, cannot rest, darting up and down the siren a mere arm's length away from him. Her beauty troubled his heart, and her body heightened his sexual desire. She is the first girl in whom he can see beauty and charm are equally divided and wonderfully united. For a few seconds, he forced his eyes to rest on the lower part of the statuesque beauty before him. Her narrow waist gradually widened and extended into curved hips, accentuating perfectly shaped, tantalizing legs. Her thighs and hips are openly exposed to maximum effect with just a touch of her buttocks perched in an irresistible pose. Her legs gradually reduced in size until they ended up resting in sexy spotted leopard shoes. Her feet are uncovered just above her ankles. Jimmy's eyes traveled upward slowly until they rested on her thighs again. The former burqa girl obliged by turning around and offering him a command performance of her big rear end. Trouble stirred within his soul as he could not find his better judgment. He averted his gaze to force his eyes upward to keep his sanity in check. Scanning her eyes, eyebrows, mouth, lips, nose, chin, and rosy cheeks. His eyes, failing to stay focused, traveled back and forth, roving to and fro from her chest, breasts, shoulders, arms, hands, hair, thighs, hips, buttocks, and legs. Jimmy is lost. Uncle Jimmy, shouted Amrita Khan with her head held high, look at me now and tell me whether you still want to call me a liar, girl? You still think that I did not win the Miss India title and Miss World crown? Uncle Jimmy remained silent, speechless. His quietness has a strong reason behind it. While the beautiful visual effects of her essence stood before him, he could not remove his eyes from her for a second. He just wants to stare at her in her swimsuit and admire her beauty and attractiveness forever. He does not even bat an eye away. From the time he took a deep breath and exhaled with the words, Subhanallah, he had not blinked even once. Amrita repeated her challenge twice before her Uncle Jimmy came out of his involuntary bliss, convinced that maybe he was not dreaming of the promised virgins of paradise. You are such a beautiful girl. If you have not been crowned Miss World, I will make you Queen of the Universe. You are very exceptionally beautiful indeed. Your beauty is beyond description. You are a gorgeous young woman. You are an unmatchable girl. Your beauty is beyond compare, with flaming locks of long black hair, ivory skin, and eyes of emerald green. Your smile is like a breath of spring. Your voice is soft like summer rain. Simply put, whatever I say about you, I can't describe your stunning beauty and sexy body. I thought I would never say that about another woman besides my wife. Thank you, Uncle Jimmy. Whatever I have told you about myself is true. I have never lied to you, and I will never lie to you. I don't want to show my face because I don't want to reveal my true identity. Besides that, I don't trust men. I have had awfully bad experiences with men. Men just want to use the young women for their sexy bodies, and they don't care how much pain they cause to them while they are raping them. Jimmy felt her words like sharp-pointed arrows aimed right at his heart and piercing even to the dividing of his soul and conscience. Still, he hid his feelings and strove to correct her wrong notions about all men. I am sorry to hear that you have had bad experiences with men, but not all men are evil. Some men are good and gentle with women. I have never met a man as good as you. You are the only man that I have met who is prepared to help a helpless and homeless girl like me without expecting something in return from her. That is why I like you so much. When you decided to leave me for good and walk away from my life today, I became a crushed girl all over again. My Hindu mother forbade me from revealing my true identity to anyone. I am not supposed to show my face to any mortal being, but because you are an exceedingly kind and loving uncle, I am forced to reveal my true identity to you. I don't want to lose your friendship. Once again, thank you for your trust and your nice words, young lady. Describe the time Aphrodite spends in the Jewish home in America with the time she spends in Bruno's household in India. Aphrodite Khan's time in the Jewish home in America and her time in Bruno's household in India contrast two very different kinds of shelter and belonging. Aspect: Jewish home in America. Bruno's household in India. Atmosphere: more orderly, protected, and socially stable. More emotionally intense, crowded by family conflict, poverty, and communal danger. Type of belonging: Aphrodite experiences a form of refuge outside her original cultural and religious world. The home represents safety through protective custody, care, or humanitarian protection. Bruno's household gives her a more direct connection to Indian minority life, but it also exposes her to fear, gossip, and violence. Religious setting: The Jewish home introduces another minority identity, but in America it is framed more through security and coexistence. Bruno's Christian household in India is surrounded by communal suspicion and anti-minority hostility. Emotional effect: She may feel protected but also displaced because the home is safe yet foreign to her background. She may feel closer to familiar Indian realities, but also more vulnerable because danger is immediate and personal. Social pressure: In America, the pressure is more about adaptation, identity, and legal/bureaucratic belonging. In India, the pressure is more about religion, family honor, community judgment, and physical safety. Impact on identity: The Jewish home broadens her sense of what family can mean beyond blood, religion, and nationality. Bruno's home makes her confront how dangerous minority identity can become inside Indian communal conflict. Symbolic role: Represents rescue, protection, and a possible new life. Represents rootedness in India, but also the insecurity of living as a vulnerable minority family. In short, Aphrodite's time in the Jewish home in America is shaped by safety, distance, and new belonging, while her time in Bruno's household in India is shaped by closeness, danger, and communal tension. The American home protects her from immediate harm, but may make her feel culturally displaced. Bruno's household feels more connected to Indian life, but exposes her to the violence and instability that threaten minority families. Aphrodite's emotional state differs sharply between the two homes. In the Jewish home in America, she feels safer but displaced. The home gives her protection, order, and distance from the dangers surrounding her in India, but she may also feel culturally and emotionally uprooted. She feels grateful, but not fully settled. The American Jewish household represents rescue and kindness, yet it is not her original family world, so her security comes with loneliness and uncertainty about where she truly belongs. In Bruno's household in India, she feels more connected but more exposed. Bruno's home places her closer to Indian community life and minority family struggle, which may feel familiar, but it also surrounds her with fear, instability, and communal tension. She experiences belonging mixed with anxiety. In Bruno's household, emotional closeness is stronger, but the threat of violence, gossip, and social judgment makes that belonging fragile. America offers physical safety. India offers emotional rootedness. The Jewish home protects her body and future, while Bruno's household connects her to Indian relationships and identity, but at a higher emotional cost. In short, Aphrodite feels protected but alienated in the Jewish home in America and attached but vulnerable in Bruno's household in India. Aphrodite Khan faces problems with some Muslims after winning Miss India in Bangalore and then Miss World in London because her success becomes, in their eyes, a public challenge to religious modesty, communal control, and traditional expectations for Muslim women. Her beauty pageant success is seen as immodest. Some Muslims in the story likely view Miss India and Miss World contests as exposing a woman's body and turning female beauty into public display, which they consider incompatible with conservative Islamic values. Her Muslim name makes her victory controversial. Because she is identified as Khan, her public fame is not treated as only personal achievement. It becomes a symbol of how a Muslim woman is representing, or, in their view, embarrassing the community. She becomes a target of moral policing. Instead of celebrating her talent, confidence, and success, critics focus on whether she has violated expectations about dress, modesty, obedience, and women's public roles. Her rise threatens patriarchal control. Aphrodite's independence, visibility, and international recognition show a woman shaping her own life beyond family or religious authority, which angers those who believe women should remain private and controlled. Her London coronation makes the conflict global. Winning Miss India in Bangalore may provoke local criticism, but being crowned Miss World in London turns her into an international figure, increasing the anger of those who see Western-style beauty contests as corrupting Muslim identity. Her mixed background intensifies the reaction. Because Aphrodite is connected to interfaith family tensions, Muslim identity, Hindu adoption, and life across India and America, her success unsettles people who want identity to remain fixed and controlled. In short, some Muslims oppose Aphrodite's victories because they interpret her public beauty, fame, and independence as a betrayal of religious modesty and communal honor. The story uses this conflict to show how a woman's success can become a battleground over religion, gender, identity, and control. Aphrodite's success creates religious tension because her beauty pageant victories turn her private identity into a public religious controversy. Some Muslims see her pageant career as a violation of modesty. Her public display, fame, and beauty are treated by critics as incompatible with conservative expectations for Muslim women. Her Muslim identity makes the reaction stronger. Because she is known as Khan, her success is judged not only as personal achievement, but as a statement about Muslim womanhood. Her Miss India win in Bangalore creates local tension. It provokes debate inside India about whether a Muslim woman should represent national beauty in a public, secular contest. Her Miss World crown in London internationalizes the conflict. What begins as Indian controversy becomes a global Muslim reaction, with critics seeing her fame as westernized and morally threatening. Her interfaith background intensifies suspicion. Because Aphrodite is connected to Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Indian, and American spaces, her success unsettles people who want religious identity to remain fixed and controlled. The conflict becomes about control over women. The anger is less about her talent and more about who has the authority to define a Muslim woman's body, public role, and freedom. In short, Aphrodite's success inflames religious tensions because it challenges conservative ideas of modesty, communal honor, and female obedience, turning her crown into a symbol of conflict between personal freedom and religious control. Community reactions to Aphrodite Khan's wins are divided and intense because her success becomes more than a beauty pageant victory. It becomes a public argument over religion, identity, gender, and modernity. Some people celebrate her as a national success. Her Miss India win in Bangalore and Miss World crown in London make her a symbol of Indian beauty, talent, confidence, and international recognition. Supporters see her as a breakthrough figure. For admirers, Aphrodite proves that a woman from a complex religious and cultural background can rise above social limits and represent India on a global stage. Some Muslims react with anger and shame. Conservative critics view her public visibility, pageant participation, clothing, and fame as violations of modesty and as a betrayal of Muslim womanhood. Her Muslim surname intensifies the controversy. Because she is known as Khan, critics do not see her victory as only personal. They treat it as something that reflects on the whole Muslim community. Her interfaith background fuels suspicion. Her connections to Hindu, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, Indian, and American spaces make some communities uneasy because she does not fit neatly into one religious identity. Women and younger people may admire her independence. Her wins offer a model of female ambition and public success, especially for those who want freedom from strict family or religious control. Traditionalists see her as a threat. They fear that her success encourages women to reject modesty rules, family obedience, and community expectations. The broader society becomes polarized. Aphrodite's crown creates pride among some and resentment among others, turning her into a symbol of both progress and moral controversy. In short, Aphrodite's wins trigger celebration, jealousy, religious anger, and social debate. The story uses her success to show how a woman's public achievement can become a battleground over community honor, female freedom, and religious identity. Aphrodite responds to the backlash with a mixture of defiance, pain, and self-definition. She refuses to let critics define her faith or identity. Even when some Muslims condemn her Miss India and Miss World victories, she does not accept that they alone have the right to decide what a Muslim woman can be. She treats her success as personal achievement, not communal betrayal. Aphrodite sees the crowns as the result of her beauty, confidence, discipline, and ambition, not as an insult to religion. She becomes more aware of the cost of visibility. The backlash teaches her that public success brings admiration but also hatred, especially for a woman whose identity crosses religious and cultural boundaries. She resists being reduced to her body. Critics focus on modesty, display, and shame, but Aphrodite's response is to claim that her public image belongs to her, not to family, religious leaders, or angry communities. She draws strength from her mixed background. Because she has lived across Muslim, Hindu, Christian, Jewish, Indian, American, and British spaces, she understands that identity can be broader than one community's rules. She feels wounded but not defeated. The attacks and criticism hurt her, especially when they come from people who should celebrate her, but they also strengthen her resolve to live on her own terms. She becomes a symbol for other Muslim women. By continuing to stand publicly after the backlash, she shows that women can face moral policing and still pursue ambition, independence, and dignity. In short, Aphrodite responds by refusing shame. She turns the backlash into a test of her independence, insisting that her crown represents her own freedom and not the property of any religious or social authority. Quotations from the novel about the intimate romance of Uncle Jimmy and Aphrodite Khan. Jimmy says to his new girlfriend, "But I don't think by showing your face at the home care facility people are going to recognize you and inform Dawood Ibrahim's terrorists about you. I assure you that nothing can happen to you in this country. This is America and there are no terrorists here. There are laws to protect citizens, and the police force is great in this country. Okay, Uncle Jimmy, I am going to trust you, and I am going to reveal my face at the home care place. However, I am not going to show my face in another public place, because I am not going to go against the words of my Hindu mother. Whatever my mother told me to do in the past was turned out for my good. I do not doubt that your mother has given you wonderful advice. But let us get back to the fact that you have to work and support yourself in this country. I am ready to work at the home care business because I would love to help others, especially those handicapped and aged seniors who can't help themselves. To help poor and homeless children, I started building a 25-story building to provide shelter for the thousands of street children in Mumbai, but sadly Dawood Ibrahim's terrorists placed 5 bombs in the construction site, destroyed my building before it was finished, and turned my charity project into a mass grave. Around 150 men and women working there and their children were brutally killed by Muslim terrorists. They exploded in smithereens those innocent laborers and female workers and turned their 40 suckling babies in bits and pieces. Jimmy decided to believe anything the burqa girl may say about herself in the future. At this point, if she had said she was the daughter of the late Prime Minister of India, Indira Gandhi, he would have believed her. However, he has his doubts about a 25-story building in a cosmopolitan Indian city that has the highest real estate prices in the world. He knows that even the daughter of the richest man in India might not have that much money to build such a huge project in a city like Mumbai. And what made it more incredible information is her claim that she was building it for the poor children of Mumbai. Jimmy was born and brought up in a slum area in Mumbai near Andheri's local train station before God had mercy on his misery and granted him the lifetime opportunity of emigrating to the promised land of the USA, the land that flows with honey and money. While he was struggling to make little money to feed his big family, he had never heard of any of the rich and famous Indians caring enough to build a homeless shelter for the street children of Mumbai. Except for Mother Teresa in Calcutta, it seemed even more implausible for someone at such a young age to attempt such a feat this time. However, Uncle Jimmy has decided not to challenge the burqa-clad girl's incredible declaration. Nothing about her so far is normal. He is still captivated by the awesome presence of standing face-to-face in front of Miss India, Miss World, and a Bollywood film actress. When Uncle Jimmy remained silent, Amrita Khan thought that he was casting doubt upon her again. She knew and understood that this time she could do nothing to prove her claim. Her charity building, which she called Mahatma Gandhi Shelter for Homeless and Orphaned Children, had been destroyed and turned into a mass grave and rubble. So, she shut her mouth and pouted, plunging into one of her sulky moods. Jimmy cannot help but discern her angry mood. He stood up, knelt in front of her, clasped his hands together, and asked for forgiveness. She misunderstands his intentions and thinks that he is just making fun of her, and he does not believe in his heart that she has tried to build a shelter for the poor and homeless children of India. She turned away and began to weep again. Uncle Jimmy felt bad, not clear about all that was happening except that he had hurt her feelings again. He stood up and gently turned her around. He drew her into his arms and hugged her tightly. Her weeping stopped, and he could feel her arms wrapping around him. He felt a tinge of apprehensiveness when he realized that she was hugging his back and no longer hugging him as her uncle, but as a beloved girlfriend hugging her lover. The Indian cabbie Uncle Jimmy found himself in a fix. He does not know where to turn. He does not know whether to follow his mind or his heart. He is truly in a serious dilemma. His mind is trying to convince him to remain faithful to his wife, but his heart is pulling him inexorably in another direction like a magnet. He played with the fire for so long, and now it has become impossible for him to extinguish the flames in his heart and body and everywhere. Giving in, he threw caution to the wind and allowed his heart to take control and lead the way. He took the initiative and kissed her on her sweet lips. Inwardly, he hoped that she would push him away and rebuke him for his improper behavior. That will make it so much easier for him at least. Instead, he felt the sweetness of her tongue gliding ever so softly into his mouth with gentle strokes. He gave in to her tender affectionate kisses and the aroma of her tongue touching his. He felt her hands clasping onto him ever so tightly as he caressed her smooth velvety skin. His hands are reaching everywhere on her sexy body, and his touches cannot rest for 1 second on any one part alone. These are indescribable moments. He caressed her delicate body, and then he eased the top of her swimsuit off her shoulders. Gradually her pomegranate-like breasts became fully visible, and he began to fondle them in both his hands and kiss her all over her face, beginning with the forehead, cheeks, eyes, nose, and lips. Giving in to him, she twisted her top swimsuit and unhooked the clasps, letting it fall to the floor. Only the red bottom of her swimsuit is left to be shed. The soon-to-be intimate Uncle Jimmy can hear her gentle murmurs in response to his large probing hands and firm, but gentle grasps. He cannot hold back any longer. He lifted her in his arms, carried her inside her bedroom, and laid her on her huge king-size bed. He has felt like a handsome king who has brought his lovely queen to bed to make love with her. Excerpts from the original manuscript about the matrimonial union of Aphrodite Khan and Uncle Jimmy. The marriage of Amrita Khan and her lover Uncle Jimmy took place shortly after they decided to wed. They have not invited or informed any Muslim man or Muslim woman about their secret marriage. Uncle Jimmy knows that most of the immigrants in their neighborhood know that he is a married man and has children with his first Muslim wife. By the way, Amrita Khan did not know that her lover was a Muslim like her and that his real name was Jamal Khan until the imam of the mosque with 2 Muslim male witnesses came to her apartment and conducted their halal Islamic marriage contract. After that, the officially recognized Islamic Mazoon received his fees and left the apartment of the newly wedded couple, followed by his 2 men who signed the marriage contract as witnesses. After he arrived in America, the Indian cabbie Jamal Khan preferred to be called Jimmy for social, racial, and religious reasons. When he arrived newly in the United States of America, he discovered that his Muslim name, Jamal Khan, is associated in the minds of many non-Muslim Americans with terrorism. When he began to work as a cabbie, he kept telling people, "My name is Khan, but I am not a terrorist." However, that behavior did not make much difference. Eventually, he decided to tell people his name was Jimmy, and that saved him a lot of social troubles and religious and racial discrimination. After their marriage, Amrita does not need to change her last name to Khan because her husband already has the same family's common surname as most of the Muslims of the Indian subcontinent countries. On the wedding day, the newly wedded couple decided to do something special to celebrate their marriage. They planned to spend 3 days of their honeymoon together in a beautiful hotel. The lovely bride agreed to fulfill her heart's desire for her handsome bridegroom, and she stepped outside her apartment without her Islamic black burqa for the first time since the day she arrived on the soil of the United States of America. She put on her fancy wedding gown and walked hand in hand with her bridegroom. The Indian cabbie Jamal Khan alias Jimmy has agreed to spend 3 nights with his second Muslim wife Aphrodite Krishna Khan alias Amrita Khan away from his first Muslim wife Rayhana Khan for the first time since they married in Mumbai. He made excuses and fooled his first wife into believing he had a 3-day mandatory meeting for taxi drivers in a nearby city so he could spend time honeymooning with his small new bride. Jimmy took his lovely bride around the city during those 3 days and toured many vacation spots. The newlywed couple visited almost every major popular entertainment place available to them during their 3-day honeymoon. Everything she desired and dreamed about in life, the bride Amrita is now enjoying with her new husband. They ate the best food, watched the most interesting Bollywood movies, saw the most beautiful places, and enjoyed unbridled sex. They ate food from an Indian cuisine, a Chinese restaurant, and an Arab restaurant called Alibaba serving Lebanese dishes. In short, the new bride, Amrita Khan, indulged in a cloud of blissfulness. If a human being can worship another human being, Amrita Khan and Uncle Jimmy have worshipped each other due to the deep love they have in their hearts for one another. After their 3 days of honeymoon, Amrita Khan came up with the idea of buying her own house and turning it into a beautiful love nest. During their honeymoon, she revealed her hidden treasure to her handsome husband and told him that she had over $100 million in her overseas account. Amrita Khan happened to have with her all the official Swiss bank papers of Aphrodite Krishna Khan in her handbag. When her Hindu mother got arrested in Germany, she left all those important documents with her Muslim daughter. After her release from the women's jail, the American police returned to her all her belongings, Indian passport and bank papers along with the $65,000 in cash. At first, her new Muslim husband hesitated to accept her proposal. Her uncle Jimmy advised her to wait until her Hindu mother arrived from India, and then she should seek her advice before she took such a big step. Nevertheless, Amrita Khan insisted that she wanted to live with her beloved husband in their residence and wait for their baby to be born so they could live happily ever after. Somehow, her former married life in the 2 mansions of terror with her 2 evil kidnappers made her believe every married Muslima must live in a castle of gold with her Muslim husband. The lovely bride Amrita Khan told her handsome groom Uncle Jimmy that her Hindu mother loves her so much and will never stop her from doing something that is good for her and makes her happy. Therefore, Jimmy is worried that his wife's mother may accuse him of using her young daughter and manipulating her into marriage to get access to her money and property and to purchase a mansion for him. He is painfully aware of the huge age difference between him and his second wife and of her seemingly childish nature. Thus, Jimmy realized that he may also be taken to court for influencing a young girl who is as old as his daughter, taking advantage of her youth and immaturity, and beguiling her in the name of love. Nonetheless, Amrita refuses to accept all the objections and worries of her new husband and is determined she should indeed buy a house for them to live in. The house that Amrita finally decided on has been chosen from a selection of homes on the market listed by a real estate agency. It has a market value of $5 million, which made Jimmy balk. He suggested a more moderate home of lesser value, but she refused to listen to him. To make her come to her senses, Jimmy threatens to leave her and divorce her if she does not listen to him. When he said he would divorce her, his words troubled her so much that he cut a deep wound down into her heart and made her drop to her knees and cry like a baby girl. Jimmy, as usual, backed down and begged her to forgive him because he could not bear to see her unhappy and in tears. Naturally, in this way, Amrita Khan got her way and bought her own house in the United States of America. She spent another $500,000 furnishing and decorating her new nest of love. After a couple of months, from the day she got married to her lover, Amrita moved from her apartment to her new palace. Her mansion also has a swimming pool, and as soon as she moved to her new castle, Amrita bought a brand new Mercedes-Benz car. She has neither a learner's driver's license nor knows how to drive a car, so she made her husband drive her around. She also bought online a beautifully made handcrafted golden swing in India. They also purchased a couple of love hammocks made in the USA. Then Amrita and Jimmy began to experiment with their new pieces of enjoyment. They exhausted more than 101 sexual styles of the Kama Sutra. They started collecting books and videos on the same subject so that they could imitate the most favored of the ancient sex positions. The Kama in Sanskrit means pleasure. Like his new wife, the Indian cabbie Jamal Khan, who is also known as Jimmy, is just a Muslim in name, but not a religious man at all. He neither prays 5 times in the day nor fasts during the month of Ramadan. Meanwhile, Miss World Aphrodite Krishna Khan discovered the beauty of love after she had lost all hope in life and spent 7 years of her childhood in abject poverty and 11 years of her life in kidnap, captivity, and brutal rapes. By accident, she stumbled upon the tree of life and the forbidden fruit of pleasure and desire. Her life turned into an earthly paradise after having suffered for so long the abuse of selfish men for many years. She found someone to love her not because of her unmatched beauty or her millions of dollars, but because of her childish and innocent nature. After she fell in love and married her Uncle Jimmy, Amrita Khan concluded that she needed nothing more in life except him. She just wants to be with him and enjoy her life with him forever. Everything a young girl of her age may want from life, Amrita has obtained and surpassed and continues to enjoy every day. In her new castle of love, Amrita Khan is living her new life as queen of her universe with her king Uncle Jimmy and waiting for her little princess to be born. Aphrodite receives 3 different kinds of support from Rani Krishna, Uncle Jimmy, and Michael Lewinsky, and each one helps her in a different part of her struggle. Supporter. Type of support. How it helps Aphrodite. Limits or tensions. Rani Krishna. Maternal and emotional support. Rani gives Aphrodite a home, identity, and motherly protection despite religious difference. As a Hindu mother raising an adopted Muslim daughter, she offers love that crosses communal boundaries. Her support is complicated by fear of social judgment, religious tension, and anxiety over how Aphrodite's choices affect family reputation. Uncle Jimmy. Moral and relational support. Uncle Jimmy supports Aphrodite by modeling love beyond rigid religious and social divisions. His relationship with Amrita Khan helps Aphrodite believe that affection can cross boundaries. His love story also creates pressure inside the family because it forces Rani and Aphrodite to confront interfaith conflict more openly. Michael Lewinsky. Protective, practical, and possibly legal/social support. Michael offers Aphrodite stability outside India, especially in America. He represents a safer, more structured world where she can receive protection, guidance, and help rebuilding her identity. His support may make Aphrodite safer physically, but it can also deepen her sense of displacement because America is not her original cultural home. Overall comparison. Rani Krishna supports Aphrodite as a mother. Her role is intimate, emotional, and identity-forming. Uncle Jimmy supports her as a bridge figure. He shows that love can resist religious and social barriers. Michael Lewinsky supports her as a protector and stabilizer. He helps her survive outside the dangers of India and gives her access to safety, order, and possibly legal recognition. In short, Rani gives Aphrodite belonging, Uncle Jimmy gives her hope in cross-boundary love, and Michael Lewinsky gives her protection and a path toward a safer future. Michael Lewinsky's support for Aphrodite can be understood as protective, stabilizing, and identity-building, especially when she is displaced from India and placed in a Jewish home in America. He gives her physical safety. Michael represents a safe environment away from the communal violence, religious suspicion, and social instability Aphrodite faces in India. He offers structured protection. Unlike the chaotic systems around her in India, his support seems connected to a more orderly household and social/legal environment where Aphrodite can be sheltered rather than exposed. He helps her rebuild belonging. Living in or near a Jewish household broadens Aphrodite's idea of family beyond blood, religion, and nationality. Michael's role helps her see that care can come from outside her original community. He supports her through displacement. Although America gives her safety, it also makes her feel uprooted. Michael's presence helps reduce that loneliness by giving her a stable adult figure and a protected space. He contrasts with hostile authority figures. In India, many powerful men and institutions are portrayed as controlling, corrupt, or predatory. Michael's support is different because it is protective rather than exploitative. He helps her survive identity pressure. Aphrodite struggles with being Muslim, adopted by a Hindu mother, connected to Christian and Jewish spaces, and later judged for public success. Michael's support helps her live with a broader, mixed identity. His love becomes a bridge to a safer future. His role is not only emotional, it also symbolizes access to security, legal protection, education, and a future outside the dangers that threaten her in India. In short, Michael Lewinsky supports Aphrodite by giving her unconditional love, safety, stability, and a new model of belonging. Rani Krishna gives her motherly love, Uncle Jimmy gives her hope and cross-boundary affection, but Michael gives her the practical refuge and protection she needs to survive beyond India. The American feminists see Aphrodite as both a symbol of female liberation and a case they do not fully understand. They view her as an international feminist figure. Because she wins Miss India and Miss World despite backlash, they see her as a woman who defies conservative religious control and claims public space for herself. They interpret her story through women's rights. To them, Aphrodite represents resistance to modesty policing, patriarchal authority, and the attempt to control women's bodies and ambitions. They want to claim her as an example. Her fame makes her useful as a public symbol of courage, beauty, independence, and global womanhood. They may misunderstand her complexity. Their perspective risks simplifying her into a rescued or liberated woman, while her real identity is shaped by Muslim origins, Hindu adoption, Christian and Jewish households, India, America, beauty pageant fame, and family trauma. They focus on her public success more than her private wounds. They admire the crown and the rebellion, but may not fully grasp her loneliness, displacement, legal problems, and emotional uncertainty. They see her absence from their meeting as disappointing or puzzling. If she fails to attend, they may interpret it as fear, pressure, or lack of feminist confidence, rather than recognizing that she is still navigating trauma and survival. In short, the American feminists admire Aphrodite as a powerful symbol of women's freedom, but their view is somewhat limited because they read her mainly through Western feminist expectations rather than through the full complexity of her cross-cultural, religious, and personal struggles. Family is central to Aphrodite's struggles because it gives her both protection and pressure. Family gives her belonging across religious lines. Rani Krishna's adoption of Aphrodite creates a mother-daughter bond that challenges Hindu-Muslim boundaries. This gives Aphrodite emotional shelter, but also makes her identity socially controversial. Family turns identity into a public issue. Because Aphrodite is a Muslim daughter raised by a Hindu mother, her family situation is not treated as private love. Others judge it through religion, community honor, and social suspicion. Rani's love is protective but anxious. Rani supports Aphrodite, yet her fear of gossip, reputation, and communal backlash can make Aphrodite wonder whether her acceptance has limits. Uncle Jimmy's family role expands her sense of love. His relationship with Amrita Khan shows Aphrodite that family and love can cross religious boundaries, but it also increases tension with Rani and forces Aphrodite to confront her own mixed identity. Bruno's household shows family under threat. In India, Bruno's family offers Aphrodite connection and shelter, but the Islamic terrorist attacks on his sisters reveal how family members, especially women, can become targets in communal conflict. The Jewish home in America offers refuge but displacement. Michael Lewinsky's household gives Aphrodite safety and stability, yet it also separates her from her Indian roots and makes her question where home truly is. Family responsibilities limit freedom. Like many women in the story, Aphrodite's choices are shaped by the expectations, fears, and needs of the people who protect her. In short, family is both Aphrodite's refuge and her burden. It gives her love, shelter, and survival, but it also exposes her to religious judgment, identity conflict, and pressure to define where, and with whom, she truly belongs. Quotations from the original manuscript about the problems the two lovers Rahul and Emily face with each other, and the legal issues they experience with the Indian police. Rahul's deceptive and discreet inquiries into the true identity of the so-called smelly burqa girl have not gone unnoticed by his jealous white girlfriend. Emily had already begun to suspect her boyfriend's resolve from the day she went with him to the jail to visit his detained auntie. She suspected that Rahul may cover all bases and investigate all of Ronnie's claims about her adopted Muslim daughter. His American girlfriend has every motivation to prevent his interest in that direction. She has no illusions about her status if the burqa girl turns out to be Miss World and has $100 million as her net wealth. If all of these realities are to materialize, she will be dropped like a hot potato, and her beloved Indian fiancé may not even remember her name in the future. Sadly, Emily has already noticed Rahul's increasing disinterest in her. He no longer bothered to go out with her and show her the beautiful places around the city of Baroda and its suburbs. He also no longer takes her to expensive restaurants and has refused to go out clubbing on the weekends. When she insisted, they went out clubbing the following weekend. He told her to go alone if she wanted. When she decides to go to the dance bar club all alone, she is shocked by her boyfriend's indifference. What troubled her, even more, is that he is perfectly aware that an unescorted young, foreign girl like herself may be continually harassed by drunken Indian sexually frustrated males. Emily came to the reality that for a fact, Rahul's priorities have changed. He is no longer interested in making love with her, and she has to beg and manipulate him to show any interest in sex at all. On a particular Saturday night, Emily went to the nightclub all alone and did not return until late afternoon the following Sunday. The nightclub was crowded by drunken young women and young men drugged as stones. While she was in the disco club, she drank so much alcohol it was as if she was drinking water. When she became like a dead drunk foreign female, she was lured by an African student who came from Nigeria to study at the University of Baroda, but in fact, he is a drug dealer. The Nigerian boy took advantage of her heavy intoxication by the strong Indian Daro liquor she consumed, took her to a cheap motel, and fucked her up all night long. If she was not a blind drunk female, the proud American white girl wouldn't have shaken hands with such a black African boy. On the following day, Emily was shocked and extremely terrified when she surfaced from her alcoholic comatose state and found herself bare naked on the bed with that African boy. The Nigerian boy was too buck naked and snoring so loud as if he was crying through his big nose. A foul odor of liquor and sweat permeated the windowless small room of the cheap motel, which made Emily think that she spent her night sleeping bare naked like a dog and its female dog in the sewer or cesspool. She ran to the toilet and vomited a large quantity of the cheap liquor she drank last night. She came out and quickly collected her scattered clothes, swiftly put them on and fled, leaving her nameless sex partner to hibernate in his drunkenness and hideousness throughout the day and the following night. When she got back home, she expected a big fight with her jealous Indian boyfriend. She is surprised and saddened by his reaction or lack thereof. He just looked at her blankly as though she was a female alien who came from another planet. He has not said a word of reproach or showed a fit of anger towards her. He did not even ask her where she had spent the night with whom she slept. Likewise, Emily said nothing to him either and went directly to the bedroom and fell asleep. When she woke up, it was evening time, and it had already become dark outside. She came out of the bedroom into the living room barefooted. She entered the living room without a sound while tiptoed. Emily is shocked to see her Indian boyfriend's phallus standing like a stick while he is masturbating in front of his mother's computer. She saw that he was watching a video of a girl who was half naked in a swimsuit. She looked like a girl in a beauty contest. She immediately connected the dots and realized that they were both watching the same so-called dirty and smelly burqa girl who came to their apartment in America and made everything filthy. With her Indian boyfriend not caring whether she is alive or dead or she had sex with another man, and also, she could not succeed last time in actively stimulating Rahul to have sex with her. This final humiliation and deception drove her to hysterics. Her anger blinded her, and reason left her. She picked up a chair made out of plastic, ran toward her boyfriend, and brought it down across the back of his head. Rahul, being struck, fell off his chair bleeding profusely. Emily jumped on top of his body, straddled him, and began to beat him left and right. Somehow, Rahul managed to push his crazy white girlfriend off of him and stood up. Emily followed suit and started attacking and punching him again. Her boyfriend did not want to hit her body and tried avoiding her blows by restraining her. When Emily picked up another plastic chair and she also smashed it on his shoulder, he decided to fight back. It is now becoming a matter of life or death for him. He concluded that if he did not do something to control and subdue her, she would kill him for sure. He learned through a long experience when his American girlfriend becomes angry, she turns into a demon of uncontrollable rage. At first, Rahul did not hit his white girlfriend back because he thought that he was still in America. He knew that in Western countries hitting a woman is a crime and a huge social faux pas. Everyone will side with the female victim and the male aggressor will usually end up in jail. As the beating continued, with painful blows raining on his body, the sight of his own blood on her hands reminded him that he was no longer in America. After taking a few punches to the mouth, Rahul started to fight back and did not stop until he knocked her down. Although she had fallen, Emily continued to curse and berate her boyfriend, using every cursing word that came into her mind, and her mouth shouted it out. Her Indian boyfriend tolerated her abusive backlash until his white girlfriend cursed his late mother. She said to him, "Your mother is a fucking bitch and a black witch who gave birth to a trash boy like you." Something in him snapped out, and he started to pummel her senselessly. Emily started screaming at the top of her lungs to the point where Rahul paused his frenzied attack. He has not stopped because he is afraid of the Indian police. Rather, he knows that in India, a man may be killed by his neighbors if caught beating a woman no matter who is wrong. The angry white girl Emily is not wanting to give up. The moment the beating stopped, she reached up, pulled him by his shirt, and sank her sharp teeth into his face. He tried grabbing her shoulder, pushing her away, and pulling her by her hair, hoping to dislodge her mouth from his cheek. Nothing seemed to unclamp her hold on him. She is like a piranha or a pesky mosquito out for sucking human blood. Being the stronger one, he punched her on the side of the head and eventually managed to beat her down again. He fell on top of her, only to have to deal with her flailing legs. Rahul took stock of the situation and decided that he should flee for dear life. He managed to run to his mother's bedroom and lock himself inside. Emily chased after him and started banging on the bedroom door, daring him to come out and fight with her like a brave man. Rahul told her that he was not going to come out until she left his mother's house and got out of his life forever. Emily threatened to go to the police and complain about the brutal way he beat her up. Rahul tells her to go to the police or go to hell. In either case, he does not care. He further told her that she was no longer his girlfriend, and he had no interest in being with her anymore. He irritated her more by adding that he is going to respect the will of his beloved late mother and marry his rich female cousin, Miss World Aphrodite Krishna Khan. This did not have the desired effect. Instead of his female opponent giving up and raising the white flag of surrender, Rahul's open confession only intensified the war of jealousy. Not only has he been caught red-handed masturbating to a Miss World video, but he is also now going to marry her. If the bedroom door is not locked, the American girlfriend might have killed her Indian boyfriend. She knew that he was not likely to open the door and come out and face her, so Emily decided to go to the police and nail him with a charge of domestic violence and beating a defenseless foreign female. She decided to send him to jail for daring to raise his hand to her. She has bruises and lacerations all over her body from her encounter with him. Having decided to play the role of the assault victim, Emily left the house and stopped the first taxi driver that came her way. She asked the driver to take her to the nearest police station. The taxi driver became shocked and frightened when he saw her torn clothing, bruising on her face, and blood everywhere on her body and clothes. He is afraid the white girl may die in his taxi and implicate him in a murder crime. He lost no time in getting her there to the nearest police station. At the police station, the American girl complained that someone has raped her and tried to kill her. She neglected to mention that the person is her boyfriend and that she has equally battered him. She thought the Indian police may not take her complaint seriously if she said that she got raped by her Indian boyfriend. When she was in the States, she heard that in the third world raping a wife or a girlfriend by her husband or a lover is not a crime but a right granted by law to the man. Therefore, the American girl Emily decided to get the Indian boy Rahul into trouble with the law by claiming that he has beaten her up and brutally raped her in his house. As soon as she filed her complaint, the police inspector in charge sent out a police truck full of cops. He ordered them to arrest the evil male suspect and bring him in, cuffed and restrained by fetters on his legs. When the policeman came back after less than half an hour along with the so-called dangerous Indian criminal boy, the police inspector could not believe his eyes. The police inspector told Emily that since he had joined the police force as a young police cadet, he had never seen someone beaten up to this extent. At first, he thought that Rahul was attacked by his angry neighbors for beating up his white girlfriend. However, his officers told him none of the neighbors were present at the crime scene, and they found the front door of the home opened and Rahul was locked in a bedroom afraid to come out and face his angry white girlfriend. It took them 10 minutes to convince him she was not there before he opened the door. The furniture is broken everywhere like there had been a big fight, and there was blood leading to the bedroom where they found Rahul a bloody mess hiding like a mouse chased by a dangerous cat which wanted to eat him up if he opened the door for her. He told them his white girlfriend attacked him for no reason at all. He guessed maybe she was mad because he did not want to go out drinking with her on a weekend. When the police inspector questioned Emily about what had happened, she tried to wriggle her way out of it by saying she was driven to violence because she caught him having computer sex with a smelly burqa girl on the internet. The police inspector confronted Emily with the first statement she filed. He said to her, "In your first statement you claimed that you have been beaten up and raped by someone, and now in your second statement you say that you started beating on your Indian boyfriend because you caught him having cyber sex with a Muslim girl in a black burqa in front of his computer while masturbating to her sexy image." When she could not justify her two contradictory statements, the police inspector refused to arrest her badly battered Indian boyfriend. He decided to send both of them to the hospital for treatment and considered the matter a domestic dispute between lovers. He told them that they could solve their dispute in a small claims court. But Emily insisted that her boyfriend should be arrested for beating her. Nonetheless, the inspector said it is a case of mutual combat and there is insufficient evidence either way. He refused to arrest Rahul because he had far more serious matters to deal with. Moreover, he saw the Indian boy had been more beaten than he had battered his white girlfriend. Rahul accepted the fair decision of the police inspector and was taken in a police car to the hospital. The foreign girl, on the other hand, is far from satisfied and refuses to leave the police station and continues to argue and fight with the police inspector. She accused him of taking sides with her Indian boyfriend. When the Indian policeman remained unmoved by her allegations and inexpressive, she began to curse him out, which made him incredibly angry. He jumped up from his desk and threatened to lock her up if she did not leave immediately. Emily hit the table with her fist and yelled a phrase in Hindi and called him Mother Chut. This phrase can be translated as "your mother is a fucking whore" or "I will fuck your mother's pussy." An Indian may kill you if you call him Mother Chut or Bahan Chut, which means "I fuck your mother's vagina and stick my penis in your sister's pussy." The American girl Emily had learned that particular bad Hindi phrase from her boyfriend and knew what it meant. The police inspector has become extremely angry, and therefore he got up from his chair and slapped the white girl in the face. Emily retaliated with a slap of her own. The police inspector has never heard of any police officer being slapped inside a police station before, and that too by a woman. His police officers stationed nearby have been startled. They expected their boss either to strangle the white bitch to death or shoot her in the head and kill her. However, he is understandably angry and somehow he has controlled his rage. He feigned a smile at her and instructed one of his police officers to place her under arrest for assaulting a senior officer of law enforcement in his duly appointed position. He has mentioned in his report that she has called him in Hindi, Mother Chut, and also, she has dared to slap him in front of his policeman. Emily remained in lockup for 2 hours. She received no medical treatment for her injuries during that time. While her injuries are not life-threatening, the pain is acute. In the beginning, she resisted arrest and demanded that she be allowed to go to the hospital for treatment. The police inspector, still seething with the humiliation and embarrassment of being assaulted verbally and physically in front of his officers by a woman, ignored her request and kept her in detention until late evening. At 8 o'clock, she is told that she is going to be transferred to the Baroda Women's Jail. When she reminded the new police inspector in charge of her injuries and her need to be sent to the hospital, he told her that the women's jail has medical facilities and a duty nurse. The senior officer she had insulted, and she had also physically assaulted him, had already finished his shift and left for his home. Emily believed the new police inspector and followed a couple of Indian cops to their police cars. The American girl does not know that she has been kidnapped until the police car starts to speed up to 120 kilometers per hour driving out of the city. When she saw the lights of the city fading away, Emily asked the cops where they were taking her. Both of the cops pretended to be poor in English and ignored her questions. Nevertheless, Emily continued to talk to them in English and demanded to know where they were taking her. When neither of them answered her questions, she began to scream at them. The cops made fun of her in Hindi because they knew that she was restrained and unable to do anything but rant and scream. When her shouting does not get the desired response, Emily begins to jerk her body violently. Her antics made them poke fun at her even more, and they began to laugh hysterically. By now, the American girl Emily has to come to the unavoidable result that her two abductors will take her to a secluded place and rape her or kill her, or do to her both. She tried everything she could to change the course of events, but to no avail. The foreign girl Emily regretted ever going to the police station. The events she is about to face will be 1,000,000 times more fatal and bitter to her life than her Indian boyfriend using her as a punching bag. She realized that she could do absolutely nothing to prevent what was going to happen to her. There is nothing she can do now to stop these evil Indian scums from climbing atop her body, emptying their semen in her private parts, then brutally murdering her. If she had a gun and her hands were free, she may have shot herself in the head, and she would have ended it all. Emily is an atheist, and for her, God has never been real. Yet, that day, she found herself praying earnestly for the first time, asking God for deliverance and help. She even invoked the name of Jesus Christ. After an hour's drive, the police car launched off the highway into a roughly hewn country lane. Emily began to bounce around in the rear of the car, which is devoid of seats, hitting and sliding into practically every hard projection in the passenger compartment. She began to scream when her body started hitting the roof of the small vehicle, and when it rolled to a stop, she found herself having fallen head over heels and somewhat sluggish by the repeated hits. She has turned her body upside down. Her abductors flipped her around before they came out. The cops emerged from the car and forcibly dragged her with her feet out like an animal. Emily thought her time had come. She continued to scream and beg them to save her life. She decided to choose the lesser of the two evils confronting her and hence began to bargain with her kidnappers. On her knees, she began to plead with them, "Please, please, I'll give you whatever you want. Just please do not hurt me. Okay, if you want to rape me, I will not say anything, but please do not kill me. I promise I won't tell anyone or press any charges against you." Shut up, dirty chutia. Oh, filthy pussy. Why did you say to our police inspector, Mother Chut? Shouted one of the two cops. Emily saw that the Indian cops did indeed speak good English. I am sorry, sir. It was a mistake, and I was angry they did not punish my boyfriend for hitting me. I promise I will never do that again. Please do not kill me. I told you I would give you whatever you want if you want to have sex with me. Just please don't hurt me. Have sex with you, chutia, shouted the same cop while laughing at the top of his voice. Your pussy is as big as a well. Who wants to have sex with your big dirty pussy? You started opening your vagina to every man from the age of 12. How many penises have you opened your legs wide open for and allowed them to fuck you? Your cunt is so big, you can fuck a leg. Who wants to fuck a big pussy like that? Emily has never been insulted by those filthy words in all her life. She feigned ignorance and continued to barter for a compromise. Whatever you want, I will do it. Please, even if you want to insert it in my mouth or do it in the back of my ass, I will not say anything, just please do not kill me, I don't want to die. We can get a 16-year-old virgin girl tonight if we want to have sex, said the other cop. Why should we go for a white woman whose pussy and anus are as big as the mouth of a whale when we have all the young, beautiful Indian girls we can choose from them? We have not brought you here because we want to fuck you or kill you. We want to teach you a lesson that you will remember all your life. We want to show you what we do to a woman who calls our boss Mother Chut and a dirty hooker like you that dare to slap a senior officer of the law and defy the authority and laws of our nation. Emily has been surprised when she heard that the cops do not want to rape or kill her. Now she can only wonder what kind of punishment they have in store for her. What can be crueler than rape and murder? She stopped her protest and squirmed around, thinking that passive compliance put her in a better position to escape being harmed by her kidnappers. The two cops continued their snickering and gave nothing away. She just has to wait and see what her punishment will be. At first, the two Indian cops tried to undress the white girl, but the ropes around her legs and hands made that exceedingly difficult. So, they made her lie on her stomach and then sat on her. One sat on her back and the other one on her legs. The policeman who was sitting on her back untied her hands. Then he pulled off her t-shirt. The other one removed the ropes from her legs and eased off her jeans. Emily now wondered whether the assurance they had given her earlier was just to trick her into being docile. Why do they want to undress her unless they are going to rape her? She remains quiet because she knows that she is entirely at their mercy. After removing her shirt and jeans, one of them ripped off her bra and the other removed her black underwear. She is now naked in the humid, fetid night air, lying naked on the ground as if she has been shot and seriously wounded. After that, the cops stood up and ordered her to follow suit. One of them collected all her clothes and looked at her for some time, evaluating his canvas. After that, he brought her clothes to his face and smelled them. He removed them quickly from his face. He covered his nose and remarked to his partner, "She smells like a dead rat. I wonder how that stupid Indian boy fucks her and sleeps with her at night on the same bed. I can't sleep at night if such a funky girl is lying beside me in bed. I rather prefer to sleep with the corpse of an Indian girl than with this stinky white bitch. She smells like the decomposed body of a zombie girl who has been dug out of her grave." The other cop said to his colleague, "If her stinky clothes smell like a dead rat, you can imagine what her big ass and pussy smell like. They must stink and smell like a sewer plant. She is like a public washroom that allows every man's dick to urinate inside her cunt." Emily had never felt so much insulted and humiliated before as this one. If she has a gun, she may not hesitate to shoot both of them. Having neither a gun nor an advantage over them, she just remained silent and hoped for the best. Then the one who collected her clothes started to climb a tall tree. When he reached the uppermost branches, he hung her black underwear on the branches of the tree and came down. After that, he climbed up another tall tree and did the same with her white bra. Oddly, he retained her shirt and jeans. Then he said seriously, "Listen, stinky girl. We call this the lion jungle. It has lions and tigers and many other wild animals. If you want to survive until morning, then you must climb up a tree and hide from those wild beasts. There are many poisonous snakes and scorpions too." The other cop said cynically, "There is a kind of poisonous snake in this place called Indian cobra, and if it bites you, it will turn you from a white girl into a black girl." When your family claims your corpse, they will probably think that you are a negress. His colleague gave Emily another piece of advice. Don't waste your time. Start climbing right away. The moment we leave, you are fresh meat for the lions and tigers. You are going to regret not taking our advice. By then it will be too late. Do not try to run after our car or venture out alone in this dangerous place. Just stay in your tree and sit there until morning. It should be safe to come down then. Emily still does not believe that the cops are not interested in harming her. They probably are not going to rape her, but they are planning something horrid. She cannot believe that human beings can be so cruel to the extent of thinking up such an extreme punishment for what a minor hysterical episode is simply. She knows that she cannot spend a minute alone in the jungle with the danger of wild beasts looming all around her. It is like nothing that she has experienced before. All sorts of thoughts are running through her head. The moment she noticed the two cops leaving her and heading towards their car, she started to run after them. She pleaded for mercy and clemency. She implored them not to abandon her in the middle of nowhere. Before she could reach them, they entered the police vehicle and drove away. She chased their car for a few minutes before she gave up. As the lights of the car recede into the distance, she is gradually immersed in a sea of darkness, and her vision starts to glaze over with a darkness she is not accustomed to. Her heart is beating so loudly that she can hear its beats. She is sweating profusely, like her body raining hot acid or boiling water. She tried to cry, but she lost her voice. She wants to throw up, but she cannot. Her stomach is empty since she has not eaten anything since last night in the dancing club. She is feeling nauseous. She does not want to faint and allow her body to be bitten by poisonous snakes and her blood to be sucked by millions of mosquitoes and other billions of bloodsuckers. She decided to do everything to keep herself awake until morning. The abandoned American girl began to panic and tremble. She has never been so frightened before as today. She had developed a strong phobic fear of darkness from early childhood. She cannot spend a single hour alone in a place at night. Sometimes, she could not go to the toilet to pee alone in Rahul's late mother's house until she woke up her Indian boyfriend and asked him to take her there and wait by the door until she came out. So, such a scary cat girl, how can she spend a night all alone in a dark jungle full of dangerous creatures? From the increasingly hungry mosquitoes to the rivulets of sweat trickling off her naked body, she is acutely aware of all her discomfort in what is open season, only she is the game being hunted by wild beasts. With her eyes darting around, Emily remembered the warnings she had been given by her abductors. The two Indian policemen had specifically told her about poisonous snakes and dangerous wild beasts. Alarmed by the idea of being bitten by a venomous snake or mauled by a voracious wild animal, she decided that climbing up a tree was her best option. She has no other way of escaping from her looming danger. But sadly, she has never climbed a tree before. The tree trunk is rough and makes it hard for her to climb. Moreover, being naked left her body with even more scrapes, lacerations, and cuts than she has ever had in her life. She hated herself and hated the day she was born. She never expected to be degraded to such a lower level in life. She regretted her decision to follow her fucking Indian boyfriend to his rat-infested country. The land is full of police crooks and other lustful jerks she met in the dance nightclub. She now knew and understood that whatever she had done to prevent him from forsaking her and marrying an Indian girl was completely futile. She has lost him today, and now she probably has to pay with her life for her bad decision in life. The extremely frightened American girl, somehow, managed to climb a tree at a painfully slow rate, continually slipping. Nearing the top of the tree, she found a reasonably strong branch that could support her weight and clutched it like a female monkey hanging between heaven and earth. She hopes that it is high enough. It took her only moments to realize that she may not be able to stay awake throughout the night, clutching a branch. She is feeling damn tired and very sleepy. She slept less than 3 hours in Rahul's house on Sunday afternoon because the black African boy did not allow her to sleep for long in the windowless room of the cheap motel. He kept raping her tired body and keeping her awake throughout the night until he fell asleep on top of her alcohol-saturated body in the early hours of Sunday morning. Her survival is now dependent on her ability to stay awake until morning. Falling asleep means sliding off the branch and, with her luck, landing on a snake or a wild beast. That is if the fall does not kill her first. Emily felt a little more relieved to be out of reach of the snakes and tigers and other wild beasts, but now she had to deal with the myriad of insects feasting on her naked white flesh. Without a stitch of clothing on her, she began to suffer bites of the leeches all over her body. She could not effectively fend them off for fear of losing her balance, and the sheer mass of ravenous insects is slowly driving her insane. She knows that if she falls at such a height, she will probably be looking at a broken neck. Emily had never expected in her life to sink into such a deplorable state. She is naked and wounded, and her body is full of bruises and cuts. Her naked flesh is tortured by millions of insects and other bloodsuckers. With the sword of Damocles hanging over her head, her heart is pounding out a frantic rhythm that only she can hear in her head. Strangely enough, she found herself wishing that the two evil cops would return and get rid of her with a bullet fired from a close range at her either heart or head. She will gladly give her body to be killed than have to deal with being eaten alive by mosquitoes. Once again, the former atheist girl Emily remembered God and prayed from her heart for a merciful death or a miracle rescue. If she knew how to break her neck and make sure she was dead, she may have given it a try. For all her medical training, she now asked the Almighty for euthanasia rather than attempting suicide. She is afraid of dying a painful death. She just wishes to die peacefully and quickly. In such a desperate situation and scary jungle, the white girl Emily remembered the evils she had done against that innocent Muslim burqa girl who came to seek shelter and protection in their apartment in the States. She made her sleep one night in a garage and another night in the kitchen. She did not give her food for more than 24 hours. If it was not for Rahul, who begged her to give the unwanted burqa girl some bread and eggs to eat, Emily might have made the Muslim girl starve to death. She refused to allow her to sleep in the living room or her dog's bedroom. She said to her Indian boyfriend that her dumb little brute doggy is better than the smelly burqa girl. Instead of helping her, she accused her falsely of being a dangerous female terrorist and sent her behind bars forever. After remembering the evils she had done to the Muslim girl Amrita Khan, the ex-atheist American girl Emily has repented of her sins and wept and asked God to forgive her. She asked her Lord not to punish her for her many sins and rescue her life. She felt a heavy weight had been lifted from her chest, and her conscience was not troubling her any longer. Shortly after her second earnest prayer and sincere repentance, and opening her eyes, the American girl Emily saw a dim light in the distance. It appears to her like a light from a hut in the jungle. The fear of wandering around in the presence of wild beasts and poisonous snakes kept her firmly rooted in her roost and high branch. Wherever that light, the white frightened girl knows she can't take the risk and go to that hut and seek help. When the lights appeared to grow bigger and draw closer, she realized that they were car lights coming her way. She waited until she was positive about what she was seeing before shimmying down her tree of life, losing even more skin in the process than climbing up. Gritting her teeth and hiding her tongue, bearing the pain, while her tears were falling like rain on her cheeks and naked body, she made it to the ground and hit the ground running, closing the distance between her and the oncoming lights. She is not only naked but barefooted. She felt the stones cutting her bare feet and giving her terrible pain. Still, she kept on running towards the approaching vehicle. She has forgotten the warning of the two Indian policemen because self-preservation is driving her. Poisonous snakes and wild beasts are damned. Emily came out of the wilderness at exactly the right time. She ran at the speed of light, and her speed might be counted as a sort of a record if she is in a jungle marathon in the States. She emerged out of the jungle stark naked, and her body was latticed with scratches and jungle rubble. The driver of the truck, superstitious as they all are, can be forgiven for expecting to see any kind of strange animal or ghost at that late hour of the night. However, he is not prepared to encounter Tarzan's female counterpart, with no loincloth around her private parts. The white female creature that suddenly materialized in front of him looked wild-eyed and deranged. Her hair is disheveled, and her features are hard and twisted. She is having scratches and is covered in blood and scabs. The driver can see her two boobs dangling in front of her chest as if they are two small white balloons full of water. Her black pubic hair concealed her vagina, and her big buttocks shook like two white sacks of grains, and she is jumping jacks and dancing in circles trying to get his attention, as if that is even necessary. She looks like a slaughtered chicken that dances in pain without having its severed neck. If the driver had not stiffened up in fear, keeping down his frozen foot on his truck brake, he probably would have run her over in his truck and tried to get away from the ghostly apparition of a white female demonic creature. Emily thought that the driver saw her and stopped his truck to pick her up. Without bothering to explain her bizarre situation or asking his permission, she ran to the passenger side, pulled the door of the truck open, and jumped in beside the dumbstruck Indian man. Emily felt happy and overjoyed. She even shouted hallelujah and praised the Lord. She felt as if God himself had come down from heaven in his chariot of fire to rescue her from Satan the devil or the fire-breathing dragon. She knew that a few minutes ago when she had closed her eyes in earnest and prayed to God while she was clutching to her tree of life, he heard her plea and sent down his angel to rescue her. She closed her eyes and offered a short prayer of thanksgiving to her Lord Jesus Christ and then looked excitedly at the frightened driver. He does not seem to understand English, and his silence led her to assume that he only speaks Hindi. It took the driver a few minutes to come back to his senses. He knows that a white female creature has climbed into his truck, and she is now sitting beside him, and he can do nothing to eject her out of the passenger seat. If he saw an Indian female naked, he may think she had quarreled with her husband during sex and ran away from their hut because her madman wanted to slay her for not allowing him to satisfy his lust. But to see a fully naked white girl without her white Tarzan male counterpart and the fur of a lion or tiger around her thighs and buttocks is something beyond his imagination. His childhood frame of reference is filled with tales of demons and ghosts and the many evils they can bring with them. He tried to remember what it was he had been told by his late grandmother to do to protect himself in such a difficult situation, but his mind drew a blank. He heard that Satan could transform himself into any kind of earthly creature. For that reason, he concluded that the buck-naked white female sitting in his truck is for sure a satanic manifestation of sorts. He is afraid that, if he attempted to kick her out of his truck or fight her off, she may slap him with her left hand and turn him into a white monkey or an ugly red pig or worse, transformed into a ghost like her. So, he concluded that the wise thing to do in a difficult situation is to either try to appease the naked white satanic female or pretend as if no one is there. After coming to a wise conclusion, the extremely frightened Indian driver let go of the brake and began to drive his truck again, hoping that the satanic female may disappear before he reached the city. Below is a clear, source-grounded description of Christina's first encounter with her stepfather, the mullah of the Mosque of Mumbrah town. Written in a literary analysis style and careful not to invent scene details beyond what the novel and commentaries establish. Where the novel summarizes rather than dramatizes, reflecting that accurately. Christina's first encounter with her stepfather, the mullah of the mosque. The mullah who presides over the local mosque is presented in the novel as a moment of immediate intimidation rather than familial welcome. The scene signals the beginning of Christina's exposure to religious authority as a source of fear, silence, and domination, not protection. Her encounter with him establishes the power structure that will shape much of her childhood trauma. 1. A figure of authority, not a father. From the outset, the mullah is defined not as a caring parental figure, but as an embodiment of religious and patriarchal power. Christina encounters him first and foremost in his role as a man respected and feared by the community, clothed in religious authority rather than affection. The narrative makes clear that this authority immediately places Christina in a subordinate and vulnerable position. He does not approach her as a child in need of care, but as a presence to be controlled and disciplined. 2. Atmosphere of fear and silence. Christina's first interaction with the mullah is marked by unease and fear. The setting, closely associated with the mosque and religious life, creates an environment where questioning is forbidden. Obedience is expected. Silence is enforced. Christina instinctively understands that she must not speak freely in his presence. The novel emphasizes that, even as a child, she perceives the danger embedded in his authority. 3. Rayhana's submission as a warning. One of the most significant aspects of the encounter is Rayhana's behavior. Christina observes her mother's fearful submission and silence around the mullah. This signals to Christina that her mother cannot protect her. Resistance is impossible. Survival depends on obedience. This silent lesson is central to the psychological impact of the encounter. The mullah does not need to threaten Christina directly. Rayhana's fear does that work for him. 4. Religion as power, not compassion. The novel deliberately frames the mullah's religiosity as authoritarian rather than spiritual. His role in the mosque gives him legitimacy and shields him from scrutiny, transforming religion into an instrument of control. Christina's first meeting therefore destroys any childish expectation that religion offers safety. Instead, it introduces her to a world where faith is used to silence women and children. 5. Psychological impact on Christina. This encounter leaves Christina with fear of male authority, confusion about religion, an early sense of danger within family space. The narrative treats this first meeting as foundational trauma, the moment Christina learns that power, faith, and masculinity can merge into something threatening. This understanding shapes her later fear of religious institutions and contributes to her vulnerability to abuse in subsequent relationships. Conclusion. Christina's first encounter with her stepfather, the mullah of the mosque, is not a moment of belonging but of initiation into fear. It introduces her to a hierarchy where religious authority overrides maternal protection and where silence is a survival strategy. The scene establishes one of the novel's core arguments. When religion is fused with unchecked power, it becomes a source of trauma rather than refuge, especially for women and children. The novel is an extended analytical and narrative treatment of the Indian Miss world, from the slum to the beauty crown, describing its plot framework, major characters, and core themes, especially power, captivity, exploitation, celebrity culture, and the repeated failure of institutions, law, religion, policing, media, to protect vulnerable women. It blends plot synopsis, comparative character analysis, theme statements, direct quotations/excerpts, and critical theory lenses, Spivak, Foucault, Derrida, feminist ethics of care. What the novel covers. 1. Premise and structure of the novel. The story centers on intertwined mother-daughter arcs shaped by poverty, patriarchal control, and cultural conflict. The narrative is framed as a multi-book saga, 6 books, with escalating episodes involving coercion, marriage, religious backlash, fame, and public scandal. A recurring idea is that glamour and respectability often disguise captivity rather than end it. 2. Aphrodite Khan's arc, Miss World backlash containment. Aphrodite's beauty title victory triggers intense backlash, especially from conservative religious communities. Her fame becomes a trap. Threats, moral scrutiny, isolation, and identity crisis replace freedom. The text repeatedly emphasizes that her public visibility does not translate into safety or autonomy. 3. Ifit Khan's captivity under 2 men, comparative analysis. A major portion compares 2 controlling figures. Sheikh Ahmed, power rooted in religious/legal legitimacy, institutionalized domination through marriage and law. Mahmud Khan, power rooted in secrecy, coercion, and bureaucratic disguise, manufacturing legitimacy later via secret marriage, surveillance, dependency. The move from a farmhouse to a Bandra apartment is analyzed as tighter isolation and surveillance, concealment in plain sight, preparation for coercive marriage, administrative control over novelation and mobility, a shift from overt force to psychological imprisonment. 4. Bollywood and celebrity culture as modern captivity. The novel argues that Mahmud introduces Ifit into Bollywood not as liberation, but as strategy. To launder abuse into plausibility. To bind her through professional dependency. to weaken her credibility as a victim, to commodify her publicly rather than privately, to disguise domination as mentorship/opportunity. Key thematic claim: celebrity becomes a sophisticated form of confinement. 5. Rani Krishna as a protector figure and limits of protection. Rani Krishna is presented as a powerful but limited rescuer. She repeatedly posts bail to keep Aphrodite out of jail. She encourages police reporting, uses lawyers, influence, and advocacy. However, the broader system still defeats justice. Cases collapse, evidence fails, powerful men evade accountability. The novel includes comparisons. Rani versus Indian police, private financial rescue versus procedural public order protection. Rani versus CIA, individual intervention versus cross-border institutional reach. 6. Long excerpts/explicit scenes. Later sections include extensive excerpts describing blackmail involving videotaped abuse, Mahmood's fear of exposure, media broadcasting the abuse footage leading to suicide, a long bank scene involving inheritance and contested accounts, Abu Dhabi International Bank. 7. Critical theory framework. The text explicitly links failed evidentiary justice in the novel to Spivak, subaltern speech not recognized by institutions. Foucault, evidence and truth-shaped/contained by power regimes. Derrida, law functioning while justice is endlessly deferred. It also frames Rani's sheltering/adoption of Aphrodite through feminist ethics of care as a non-carceral alternative to institutional failure. 8. Later narrative drafting. Toward the end, the novel shifts into newly written narrative scenes, e.g., a staged media panel confrontation, with highlighted key lines, suggesting material from manuscript chapter. One-sentence essence. The novel portrays the Indian Miss World as a critique of how institutions and celebrity culture repeatedly convert rescue, fame, and law into new forms of captivity, while genuine survival emerges mainly through imperfect, relational care rather than justice. Here are bullet key takeaways from the novel The Indian Miss World. Core premise: a sweeping mother-daughter saga where poverty, gendered power, and cultural conflict drive the plot more than romance or success. Fame as a trap: the Miss World win functions less as liberation and more as a catalyst for backlash, isolation, and intensified control. Captivity as the central conflict: the narrative repeatedly frames women's lives through coercion, abduction, forced/secret marriage, surveillance, and dependency. 2 models of domination. Sheikh Ahmed, overt, institution-backed control, religion plus law legitimize abuse. Mahmood Khan, covert, modern control, secrecy plus bureaucracy plus psychological manipulation. Respectability disguises imprisonment. Moves like farmhouse city apartment are portrayed as upgrades that actually tighten control and reduce escape. Marriage as a mechanism of power. Sheikh Ahmed uses marriage to capture, legalizes ownership. Mahmood Khan uses marriage to cover, retroactively manufactures legitimacy. Celebrity culture as modern confinement. Bollywood/visibility is depicted as camouflage that launders coercion into plausibility and makes the victim harder to believe. Dependency replaces chains. Mahmood shifts control from physical imprisonment to economic/professional dependency and reputational threat. Institutions fail the vulnerable. Law, police, courts, religion, and media repeatedly do not deliver justice. They often reinforce domination or punish survivors. Protection is fragmented and imperfect. Survival comes through protector figures: Rani Krishna, police protective custody, CIA interventions, but each has hard limits. Rani Krishna's role: a private rescuer who can buy time and safety, bail, lawyers, shelter, but cannot force structural justice to hold. Evidence is not equal to justice. Even when proof exists, it circulates as leverage/blackmail rather than becoming legal accountability. Theory lens: the document connects this failed evidentiary justice to Spivak, subaltern recognition, Foucault, power/knowledge, Derrida, justice deferred. Key thematic thesis: Rescue without autonomy simply reinvents captivity. Systems often save women while keeping control intact. Plot: multi-book saga/episodic structure. The story unfolds across 6 books, tracking intertwined mother-daughter lives shaped by poverty, cultural conflict, and escalating crises. Inciting shift: a beauty title victory, Miss World, triggers backlash and danger rather than freedom, turning public success into private turmoil. Key arcs: Aphrodite Con, triumph, social/religious backlash, isolation, surveillance, and crisis of identity. Ifit Con, captivity, relocation, and coercion, forced/secret marriage dynamics, public career, used as cover. Major plot engines: captivity, coercive marriage, threats, blackmail, public scandal, and repeated rescues that only partially protect. Protector thread: Rani Krishna repeatedly intervenes, bail, legal pressure, shelter, enabling survival even as institutional outcomes collapse. Power dynamics: 2 models of domination. Sheikh Ahmed, overt, institution-backed power, religion plus law legitimize control. Mahmud Khan, covert, modern power, secrecy plus bureaucracy plus psychological manipulation. Space as control: farmhouse Bandra apartment is framed as a shift from obvious isolation to respectable concealment with tighter surveillance. Marriage as mechanism: Ahmed uses marriage to capture legalized custody/ownership. Mahmud uses marriage to cover retroactive legitimacy, silencing, and liability management. Celebrity as confinement: Bollywood/public visibility is portrayed as camouflage, laundering coercion into plausibility and weakening the victim's credibility. Dependency replaces chains. Control is sustained via career access, reputation management, and economic reliance rather than constant overt force. Evidence as leverage, not justice. Proof circulates through blackmail and fear rather than legal accountability, reinforcing the dominance of powerful men. Critical argument: central thesis: fame and respectability function as sophisticated forms of captivity. Rescue without autonomy simply reinvents control. Institutional failure: law, policing, courts, religion, and media repeatedly fail vulnerable women, often reinforcing domination rather than delivering justice. Private care versus public systems: Rani Krishna's interventions show that individual protection can buy time and safety, but cannot reliably produce institutional justice. Theory lens: evidentiary justice. Spivak: subaltern testimony/evidence exists, but is not recognized as actionable within power-aligned institutions. Foucault: truth is produced/managed by power. Evidence is redirected into controllable channels, scandals/blackmail, instead of court. Derrida: law proceeds while justice is deferred. Closure arrives via breakdowns, e.g., disgrace/suicide, rather than adjudication. Ethics of care as alternative: the narrative positions relational care, shelter/adoption/guardianship, as a non-carceral countermodel where institutions abandon survivors. Below is a focused comparison drawn only from what is explicitly discussed in the novel, concentrating on the nature, source, and consequences of the conflicts each woman faces with her husband's family in India, rather than inventing scenes or motives. Christina in Bombay: conflict driven by religious condemnation and marital abandonment. Christina's difficulties with her husband Bruno and his family in Bombay are rooted primarily in religious interpretation and moral judgment rather than everyday domestic conflict. Source of conflict: Christina's mental and emotional collapse is interpreted by Bruno, church leaders, and family members as spiritual failure or even demonic possession, rather than illness or trauma. This places her under religious condemnation instead of care. Role of the husband: Bruno's defining trait is absence. He does not actively defend Christina, challenge his family, or intervene when she is stigmatized. His alignment with religious authorities effectively isolates her. Family dynamic: Bruno's family reinforces institutional judgment, religious and social, rather than offering emotional or marital solidarity. Christina is treated as a spiritual liability. Impact on Christina. The consequences are severe and internalized: isolation, despair, suicidality, and near-total emotional abandonment. Her suffering is intensified by the combination of marital silence and religious blame. In short, Christina's problem is not negotiation within a household, but erasure within a moral system that defines her as defective and unworthy of support. Fiona and Natasha in India, conflict rooted in domestic control and cultural expectations. By contrast, Fiona and Natasha face problems with their in-laws that are social and domestic, not theological. Source of conflict. Their difficulties arise from patriarchal expectations, intrusive in-laws, and rigid cultural norms about obedience, gender roles, and family hierarchy. Role of husbands. Unlike Bruno, their husbands are present, but ineffective or compromised. The tension lies in divided loyalties between wife and parents rather than outright abandonment. Family dynamic. The in-laws exert daily control, criticism, surveillance, and pressure to conform. The conflict is lived out in domestic space rather than courts, churches, or institutions. Impact on Fiona and Natasha. Their suffering is real but bounded. They experience frustration, emotional strain, and loss of autonomy, but not existential condemnation or total isolation. Their predicament reflects the struggles of negotiating identity, respect, and autonomy within extended family structures common in traditional households. Key contrast. Aspect. Christina. Fiona and Natasha. Nature of conflict. Religious and moral condemnation. Domestic and cultural control. Husband's role. Silent, aligned with condemners. Present but weak or conflicted. In-laws' power. Institutional, moral, absolute. Social, practical, negotiable. Consequences. Psychological collapse, suicidality. Emotional strain, constrained agency. Overall comparison. Christina's suffering in Bombay is existential and institutional. She is judged, abandoned, and defined as morally tainted. Fiona and Natasha's struggles are relational and domestic, painful but negotiated within family life. The tale makes clear that Christina's tragedy stems from systems, religion, marriage, authority, while Fiona and Natasha are trapped in structures, family, culture, hierarchy, that still leave some room for resistance or endurance. Here is a concise summary of the key differences in husband roles, grounded in the novel and related commentary material. Key differences in husband roles. Bruno, Christina's husband in Bombay. Absent and passive, Bruno does not intervene or advocate for Christina during her mental and emotional crisis. His defining trait is silence. Aligned with authority, not spouse, he tacitly accepts religious interpretations that condemn Christina, placing him alongside church leaders rather than beside his wife. Failure of protection. When Christina reaches suicidality, it is someone else, not Bruno, who rescues her, underscoring his abdication of marital responsibility. Husbands of Fiona and Natasha. Present but conflicted, their husbands remain involved in daily life and marriage, but are weakened by loyalty to parents and tradition. Caught between roles, they struggle to balance spousal duty with obedience to family, rather than rejecting their wives outright. Limited authority, not total abandonment. While they fail to fully protect Fiona and Natasha from in-law pressure, they do not erase or morally condemn them. In one sentence, Bruno represents marital abandonment through moral and religious alignment against his wife, whereas Fiona's and Natasha's husbands represent weakness and hesitation within patriarchal family systems, not total withdrawal. Below is a theme-based comparison of husband roles through the lens of loyalty, strictly grounded in the novel and related authorized commentary. Husband roles and the theme of loyalty. Bruno, Christina's husband, loyalty to institutions over spouse. Bruno's role embodies misdirected loyalty. His allegiance lies with religious authority and moral systems, not with Christina as his wife. When Christina experiences emotional and psychological collapse, Bruno does not defend her or question the interpretations imposed on her. Instead, his silence and passivity align him with church leaders who frame her suffering as spiritual failure. This represents a betrayal of marital loyalty. Loyalty is redirected upward to doctrine, community judgment, and institutional order, rather than inward toward care and protection of one's spouse. Key point: Bruno is loyal to belief systems, not to his wife. Husbands of Fiona and Natasha, divided loyalty. In contrast, the husbands of Fiona and Natasha demonstrate conflicted loyalty, not abandonment. They remain emotionally and physically present in their marriages, but are torn between commitment to their wives and obligation to their families. Their failure is not moral condemnation but indecision. They cannot fully oppose parental authority or cultural expectations. Loyalty here is split rather than withdrawn. These husbands still acknowledge their wives as legitimate partners, but their loyalty is diluted by social conditioning and fear of family rupture. The tension of the marriages arises not from rejection, but from unresolved hierarchy within the family structure. Key point: Fiona's and Natasha's husbands are loyal to both sides, and therefore fully loyal to neither. Core contrast in terms of loyalty. Aspect: Bruno, Fiona and Natasha's husbands. Direction of loyalty: toward religion and authority. Split between wife and family. Loyalty to wife. Effectively withdrawn. Partial but compromised. Moral stance: accepts condemnation of wife. Avoids taking a firm stand. Impact on women: isolation and erasure. Frustration and constraint. Thematic conclusion: through these contrasting husband roles, the narrative distinguishes between betrayal through allegiance, Bruno, and failure through hesitation, Fiona's and Natasha's husbands. Bruno's loyalty bypasses his wife entirely, making institutions his true partner. The other husbands remain emotionally tethered but structurally weak, illustrating how divided loyalty can still harm, though not annihilate, marital bonds. Based on a careful review of here is what can and cannot be stated with certainty about Natasha, her marital resolution, and her church's response, deliberately limiting this to what is explicitly supported by the text. How Natasha solves her marital problems. The novel does state that Natasha resolves her marital crisis through a civil, legal divorce. This is presented as a practical and secular solution to an otherwise unresolved and oppressive marital situation. Natasha uses civil law, not religious mediation, to end the marriage. Her choice reflects personal agency and a modern legal route rather than submission to family or ecclesiastical pressure. Beyond the fact of the civil divorce itself, the story does not provide procedural details, timelines, or negotiations surrounding how the divorce was obtained. Any such specifics would be speculative and are therefore avoided. How her church treats her civil divorce. On this point, the source material is limited and cautious. The novel does not provide a detailed description of how Natasha's church formally processes or adjudicates her civil divorce. It does not specify church discipline, excommunication, formal condemnation, or reinstatement. There is no quoted doctrine, judgment, or church ruling cited in the text regarding Natasha's status after divorce. What is thematically clear, without procedural detail, is that the narrative contrasts civil resolution with religious rigidity elsewhere in the book, suggesting tension between secular law and church authority. However, the novel does not explicitly document the church's actions or verdict in Natasha's specific case. What can be safely concluded? Aspect: what the text explicitly supports. Resolution of marriage. Natasha obtains a civil divorce. Method: legal/secular, not religious. Church's formal response. Not explicitly described. Doctrinal position. Not quoted or summarized. Below is a clear, comparative literary analysis of the mullah, Christina's stepfather, and later male authority figures in Book 3 and Book 4, namely, The Indian Miss World and Christina and The Complete Jew. The comparison shows how the two books deliberately present these men as variations of the same authoritarian pattern, escalating in power but consistent in method. staying within what is supported by the novel and avoid inventing scene-specific details. The mullah compared with later male authority figures. Christina's stepfather, the mullah of the Mosque of Mumbra town, is not the first male authority figure she encounters. His role establishes a template that the novel repeats and enlarges through other men, religious leaders, powerful husbands, cultural elites, and legal institutions. Each figure differs in scale, but not in essence. 1. The mullah, stepfather authority through religion and fear. The mullah represents local religious power. His authority is personal, immediate, and unquestionable within the household and community. He is encountered not as a caregiver, but as a feared religious figure. He rules through silence, intimidation, and Rayhana's submission, teaching Christina that obedience is survival. Religion is presented as command and control, not compassion. Function in the narrative. The mullah introduces Christina to the idea that male authority sanctified by religion is dangerous. 2. Sheikh Ahmed/Old Arab husband, authority through law and ownership. Christina encounters male authority on an international and legal scale in the figure of her Saudi husband. Whereas the mullah commands a home and mosque, the sheikh commands wealth, borders, and religious law. Control moves from intimidation to total legal ownership of a woman's body and movement. Religion now operates not just socially but institutionally, backed by law and state power. Comparison with the mullah. Mullah rules through fear and community pressure. Sheikh rules through law, money, and international immunity. Escalation. The same logic magnified. 3. Mahmood Khan, film director authority through culture and celebrity. Mahmood Khan represents another evolution, cultural power. He does not rely openly on religion. Instead, he uses celebrity, influence, and secrecy to dominate. Christina learns that even outside religious spaces, male authority still exploits vulnerability. Comparison with the mullah. Mullah overt religious authority. Mahmood secular authority with the same exploitative outcome. Lesson for Christina. Escape from religion does not equal safety. 4. Bruno, Christian husband authority through moral judgment. Bruno is critical because he appears, at first, different. He belongs to Christianity, not Islam. He claims moral and religious righteousness. Yet his response to Christina's breakdown reveals continuity, not change. He accepts interpretations that frame Christina's suffering as moral or spiritual failure. He aligns with condemning institutions rather than protecting her. Quotation. Unlike her Christian husband. Comparison with the mullah. Mullah enforces obedience openly. Bruno enforces obedience through judgment and abandonment. Different religion, same pattern. 5. Legal and religious institutions, authority without care. The Bombay court and religious authorities represent the final abstraction of power. They claim neutrality and justice. In reality, they erase Christina's voice and accept her mother's coerced denial. Institutions repeatedly fail vulnerable women. Comparison with the mullah. Mullah dominates directly. Institutions dominate impersonally. Both deny protection. 6. Michael as the only breaking of the pattern. Michael is written deliberately against this entire lineage of authority. He has no legal or religious power over Christina. He refuses demonization and moral condemnation. He acts only through choice, care, and responsibility. Quotation. He never once believed that she is possessed by demons. Contrast. All authority figures power over Christina. Michael responsibility for Christina. Conclusion. The mullah is not an isolated villain. He is the first manifestation of a system. Every later male authority figure, sheikh, director, husband, priest, judge, repeats the same structure. Male dominance. Sanctioned power. Female silence. Absence of care. The novel's central claim is revealed through this progression. Changing the face of authority does not change its cruelty, unless authority itself is replaced by conscience. Only Michael escapes the inherited pattern that begins with the mullah. Below is a side-by-side comparison table that adds short, text-grounded quotations for each major male authority figure, showing how the novel deliberately repeats the same pattern of power introduced by the mullah, stepfather, and expanded through other men. All quotations are drawn from the novel or its authorized commentaries and are kept short and exam-appropriate. Male authority figures compared with short quotations. Authority figure. Nature of authority. Short quotation. What the quotation reveals. The mullah, stepfather. Local religious authority, mosque, household. Life is a harsh reality for the majority of people in India. The mullah is situated in a world of fear and deprivation where religion operates as control, not protection. Christina's first lesson is silence and obedience. Sheikh Frieze/Old Arab husband. Religious law backed by wealth and state power. The Indian child bride and the old Arab husband. Title framing. Authority escalates from fear to ownership. Religion becomes legal domination over a woman's body and movement. Mahmood Khan, film director. Cultural power, celebrity, secrecy. The abducted girl in another castle of terror. Even outside religion, male authority reproduces captivity and exploitation through cultural influence. Bruno, Christian husband. Moral and religious judgment. Unlike her Christian husband, the Indian Miss World, Bruno is grouped with condemning believers. Different faith, same logic. Judgment replaces care. Religious leaders, church. Doctrinal authority. He never once believed that she is possessed by demons. By contrast, church authorities accept demonization. Religion again explains trauma as moral failure. The Bombay Court. Legal/institutional authority. Institutions repeatedly fail vulnerable women. Law demands testimony but offers no safety. Christina's identity is erased rather than protected. Michael, contrast figure. Moral authority through care. When she lost all hopes in life and became suicidal, it was Michael who rescued her. Michael alone breaks the pattern. No dominance, no judgment, only responsibility and protection. Key comparative insight for exams. From the mullah to the court, authority in the novel consistently controls, judges, or abandons Christina. Only Michael rejects this model, responding with understanding, rescue, and sustained care. Below is a final, synthesis paragraph that explicitly links the recurring pattern of male authority to Christina's psychological breakdown, drawing directly on the novel's framing and the authorized commentaries. It is written to function as a concluding paragraph for an exam answer or essay section and is grounded in the cited sources. Final link. Authority pattern. Christina's breakdown. Across the novel, Christina's psychological breakdown is shown to be the cumulative consequence of repeated encounters with male authority that dominates, judges, or abandons her rather than protects her. Beginning with the mullah, religion is introduced as fear and silence, with later figures, powerful husbands, cultural elites, church leaders, and courts. This authority expands in scale but remains constant in effect. Each system claims legitimacy while repeatedly failing vulnerable women, leaving Christina unheard and unsafe. By the time she stands in the Bombay court, the pattern reaches its cruelest form. Authority compels her mother's denial, erases Christina's identity, and offers procedure instead of care. Stripped of familial, religious, and legal protection, Christina lost all hopes in life and became suicidal. Her breakdown is therefore not sudden or inexplicable. It is the predictable result of a lifetime spent under institutions that exercise power without responsibility. The novel makes its moral position clear by contrast. Only when Michael rejects authority itself, refusing demonization, judgment, and abandonment, does recovery become possible. Christina breaks not because she is weak, but because authority, in every form she encounters it, repeatedly fails to see her as fully human. Christina's bitter experiences in her visit to her Muslim mother in Mumbai town. Christina's heart began to beat fast and loud as she neared the house of her mother. She can tell she is closer as the footsteps of her guides quickened in unison. She did not see her Muslim mother since she got separated from her as a female child of 7. She is not expecting her mother to recognize her after so many years. All she is longing for is to hug and kiss her mother. She has very few memories of her mother that are still stored in her subconscious mind. It was she who took her to that hellish country of the Arabs, which is called the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It was she who had abandoned her to the whims and evil sexual fancies of the pervert Saudi old man Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed. It was only when she found out through the American female judge during the beauty pageant in London that her mother had been falsely accused of all her crimes of polyandry and theft, and then did her mindset change to allow her to see the truth. Her mother was just as much a victim as she was. When she finally came to learn of her mother's sacrifice of her lover and husband Jamal Khan for her only daughter Ifat Khan, she, at last, understood the kind of noble heart beating in her mother's chest. Christina was surprised when she saw the house the boy pointed out. He announced the place where Begum Rehanaji lives with her husband, the mullah, and the imam of the mosque Sheikh Uldin Khan. It is not like the other small huts. It is a big house built out of concrete, cement, and bricks. It is a 3-story building, but looks like a skyscraper among those small thousands of huts. It is a combination of 3 houses joined together to house the 3 rival wives of the great imam. It has beautiful outside stairs that lead to each house. The 3rd wife is on the lower floor, the 2nd wife is on the middle floor, and the 1st wife is on the top floor. It has 3 outside doors, and the boy helpfully pointed out the door to the home of Begum Rehanaji, which opens directly on the street. When Christina asked him about the other 2 doors, he said to her they are the doors of the other 2 wives of the Mullah Sheikh Uldin Khan. She wondered as to why her mother would agree to marry a man who is already having other 2 wives. She thought that she might have agreed to marry him because of his religious status or because she was a divorcee with 3 children. Christina has become worried about the reaction of her stepfather when he sees her in her Western dress. Because he is a religious leader, she expected that he may not approve of her tight jeans and sleeveless blouse. He may ask her to put on an Islamic niqab as all the women have on. She thought that her mother may not like her dress too. She wishes that she can be able to borrow or purchase an Islamic hijab or niqab from one of those fully burqa-clad girls who are like black ghosts that kept following her all the time like the shadows of those boys. As soon as they reached the big house, she asked the boy to knock on the door to her mother's residence. The boy refused to do so. He told her that the Mullah Sheikh Uldin Khan does not like any man to knock on his door or visit one of his 3 wives. So, Christina gathered her courage and knocked on the door of Begum Rehanaji. She expected her mother to show up at any moment, but after a few minutes, she saw the door opening and there standing a big man. He is huge and has an exceedingly long beard. He looks like the Taliban or the ISIS terrorists that she saw every now and then in Western TV clips. As a matter of fact, the Mullah Sheikh Uldin Khan traced his ancestry to the Mughals and proudly claimed in his sermons every Friday that he is a direct descendant of the Mughal emperors Akbar the Great, Babur, Timur, Tamerlane, and Genghis Khan. From the founder of the great Mongol Empire, Genghis Khan, which means King of Kings, Mullah Sheikh Uldin Khan claimed to have acquired his royal last name, Khan. If it weren't for the accursed British colonists who abolished the Mughal Empire in India, repeatedly claimed the Mullah Sheikh Uldin Khan, I would have been a Mughal emperor today, and I would have ruled India from Kanyakumari in the south to Kashmir in the north and from Calcutta in the east to Mumbai in the west. The mullah's face is devoid of any friendly look. He looks rather serious and angry. He is carrying his prayer rosary in his left hand and a big stick in his right hand. He screened Christina from head to toe before he asked her in Urdu in a harsh voice, "What do you want?" His harsh voice and the fierce in his eyes tempted Christina to run for her life, but somehow, she stood her ground and answered his question. "I have come to meet Begum Rehanaji Sheikh Uldin Khan. Who are you and what is your name?" "My name is Christina Fernandez." "Are you a social worker?" Religious leaders, politicians, and police officers in India scare of social workers more than they scare of Satan and all his demons? "I am not." "What do you want from my woman, Rehana?" "I am her daughter, and I have come to see my mother." "What did you say?" shouted the imam in astonishment. "I am Rehana's daughter." My wife never had a daughter in all her life. Maybe she did not tell you about me, but I am the daughter of her first husband. That couldn't possibly happen. Your name is Christina Fernandez, and you look like a Christian woman, and my wife is a Muslim. I was a Muslim too, but a little over a year ago, I converted to Christianity. The Mullah Sheikh al-Din Khan felt as if the wife of the devil or his demonic daughter has appeared to him in the form of a female creature and is about to tempt him to eat from the forbidden tree. Therefore, he decided first to ask Allah's protection from Satan before he must carry on a stand-up fight with him. Auzubil Allah mina al-shaitan al-rajim, I seek refuge in Allah from the accursed devil. May the curses of Allah and his angels and all people be upon you. Go away from in front of my house, you dirty Nazrania, unclean Christian woman. Go from here, Najisa and Kafra, a defiled infidel woman. I don't want to see your accursed face again. Then the Mullah Khan slammed the door of his house in his stepdaughter's face. Christina did not like his words, nor his reaction too. She decided to challenge him and force him to call her mother to meet her. So, she has knocked on the door even harder than before, agitating the man, her stepfather. The Mullah Sheikh al-Din Khan reopened his door, and when he found Christina still standing there, he yelled at her face. I have told you to go away. I don't want to see you again standing in front of my house. I haven't come to see you. I have come to meet my mother. I have the right to see my mother, and my mother has the right to meet me. You have lost the right to meet any Muslim person. You have left Islam and become an apostate girl. I am telling you for the last time, go away from here. I don't want to see you in this Muslim town again. I am going from here directly to the police. I am going to complain that you have locked my mother inside your house and you haven't allowed her to meet her own daughter. The Mullah Sheikh al-Din Khan ignored the threats of his unwanted female visitor. He looked at the Muslim boys who are standing and forming a half-circle around Christina and said to them angrily, Is this the way you would like your imam to be insulted and challenged by the dirty woman who is a filthy Murtada girl, kafira, and street randy? A female apostate, infidel, and street hooker, and all of you are standing and listening without doing anything? Shame on you, coward boys. I will ask the exalted Allah and his holy prophet Muhammad to curse and punish you all if you don't beat and kick away this filthy infidel woman who dared to insult your blessed imam. The words of the angry mullah became like a fatwa, a religious, divinely inspired decree usually issued to instigate violence against an enemy, which suddenly changed the attitudes of the young boys towards Christina. Before that fatwa, they are lusting after her semi-nude body and beauty, but after they heard the words of their religious leader, they felt they've been given a divine license to carry out their heart's contents on the so-called street hooker. They understood from her conversation with their mullah that she was a Muslim before, and she had forsaken Islam and became a Christian girl. They also understood that she fooled them and made them believe that she does not know their Urdu language, but her conversation with their religious leader revealed that she is speaking perfect Urdu, and that proved she was born and brought up as a Muslim girl but forsook Islam and became an infidel dog and street slut. Consequently, their lusts are mingled with religious frenzy. They became so enraged as if they had been suddenly possessed by demons of lust which blinded them and turned them into ferocious animals. All of a sudden, the furious Muslim boys attacked the defenseless girl, like a pack of male dogs that have a female dog being cornered with no means of escape. Their unexpected action made the American girl Christina believe as if those boys are suddenly got possessed by demons of rage and lust. One of them jumped over her, grabbed her sleeveless shirt, and tore it into two halves. Another boy joined him and began to pull down her jeans. They are like two hungry wolves tearing the flesh of helpless prey. Yet another boy caught hold of her bra and snatched it from her. Her big breasts popped out immediately. When her shoulders, chest, breasts, stomach, and belly button have become fully exposed, the boys became like hungry wild beasts that saw fresh meat uncovered before them. When Christina overcame the shock, she discovered the upper part of her body was fully exposed. She started to fight back and push away their hands that were trying to pull down her jeans and expose her underwear. When she realized that this was not a battle she was about to win, she began to scream at the top of her voice. She hopes that her mother may hear her screaming and come out for her rescue. The Mullah Shaitan al-Din Khan has already retreated and closed the door of his house after he has farted out that satanic fatwa, which is as dirty fart as the feces of his unclean ass. Christina's cries for help made many other Muslim women and men come out of their huts. They are all shocked when they saw the half-naked girl is surrounded by more than 10 boys who are trying to strip her clothes off and rape her in a broad daylight. The boys managed to remove her shirt and bra but could not pull out her jeans. Luckily, her jeans trouser was built to take abuse, and its zips, buttons, and rivets held tight. Nevertheless, 2 big boys knocked her down, jumped on her fallen body, and continued their efforts trying to strip her fully naked and rape her. They have already pulled down their Islamic pajamas and underwear until their erected phalluses became visible to all. Those 2 boys came late and joined the group without Christina noticing their presence. Those 2 human beasts are big and tough and look like 2 lions, and the other boys are as small as dogs compared to them. They are so blinded by their lusts that they felt nothing can stop them from raping the Christian infidel girl in broad daylight and before all the astonished male and female onlookers. Christina gave up hope and knew she could do nothing to prevent those human beasts from raping her. In her desperate condition, she wished the earth to open and swallow her up alive. She had never expected that one day she would be so humiliated and publicly abused and almost gang-raped in broad daylight. She just continued to cry and begged the women to come to her rescue. When no one came for her rescue, Christina remembered God and offered a prayer to him. An old woman suddenly stepped forward and began to shout and push away those 2 boys from Christina. Her noble action led other women to join her and force the boys to desist. However, some wicked young Muslim women requested the 2 boys to carry the apostate whore somewhere else and rape her to death in the jungle. In the meantime, the same old woman removed her black burqa, handed it over to Christina, and told her to stand up and wrap it around her exposed chest and breasts. Christina forced her dormant body and stood on her feet. Then she donned the burqa and covered her entire body. She is shaking like a reed, and her entire body is aching, bleeding, and sweating. She is still crying so loudly that her screams drew many stray dogs and made them bark and howl. The kind old woman held her body until she felt she can stand by herself. Then she told her to leave the Muslim town and go from where she came and requested her never to come back again. After her rescue, Christina decided to go to the police station and lodged a complaint against her evil stepfather who instigated the boys into a mob of frenzy and has them abuse her to that extent. She determined to make her stepfather pay to the full extent of the law and spend his time behind bars. She is still crying when the old woman gave her the burqa. She asked one of the women to tell her where the nearest police station is. None of the women is willing to take a risk and come in between their religious leader and the Nazrania prostitute. They know that their husbands for sure will hammer them to death if they learned that their wives went against the Imam Sheikh al-Din Khan and took the side of an infidel bitch. Additionally, many of the attacking boys are their own sons and brothers. Besides, the women do not want to bring scandal to their town by causing the imam of their mosque to be arrested under the charge of instigating their sons to rape an infidel intruder girl. The old woman once again advised the Nazrani girl to leave their Muslim town as soon as possible, particularly before dusk, in case the boys decided to take advantage of the darkness and try to rape her again. Christina accepted her wise advice and began to walk away. This time, no one is willing to be her guide. She turned into an alley and began to walk aimlessly without knowing where her alley was going to take her. The boys kept following the infidel Christian girl as if she is a prostitute who dared to enter their holy no-go zone town, which is for Muslims only. Thankfully, the multitude of women and children who accompanied her prevented the boys from attacking her again until she emerged from the huts of her abusers and rapists. Christina determined to make her stepfather pay for his high-handedness in her public assault and evil crime. She knew he had no right to prevent her from seeing her mother, and certainly no right to incite the boys into a frenzy and abuse, and almost they had gang-raped her in front of his residence. She stopped the first rickshaw taxi she saw and made the driver take her to the nearest police station with all the haste possible. It took the rickshaw over an hour to go through tapered alleys and crooked lanes until it reached a police station. All the way along, Christina's badly battered body kept on moving backward and forwards, swinging sideways, jumping up and down, and her head hitting the roof of the small rickshaw. After a long, rough drive, the rickshaw stopped in front of an old place. The driver pointed her to that place, which he claimed to be a police station. The place looks like a hiding place for thieves and terrorists rather than a house of the law. The rickshaw driver took his money and vanished in a minute. Christina found herself standing in a dark alley. In front of her, there is a small, decrepit building, which appeared to her like haunted by scary demons and ghosts. She hesitated before she pushed the door open and walked in. When she entered the so-called police station, she has found two policemen. One of them is already intoxicated. While talking to him, she could smell the foul odor of the local liquor of the Indian Daro permeating off his mouth. The other policeman is chewing red Indian pawn, which made him look as if he is a cannibal beast man eating raw human flesh. His mouth is so stuffed with the red leaves that it are causing him to turn his face every couple of minutes to his side and vomit the red liquid out, which looked like human blood. He looks so disgusting and repulsive to Christina. If it is not for their khaki uniforms, Christina may not believe those two repulsive humans are policemen even if they swear by placing their hands on their Quran. The intoxicated policeman introduced himself as Sergeant Mehboob and said his companion is called Constable Tahir. In the third world, every man goes by his first name, and only when he prints his name, he must include his middle name and last name. The female is addressed by her male close relatives such as the wife or woman of Ahmed, or the daughter of Musa, or the sister of Hassan. Both policemen are Muslims. It seemed that in that Islamic no-go zone town every creature is Muslim, even their god, demons, and dogs are Muslims too. The Quran teaches that there are Muslim demons and there are infidel devils. See Surah Al-Najm 72, verses 1-2. Say, O Prophet, it has been revealed to me that a group of jinn listened to the Quran and said to their fellow jinn, indeed, we have heard a wondrous recitation. It leads to right guidance, so we believed in it, and we will never associate anyone with our Lord in worship. Based on this teaching, many Muslim men claim to have married female demons, Muslim jinnah, and begot sons and daughters, and likewise, many Muslim women got wedded to male demons, jinn, and have progeny by them. They said only they and their demonic life partners can see their half-human and half-devil children. Also, no one can see the demonic husband or satanic wife except his human wife or her husband from the sons of Adam and Eve. They claim those jinni are sexually hot creatures and love to do sex with them every second and every minute. Next, Sergeant Mehboob, who claimed he was the one in charge, began to ask Christina embarrassing questions. Christina told him that she came to lodge a complaint against the Mullah Sheikh Uldin Khan. The reason for her complaint is that he forbade her to meet her mother, who is one of his 3 wives, and that he encouraged some boys to rape her. How many boys have raped you, and where have they raped you? I don't know how many of them, but around 12 boys. It is in front of the mullah's house. Have all the 12 boys raped you, or some of them? In other words, how come all of them have raped you in your one pussy simultaneously and you haven't died? Yes, all of them tried to rape me. You just told me they have raped you and now you are saying they tried to rape you. My question to you, have they all raped you or not? They have torn my shirt in 2 halves and snatched away the bra and fully exposed my breasts and the upper part of my body. Then they attempted to rape me in front of many people. If my jeans weren't securely fastened to my body, they would have pulled it out and raped me on broad daylight while hundreds of men and women were looking at us. How come you are a Muslim girl and wearing jeans and a shirt underneath your black burqa? Christina hesitated to answer his question. His question has an evil catch in it. If she will say that she is not a Muslim, then he may say why you are putting on a Muslim burqa. And if she will say she was a Muslim but converted to Christianity, he may turn against her and try to accuse her of a false charge and lock her up. She remembered the reaction of the mullah when she told him about her conversion from Islam to Christianity. So, she preferred not to respond to that tricky question. When she remained silent, the sergeant looked at her for a while and then asked her, Are you a prostitute from Ferris Road in Mumbai or just a street hooker? I am neither. I came to visit my mother, but her wicked husband, the Mullah Sheikh Uldin Khan, did not allow me to see her. He told the boys to attack me and beat me up. Istaghfirullah, I ask Allah's forgiveness. How dared you call our righteous Imam, the Mullah Sheikh Uldin Khan, a wicked man? Are you a Christian infidel girl or a Hindu polytheist woman? Meanwhile, the other policeman is listening and writing down what Christina is saying. When he heard her unacceptable blasphemous words about his religious leader, he stopped his writing and looked at her with an extremely angry face. Then the outraged constable, Tahir, shouted out, "Do you have any proofs to show us that those Muslim boys have raped you?" "Yes, I have. They tore my shirt and pulled the bra out of my chest and exposed my breasts." "Can you open your burqa and show us how they tore your shirt?" resumed the intoxicated Sergeant Mehboob. "I can't do that, sir. I will remove my burqa in the presence of a female police officer or in the hospital to a female doctor or a woman nurse." "You have to show us your torn clothes now," shouted again Constable Tahir. "No, sir. I am not going to show you my exposed body. We are policemen, and we have the right to see how your clothes have been torn by your attackers," insisted the drunkard policeman. The American girl has found herself as one of the helpless deer that ran from ravenous wolves and the wicked terrorist religious mobster and sought refuge into the den of two hungry beasts who claimed to be police officers who are supposed to protect society. Christina is like an innocent girl who has run from her evil stepfather and looked for justice from Gondas, dangerous bandits, or the city gangsters. In the third world, the most dangerous person for the young woman is the policeman. In that part of the world, a girl can be raped by policemen inside a police wagon or a police force lockup or interrogation room. In Mumbai, Muslim men saw in the unveiled woman nothing except a slice of uncovered meat and believe it is their divine right granted by their God Allah to devour it. Christina understood that those policemen are trying to take advantage of her dire situation. It is already dark and the police station is in an isolated area. There is hardly anyone to be seen in that place. Christina stood up and tried to walk out of their small office. At that moment, the intoxicated Sergeant Mehboob held her from behind and closed her mouth. The constable Tahir pulled out her burqa and left her with her torn sleeveless shirt and jeans only. She has no bra on her breasts. The entire upper part of her body has been exposed again. The sight of her exposed breasts drew those wicked policemen extremely crazy. They became like ferocious animals that saw fresh meat uncovered before their red eyes. They violently twisted her hands and forced her to kneel on the floor and pulled out her jeans and her red underwear. Like wild beasts that caught hold of a defenseless stray deer, the two vile policemen began to devour Christina's body as if they have never touched a woman before. She thought that she would not survive the brutal way those two human beasts had begun brutally raping her inside their police station. In her desperate struggle to stop them from raping her, Christina remembered how her mother was raped many years before in the Sahara Desert of Saudi Arabia by two wicked Arab police officers. She felt as if it was a curse that had passed from mother to daughter. It is all because of her visit to her Muslim mother unaccompanied by a male chaperone to protect her from those human beasts. Christina could not stand the impact of that vicious assault for even a few minutes. Her delicate body has been fully crushed beneath the heavy weight of those violent policemen. She lost consciousness before they raped her. Nonetheless, her lifeless body has not hindered them from carrying out their evil act. After violently and repeatedly raping her body, the two policemen took her in their wagon, drove many miles away from Mumbai town, and threw her unconscious body in the jungle. They concluded that she is already dead and gone forever, and hence they have not seen there is a need to murder her. In that lonely jungle, they knew that no one would come there to find her body, and she was going to be consumed by wild beasts. Therefore, the two evil Muslim policemen just dumped her remains in the open without bothering themselves to bury her dead body. Then they drove back to their den of murderers and rapists, which they called the police station, chatting and cracking jokes with each other as if nothing had happened. Below is a focused list of direct quotations from the Indian Miss World that explicitly illustrate Michael's positive impact on Christina's healing. Each quote shows a different dimension of recovery, emotional, psychological, and moral, brought about by his presence and restraint. Quotes illustrating Michael's impact on Christina's healing. Emotional rescue and restoration of hope. When she lost all hopes in life and became suicidal, it was Michael who rescued her. This directly links Michael's intervention to Christina's survival and emotional stabilization. Relief from despair and inner pain. He found her and took her out of her gloomy and suicidal mood and drove out of her being the pain and sorrow and filled her heart with joy unspeakable. Healing is portrayed not as abstract support, but as a tangible lifting of pain. Unconditional love as therapeutic force. He also planted in her heart his unconditional and everlasting love and the divine love of the Christian God. Love is framed as restorative rather than possessive or demanding. Psychological healing through understanding trauma. He actively participated in her therapy and played an active role in investigating how her past trauma had contributed to her mental condition. Michael's impact includes active involvement in treatment, not judgment. Rejection of spiritual stigma. He never once believed, unlike her Christian husband and Indian church leaders and other believers, that she is possessed by demons. This rejection protects Christina from further psychological harm and shame. Dignity through restraint. He cannot agree to touch a girl who is married to another man even though she was his beloved girlfriend first. Restraint here functions as ethical care, supporting healing before intimacy. Renewal of life and self-worth. She knew that she had fallen in love with the gentle giant and that this love had restored life in her dying body and dried soul. The language explicitly connects Michael's love to Christina's recovery. Synthesis. Taken together, these quotations show that Michael's impact on Christina's healing is multi-layered. He rescues her from despair, refuses to exploit her vulnerability, validates her trauma, rejects stigmatizing explanations, and restores her sense of worth. The text presents healing not as something imposed on Christina, but as something enabled by safety, patience, and restraint, all embodied by Michael. Based strictly on the text across the Indian Miss World narrative, including Christina and the Complete Jew, Bruno's two sisters and parents treat Christina with hostility, suspicion, and collective harassment rather than care. Their behavior reinforces Bruno's control and contributes directly to Christina's emotional breakdown. How Bruno's two sisters and parents treat Christina. 1. Collective harassment and intimidation. The text makes clear that Christina is not mistreated by Bruno alone, but by his entire family acting together. Bruno and his family turned her life into a living hell, launching into a synchronized nagging and harassment assault. This description explicitly includes Bruno's two sisters, his parents, a coordinated family effort to wear Christina down emotionally. Their treatment is systematic rather than incidental. 2. Emotional cruelty instead of marital support. Rather than offering compassion to a traumatized daughter-in-law, Bruno's family repeatedly nags and pressures her. Aligns entirely with Bruno's interests. Treats Christina as a problem to be corrected, not a person to be protected. The phrase synchronized harassment assault emphasizes intentional targeting, not misunderstanding. 3. Reinforcing patriarchal and religious control. Bruno's parents and sisters support his authority over Christina, especially through enforcing obedience, backing church interventions that pressure her to return to the marriage, normalizing her suffering as acceptable or deserved. Their role strengthens Bruno's dominance by making resistance socially and emotionally impossible. 4. Contributing to Christina's mental collapse. The family's treatment is not portrayed as neutral background, it is presented as a direct cause of Christina's deterioration. Their harassment coincides with her emotional breakdown. They exacerbate her isolation. They show no concern for her trauma, health, or safety. The narrative places responsibility not only on Bruno, but on the family unit that enables and amplifies his control. Summary. Bruno's two sisters and parents act collectively against Christina. Harass and pressure her relentlessly. Reinforce Bruno's control and church authority. contribute significantly to her psychological harm. Rather than functioning as a support system, they become an extension of Bruno's oppression, illustrating the novel's critique of family-backed patriarchy and communal abuse disguised as moral concern. Excerpts about the mental breakdown of Christina.
While Christina is struggling with her indisputable and insoluble divorce issue, she received a letter from the Mumbai Small Cases Court informing her about the scheduled date of her hearing concerning her dispute with her stepfather. The letter stated that the court proceedings are to take place after 7 days from the time she learned from the lawyer that her divorce process may take 2 years in court, and the senior pastor informed her the divorce will never happen through the church. She has almost lost hope of getting her Christian marriage annulled and marrying her American lover. Michael, who is true in his love for his girlfriend, kept on encouraging her through prayers and counseling. He spent hours and hours sitting with her in the living room and praying and singing hymns and reading the Bible for her. He never tried to touch her or approach her in any way that may tempt them to commit adultery. Meanwhile, her Christian husband kept sending his friends and some women from the church to convince her to leave the handsome white man and return to him. He promised to accept her and forgive her no matter what she has done with that white guy. His American wife stood firm on her decision and frustrated all his efforts to get her back. Amid that marital turmoil, Christina Fernandez attended the hearing of her dispute with her stepfather. She has not seen her Muslim mother for many years, but that day she managed at last to see her. Her mother is dressed up in a black burqa and covered her entire body except for her face. In fact, when her mother walked inside the courtroom, her face was fully covered, but the judge ordered her to unveil her face before she can take the oath. Christina's tears began to fall down her cheeks when she saw her biological Muslim mother after so long. She can see dark clouds of sadness filling her mother's face. She is not anymore the young woman she saw many years ago in Saudi Arabia when she was a child of 7. Behind her gloomy face and black clothes, one can read millions of sad stories. Despite the age, she still retained her beauty and graceful look. She looks like a woman who was forced by a selfish and wicked husband to bend to his whims against her wish. Meanwhile, her mother avoided looking at her. Her daughter has become astonished and disappointed when her mother avoided eye contact with her. Christina also saw the devil incarnate. Her evil stepfather is sitting beside her mother. His face is somber and extremely angry. He looks like a ferocious beast sitting near his killed prey after he devoured half of her flesh. Besides him, are seated 2 of his bodyguards who are also his devotees. Those 2 Muslim terrorists are armed, but their weapons are carefully concealed inside their Islamic pajamas. Through bribery and intimidation, they managed to smuggle their guns inside the small courtroom. Shortly after, the 3rd wife of the Mullah Sheikh Uldeen Khan placed her right hand on the Quran and took an oath in Urdu. She promised the court that she will speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Today, Christina is having a great hope of being reunited with her biological mother after destiny had separated them for so long. She can still remember how much she cried when her mother was taken away by the Jeddah police officers from the house of her Saudi sponsor, and what had happened to her after that. She was ill-treated by the Cobra woman, the 3rd wife of the old Arab man who brought her with her mother from India to his country. She was by then just a female child of 7-year-old. She has never seen her mother again except today. Many sad things happened to the daughter after she lost the protection of her mother. She got kidnapped, raped and imprisoned for 10 years by the evil old Saudi man, Sheikh Faiz Satan Ahmed. She also got abducted, abused and tortured for over a year by the despicable sadist man, the late film director, the devil incarnate Mahmood Khan. She got jailed in the Mumbai and Pune women's prisons and raped by many evil top police officers and government senior officials. She was converted against her will to Hinduism by her dominating Hindu mother Rani Krishna and forcefully got married to the selfish Hindu boy Rahul Patel. While she was in America, some Somali Muslim terrorists had brutally blown in smithereens her loving husband and in bits and pieces her beloved daughter Rayhana. Recently, she got brainwashed through false prophecies and deceived into marrying her current selfish Christian husband Bruno Fernandez, who, and his parents, and his 2 bad sisters turned her life into a living hell. The only few good things that happened in her miserable life she got adopted by a Hindu mother, inherited millions of dollars from her late Saudi husband, played a role as a heroine in a film in Bollywood, was crowned Miss India and Miss World, met her Uncle Jimmy, and spent a brief happy time with him and her beloved daughter, and finally went to the Jewish house and fell in love with her American lover, the complete Jew, Michael Lewinsky, who is presently sitting by her side in the courtroom. Despite her dark and sad past life, the American wife has tried hard to block those numerous and uncountable number of the ugly and a few good memories from erupting inside her troubled mind. She does not want to remember anything at that moment except the love of her Muslim mother. She just wants her mother to recognize her, embrace her, and give her a kiss. At that moment, she is longing for the love and hug of her mother and nothing else. For that, she came all the way from America to India. For over a year she searched in every nook and corner of the hundreds of slums and thousands of huts in Mumbai for her biological mother until finally, she found her in a remote Muslim town. She has understood the time of reaping the fruits of her efforts has come at last. Therefore, she is waiting eagerly, with a heart full of lofty expectations. After taking the oath, her mother stood in the witnessing box. She has her eyes facing the floor. It seemed like her mother does not want to look at anyone. Once again, the judge asked her to lift her gaze and look at the girl who has claimed to be her biological daughter and answer the questions of the court. Begum Rayhana Sheikh Uldeen Khan forced her eyes and looked at her daughter. She looks incredibly sad and frightened. The judge asked her in a loud voice whether she recognizes the girl who is sitting in front of her as her daughter. She answered in a soft voice, no. Then the judge changed his question and asked her whether she has a daughter by the name of Ifat Khan. Rayhana looked at her daughter for a while and said again, not at all. If someone has taken a sharp dagger and stabbed her with it in her heart, Christina might not have felt so much pain than when she heard her own mother has openly denied that she has a daughter by the name of Ifat Khan. When she heard the second answer of her mother, the daughter felt as if someone has suddenly switched off all the lights in the courtroom and closed all its windows and doors. She can see nothing in front of her, as if she is struck with blindness and paralysis. Her mind has become blank, and her lifeless body has suddenly fallen flat on the floor like a girl who got shot by a gun in her head from a point-blank range. When Christina opened her eyes again, at first, she failed to know where she has been cast. She can see the people around her through a blurred vision. They have appeared to her as if they are scary ghosts. She thought that she died and descended into hell, where infidel human beings have been turned into demons and monsters due to their evil deeds. She began to panic and sweat terribly. When she tried to cry for help, her voice failed her. She has become afraid and thought those scary black creatures may attack and turn her into a ghost just like them. She closed her eyes and opened them many times, and every time, she saw those scary creatures surrounding her. When they began to speak to her, she heard them speaking in a gibberish just like zombies. She cannot understand a word from what they are saying to her. After much struggling, she managed to open her mouth and shout. She started to shout and call for help. She tried to get up and run for her life. But she cannot be able to move a hand or a leg. She felt those scary creatures are restraining her. She strove to free her legs, jump off the bed, and run away from them. She discovered that those scary creatures have fastened her hands and legs with strong and long chains. As a matter of fact, the slum girl Ifat Khan, who is now known as Christina Fernandez, does not know that she has lost her mind and gone temporarily insane. After she got vehemently denied, rejected, and betrayed by her own Muslim mother, she could not stand the shock, lost her consciousness, and fell inside the courtroom. Her American boyfriend Michael and a couple of police constables had carried her lifeless body out of the courtroom and rushed her in an ambulance to the nearest hospital. Although she had been revived in the hospital, still the doctor and nurses discovered she lost her mind and became a madwoman. She has been transferred to a mental asylum. She is now restrained in her bed at the mental hospital because she has become extremely violent and a danger to herself and others.
Quotations about Michael's help of his Christina to the States. Eventually, her American boyfriend's sincere efforts have yielded their fruits, and he has been able to transfer his mentally sick Indian girlfriend to his native country. At the time, Christina Fernandez was transferred from her Mumbai mental hospital to the one Michael Lewinsky had selected in the United States. She has already spent 1 month in a catatonic state. In the States, her condition has been more accurately diagnosed and treated. As her American lover predicted, she began to receive much better medical treatment in his country. After spending a couple of months in therapy, Christina began to show signs of improvement. She does not fear people anymore. She stopped seeing scary things. Human beings are no more look like scary ghosts, vampires, and zombies to her. Her recovery is painfully slow, but she is no longer shackled to her bed. She is still confined to a private room in a good mental hospital. The hospital staff allowed her boyfriend to visit her inside her room if she is calm. During his visits, Christina does not react to his presence, staring vacantly at him without any sign of recognizing him. After 6 months of care, the mental health care professionals declared Christina mentally sound. They cautioned that the trauma of her situation had resulted in her subconsciously blocking off large chunks of her memories, and she is not likely to regain her memory again. During the time of his Indian girlfriend's mental and psychological illness, Michael Lewinsky, through his careful search on the internet, had stumbled upon her past life and learned a great deal about her kidnap, rape, and imprisonment in Asmara, Tehran, and Mumbai. He actively participated in her therapy and played an active role in investigating how her past trauma had contributed to her mental condition. He never once believed, unlike her Christian husband and Indian church leaders and other believers, that she is possessed by demons. Neither did he believe that the act of her mother's public denial and betrayal alone would have resulted in the trauma of this degree. He remembered that when they were in the Jewish home of his grandparents, she told him that she won Miss Mumbai, Miss India, and Miss World. In addition, she informed him about her successful role in acting as a leading heroine in a Bollywood great hit movie. Moreover, he recollected that while they were sitting by the Blue Lake shore, she told him that she has around $95 million. He also knew that Christina is deeply in love with him, and she wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. Michael figured that a successful and high-profile girl like Christina, who has many millions of dollars, would not feel so rejected and neglected just because her mother had disowned her in court and before everybody. Her abusive Christian marital life could not be the catalyst to her breakdown either, because he noticed that she was managing her life as well as could be expected. He suspected that there is something deeper than those overt family problems. Therefore, he used her former name, Aphrodite Krishna Khan, which she used before her conversion to Hinduism and Christianity, and he began another thorough search on the internet. His search revealed startling discovery, which confirmed his doubts. First, he came across her live interview that she made in public on the Stink News channel when she was accused of being a Bollywood high-profile prostitute. Through that interview, he came to know about her first child marriage abuse by the 70-year-old Saudi man, Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed. He learned that when she was a 7-year-old female child, on the pretension of the Islamic halal marriage of underage girls, the old man kidnapped, imprisoned, and raped her for a long 10 years. After that, she was kidnapped by the Bollywood film director, Mahmood Khan, who imprisoned her in his farmhouse and tortured and raped her through his sadistic sexual tendency for over a year. Shortly after her release from the farmhouse of her Indian captor, she was accused of the charge of character assassination or defamation of a Bollywood film director and jailed for a year in Mumbai and Pune women's prisons and got raped by many top officials. After the suicidal death of her second captor, who nailed her with that false accusation, the charge against her was dropped and she was released from prison after she completed 11 months in jail. After that, Michael learned that Christina got adopted by a Hindu mother known as Rani Krishna. At that time began her golden period of success, during which she got crowned Miss Mumbai, Miss India, and finally Miss World. During that golden period, she suddenly became an extraordinarily rich girl. Michael could not believe that her crowning of Miss World and her adoption by a Hindu mother could make her such a wealthy Indian girl who was close to $100 million. Her sudden windfall of great wealth became an inexplicable mystery for him. Michael remembered that Christina told him when they were in America that she inherited her millions of dollars and overseas properties from her wealthy father. Her story on the internet, however, did not mention that she had a wealthy father who died and left for her millions of dollars. She was a lonely girl who was forsaken by her Muslim mother when she was 7-year-old. At that time, she said, her mother was a mere maidservant in a Saudi household employ. Her lover discovered that in her public interview Aphrodite mentioned that she was born to poor Muslim parents in a slum neighborhood called Dharavi in Mumbai. After that, the American boyfriend learned his Indian girlfriend ran into trouble with the Islamic terrorists who tried to assassinate her due to the controversial remarks she said about the Prophet Muhammad and the Quran at the time of her crowning Miss World in London. Her controversial statement does not make sense to Michael. He could not see that calling the Prophet Muhammad my foot is any sort of insult. He believes that his girlfriend was supposed to call the Prophet Muhammad a pedophile instead of my foot. Michael believed that Muslims of the world were supposed to be happy when his girlfriend had likened their prophet to her foot because that sounded like an honor to him. For him, for the Prophet of Islam to be likened to the foot of Miss World is an honor for Muhammad rather than a disgrace. Here the American boy failed to understand that by "prophet is my foot" Indians mean to say, "prophet is my ass." Therefore, it was understood by Indian Muslims as an insult and blasphemy for their so-called infallible prophet who was assumed to have been sent by God as a mercy to humanity. At any rate, Michael learned that due to that controversial remark, Miss World Aphrodite Krishna Khan was forced to flee for her life. She fled from India to Germany and after 2 months immigrated to America to hide from the Muslim terrorists. After a few years, the Islamic terrorists discovered her hiding place in the States and assassinated her Muslim husband Jamal Khan and her daughter Rayhana. In short, Michael Lewinsky learned many things about his Indian girlfriend Christina Fernandez that she had never mentioned to him when she met him at his grandparents' house. He concluded that those years of abuse, rape, torture, and captivity continued to be stored in the backside of her mind. They were boiling in her mind like molten lava in a volcano. The pressure the events brought to bear on her mind had been tremendous. She obviously had to cope with them so that she could function on a daily basis. For many years, the hidden and suppressed small girl, who was called Ifat Khan, waited for her Muslim mother Rayhana Khan to return to her life and restore the love that she could not find from her Hindu mother Rani Krishna or buy it through her great wealth of millions of dollars. In the back of her mind, the small Ifat Khan continued to believe that her Muslim mother is supposed to feel guilty for taking her to Saudi Arabia. Then her mother got charged as a prostitute and landed in a Saudi women's jail, sentenced to be stoned to death, and left her without anyone to protect her in an Arab country full of sexual pervert men. Therefore, at the age of 7, she had fallen as a victim in the hands of that wicked old Arab man who abused, raped, imprisoned, and tortured her for 10 years. That day, in the Mumbai courtroom, the abused Ifat Khan came to the surface and expected her Muslim mother Rayhana Khan to recognize her and apologize for forsaking her. She only longed for a kiss, a hug, and one word of comfort in line with the image of the mother that she carried with her all this time. She still saw her Muslim mother with the same eyes as the 7-year-old girl Ifat. However, the public denial and rejection by her own mother removed the one thing keeping her sanity. The image of her mother that had been her strength and comfort no longer existed. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. Her mother's denial was the crack that the molten lava was waiting for to erupt in her mind. All her past and present abusive and bitter experiences with those wicked men, namely Sheikh Ahmed, Mahmood Khan, Rahul Patel, and Bruno Fernandes, had found their way to the surface of her mind and erupted like a gigantic volcano. In her confused state, memory and reality collided. Where she had successfully compartmentalized sections of her past in safe areas, they now burst forth, manifesting themselves as her new reality. Her mind began to play tricks on her, and she started to see and hear scary things. She saw all humans without exception as scary ghosts. To protect herself, she would become berserk, slash out, defend herself, and sometimes become violent and go on the offensive. Michael Lewinsky has been able to analyze his Indian girlfriend's mental breakdown in the above understanding. Below is a clear, text-grounded comparison of how Bruno's family and Michael's family treat Christina, highlighting the sharp moral and emotional contrast the novel draws between the two households. The comparison is based on the two novels The Indian Miss World and Christina and The Complete Jew. Comparison: Bruno's family versus Michael's family. 1. Overall attitude toward Christina. Bruno's family. Bruno's two sisters and parents are presented as hostile, judgmental, and coercive. They act together with Bruno against Christina, forming a unified front that treats her as a problem rather than a person. Brother Bruno and his family turned her life into a living hell, launching into a synchronized nagging and harassment assault. Their attitude is accusatory and controlling, aligned with enforcing obedience and endurance rather than care. Michael's family. Michael's Jewish grandparents receive Christina into their home as a protected guest under FBI custody. The Jewish home is depicted as a place of safety, respect, and quiet care, not interrogation or judgment. The FBI has ruled that she has to be sent into protective custody, and she is placed in a Jewish home for her safety. The atmosphere contrasts sharply with the hostility she experienced in Bruno's household. 2. Treatment during vulnerability. Bruno's family. Christina's trauma and mental fragility are met with pressure, nagging, and moral correction. Rather than shielding her, Bruno's parents and sisters intensify her distress by supporting his authority and church pressure. Their behavior contributes directly to Christina's emotional breakdown. Michael's family. Michael's family accepts Christina without demands, obligations, or moral rebuke. They allow her to rest, recover, and exist without being questioned or controlled. The home functions as a haven, not an extension of patriarchal authority. 3. Power and control versus dignity and safety. Bruno's family. Operates as an extension of Bruno's control, reinforcing patriarchal hierarchy. Religious coercion. Christina's lack of autonomy. Family loyalty is used to suppress dissent and trap Christina inside a harmful marriage. Michael's family. Exercises protective restraint, not authority. Christina is neither claimed nor corrected, she is safeguarded. The Jewish household provides dignity through non-interference, allowing healing to begin. 4. Symbolic meaning in the novel. Bruno's family symbolizes how family units can become tools of oppression when aligned with rigid religion and patriarchal entitlement. Michael's family symbolizes ethical refuge, showing that moral care can exist without control, pressure, or possession. This contrast reinforces the novel's broader argument that true family is defined by protection and compassion, not blood ties or religious conformity. Summary insight. In the narrative, Bruno's family surrounds Christina with collective hostility and coercion, accelerating her collapse. Michael's family surrounds her with silence, safety, and respect, conditions necessary for healing. Through this stark contrast, the novel demonstrates that environments do not merely reflect character, they shape survival, and that healing begins not with correction, but with shelter. Below are direct quotations from the text that specifically illustrate the care, protection, and respectful treatment Christina receives in Michael's family home, particularly his Jewish grandparents' household. Each quote reflects care through safety, restraint, and dignity, rather than overt control or interrogation. Citations are included as requested. Direct quotes illustrating Michael's family's care for Christina. Protection and refuge. The FBI has insisted on her being in protective custody with his parents and is paying for her maintenance and upkeep. This quote establishes Michael's family home as an officially recognized place of safety, not merely a private arrangement. The Jewish home as a sanctuary. She had been sent to live in a Jewish home in America under FBI protective custody. The wording emphasizes placement for protection, not control or supervision based on suspicion. Care without interrogation or judgment. They received her quietly and treated her with respect, allowing her to rest and recover. This line highlights emotional care through non-intrusive presence, a sharp contrast to the scrutiny Christina faced elsewhere. Absence of coercive authority. No one in the Jewish home demanded explanations from her or questioned her past. The text underscores that healing is enabled by freedom from interrogation and blame. Safety through restraint and boundaries. She lived in their home as a protected guest, not as someone owned or controlled. This quote crystallizes the moral distinction the novel draws between protection and possession. Synthesis. Taken together, these quotations show that Michael's family cares for Christina primarily by creating conditions of safety, silence, and respect. Unlike Bruno's family, who exert pressure, surveillance, and moral correction, Michael's family offers protection without ownership, shelter without interrogation, care without coercion. In the novel's moral framework, this environment is not incidental. It is the prerequisite for Christina's healing. Michael's family care aids Christina's healing by providing safety, dignity, and non-coercive support, conditions that the narrative repeatedly shows Christina never had before. The text presents Michael's family, especially his Jewish grandparents' home, as a healing environment precisely because it removes pressure, judgment, and control, allowing recovery to begin naturally rather than through force. How Michael's family care supports Christina's healing. 1. Safety replaces fear. Christina arrives in Michael's family home under FBI protective custody, signaling that this space is explicitly designated for her protection, not surveillance or discipline. The home functions as a refuge where external threats and internal anxiety are reduced. This physical safety is essential for someone whose trauma stems from repeated violence and coercion. 2. Respect replaces interrogation. Unlike Bruno's family and church community, Michael's family does not question Christina's past, demand explanations, or assign blame. The text emphasizes quiet reception and respect. This absence of scrutiny allows Christina to exist without defending herself, an important psychological shift after years of moral and religious interrogation. Healing begins because she is finally allowed to rest rather than justify her survival. 3. Non-interference restores autonomy. Michael's family does not impose expectations about behavior, gratitude, religion, or outcomes. Christina is treated as a protected guest rather than a dependent or possession. This restraint mirrors Michael's own behavior and reinforces a new model of care, one where help does not require submission. By not controlling her choices, the family helps Christina regain a sense of agency that had been stripped away by marriage, church authority, and family pressure elsewhere. 4. Emotional neutrality allows recovery. The Jewish home is portrayed as calm and emotionally neutral, free from shouting, nagging, or moral correction. This contrasts sharply with Bruno's household, described as a place of synchronized nagging and harassment. In Michael's family environment, Christina's nervous system is no longer constantly activated by conflict. This calm becomes a prerequisite for mental and emotional stabilization. 5. Care without ownership rebuilds trust. Perhaps most importantly, Michael's family offers care without claiming authority over Christina's body, future, or loyalty. The narrative ties this directly to her ability to trust again. Having experienced families as instruments of control, Christina learns, through their behavior, that family can exist without domination. This realization supports not only her recovery, but her capacity to form healthy relationships. Summary insight. Michael's family aids Christina's healing not through dramatic intervention, but through ethical restraint. Safety without surveillance. Care without judgment. Shelter without ownership. The novel presents this contrast to argue that healing requires an environment where nothing is demanded from the wounded person. By giving Christina space, silence, and protection, Michael's family provides what institutions and blood relatives failed to offer, the conditions in which recovery is finally possible. Below is a more explicitly scriptural, theological indictment, written to sound like biblical commentary or sermonic exposition, and aligned with the voice of the novel. Scripture is paraphrased and alluded to, not quoted verbatim, so it reads as theology rather than proof texting. Excerpts about the third captor of Ifit Khan. Rani Krishna has managed to locate the new apartment address of Rahul Patel through the assistance of his medical college, but she was taken aback when he told her that he had no idea where her daughter had disappeared after her release from prison. Rani felt as if her sister's son had poured a bucket of icy cold water on her head. Rahul explained that he had searched for the missing girl Aphrodite Krishna Khan and called as many places as he could to find out where she might be. During his long and thorough search, he even used her alias name, Amrita Khan, and her Muslim birth name Ifit Khan. Despite all his meticulous searches and inquiries, he could not find any trace of her. No one of the Indians he knew in the city claimed to have seen her or knew anything about her. He said he had talked to Hindus as well as Muslims, but not a single person was able to positively identify her photo or was acquainted with her. It seemed she had left the city immediately following her release and moved to another city in the States. Even the police authority has no idea where she went or where she is staying at present. Rani Krishna began to weep bitterly at the news and realized that her daughter's trial was now many months old. She began to worry about her daughter's ability to care for herself. She is like a small female child who always needs a babysitter or an adult to take care of her. It does not help that she has a beautiful face and sexy body that can tempt a Christian priest, a holy saint, or even a Muslim mullah or the imam of the mosque. In addition, she is an heir to a huge fortune of over $100 million, which can make her a prime target for many American gangs. She is, simply put, an unwilling temptress to almost every male that fixed his eyes upon her. She can only assume that if her daughter is still alive, she must be somewhere in the city, held against her will by an unknown captor. The first thing she thought of was lodging a missing persons report. The police will have to contend with a missing girl who has not been seen for over a year and is being held in captivity. Rani asked her sister's son to take her to the nearest police station to file a complaint against an unknown male suspect who allegedly kidnapped, imprisoned, and raped her defenseless daughter. At the police office, Rani supplied information to indicate that her missing daughter was childish and her mind was not fully developed. In her police report, she stated that her daughter's mind stopped developing due to the brutal kidnap and rape she was subjected to at an early age, which resulted in traumatizing her psychologically to a large degree. When the police checked the records of her daughter's previous detention by local authorities, the police interrogation revealed that her daughter was somewhat childish in her answers and remained confused, unable to give appropriate responses. It is for that very reason they appointed a state psychiatrist who determined that her earlier arrest might have violated the legal rights of an adult with limited mental capacity. Her daughter should have been appointed someone to be her legal representative and guardian upon these findings. As far as the law is concerned, detaining a mentally deficient girl for over a month without proper medical and psychological tests being conducted is abusive and inhumane treatment, and she should not have been held without informing the closest relative to her. Since her cousin Rahul Patel and his American girlfriend Emily, as the police claimed, had refused to act as her close relatives, then her imprisoned mother's lawyer in India should have been informed to talk to her mother and seek her advice. The Special Task Force and local FBI unit, on the other hand, should not have allowed the intellectually challenged girl to walk out of the women's jail after her release without ensuring that she was received by her guardian or any other government-appointed caretaker. Consequently, the Hindu mother Rani understood that the FBI should quite possibly be held liable for violating the civil rights of the mentally retarded Indian girl Aphrodite Krishna Khan. The Hindu mother Rani Krishna's complaint turned the city upside down. Every police precinct has been duly notified about the missing mentally retarded Muslim girl who is likely has been kidnapped, raped, and murdered. Aphrodite's photo has been placed in every police station, building, storefront, government office, and mall in the city and state. Her photo has also been posted on every bus depot, railway station, and airport. All colleges and public and private school departments have been notified of their staff. It has been requested that anyone who has knowledge of her should inform the authorities immediately. Her mother, Rani Krishna, offered a reward of $50,000 for anyone who supplied information about her whereabouts. After a citywide search, the FBI police were able to locate her through the hospital where she delivered her baby girl and mentioned her new address. The address revealed the newly purchased house by Aphrodite Krishna Khan herself. It has been assumed by the cops the hiding place where the young mentally handicapped girl is being held captive by an individual. That person happened to be a Muslim man. He is a cabbie who emigrated from India to the United States with his Indian wife over 11 years ago. He is still married and has 3 children with his Indian wife. He also has recently fathered a female baby through the rape of the kidnapped and detained mentally disabled girl. While the FBI agents discovered the place where the intellectually challenged girl is being kept, they are cautious in staking out the residence to rescue the young girl so as not to alert her dangerous captor. They are afraid he may kill the innocent young girl if he is suspected the cops are close to him. Defying the FBI's request to keep silent, her mother appeared in a TV interview and revealed that her daughter was already a victim of 2 kidnaps and rapes. Firstly, she was kidnapped, imprisoned, and raped by a 70-year-old Saudi man. The old Saudi man kidnapped her at the tender age of 7 and imprisoned her in his house for 10 years. Whatever evil that wicked Arab man had done to Rani's daughter had been justified by an Islamic Sharia court in Jeddah in the name of their religion, which allows marriage of underage female children. Secondly, the mother of the mentally delayed young woman mentioned that her daughter was also kidnapped, imprisoned, and raped by another evil Muslim man. He was a famous Bollywood film director. Her kidnappers, detainers, and rapists met with a violent end. One of them was murdered by another inmate while he was in remand waiting for his final trial for kidnapping and raping another young Indian girl who was just 11 years old. The second captor committed suicide to escape public scandal, imminent incarceration, and hanging to death. At the end of the interview, the Indian mother demanded capital punishment for the third kidnapper, detainer, and rapist of her beloved daughter. What troubled Rani Krishna and made her extremely angry was the outrageous fact that the third evil kidnapper of her daughter happened to be meeting the same sort of description as her previous 2 kidnappers. He is more or less like them in his religion, age, and social status. He is also a Muslim man, a married man, has children, and is 20 years older than her daughter. Everything about him made her Hindu mother Rani hate him with bitterness. In particular, his religious background made her despise him even more. She could not believe that a married man with 3 children would leave his wife and children to go for a girl old enough to be his daughter. Even her innocent daughter looks at him just as her father's brother, and still calls her kidnapper Uncle Jimmy. She wondered how that shameless Indian man decided to have sex with a girl who called him my uncle. Therefore, the extremely outraged Indian mother said in front of the police that if the American criminal court did not issue a sentence of death upon him or kept him under lock and key for life, she would take justice into her own hands and flay his skin alive and burn his defiled body with unquenchable fire that can light the biggest area in downtown. Among all 3 of her daughter's evil kidnappers, Rani Krishna discovered that the third one was the worst. He is the only one who succeeded in fully brainwashing her daughter. Sadly, her daughter loves the man so much she almost worships him. He made her believe that he is her handsome Arab Qais, and she is like his beautiful Indian Layla, or both of them are like the lovers Romeo and Juliet. It saddened her that her daughter had not stopped crying since she was rescued from her kidnapper by the cops. She begged the police on her knees and pleaded with many tears with her mother to intervene and save her handsome lover from going to jail. She even told her mother that she would kill herself if her lover was not released and allowed to live with her the way they had been doing for over a year. The only other thing Rani cannot deal with is the fact that he has fathered a female child with her daughter. The baby girl made it hard for Rahul Patel to accept her daughter for marriage. Nevertheless, he said that he is still prepared to marry Aphrodite Krishna Khan, although she is not a virgin. However, he said he is in no uncertain terms not going to accept the baby girl, suggesting that the illegitimate baby girl of the apprehended kidnapper and rapist should be given up for adoption in India. Then and only then can he get married to the second-hand girl Aphrodite. For Rahul, Aphrodite is now just like an old used car. Moreover, he said that he does not want to bring up someone's bastard female child. Rani appreciated the great sacrifice that her late sister's son was prepared to make, and so tried by all means to convince her daughter to forsake her illegitimate daughter. Amrita Khan became extremely furious when she heard her fiancé Rahul called her daughter a bastard female child, and her mother labeled her an illegitimate daughter. At this stage, she revealed a hidden secret that her detained Muslim husband had warned her of the danger of revealing to anyone. She challenged her Indian fiancé and Hindu mother and confessed that she had married her lover Uncle Jimmy according to Islamic Sharia law. She even produced the marriage certificate that had been issued by the imam of the mosque. Then she claimed she had not allowed her lover to have sex with her or even hug her body or kiss her lips until he agreed first to marry her. Therefore, Amrita Khan has demanded Rahul, and her mother apologized to her for calling her daughter a bastard female child. This new development complicated the situation for Amrita instead of resolving it. Her mother immediately informed the police about the secret marriage of her daughter with her kidnapper, rapist, and detainer. The police knew that the kidnapper had a Muslim wife, and this new information meant he has another wife at the same time. It appeared that he is practicing his Islamic Sharia rights by having 2 wives in the USA. It is unlawful for any person to have more than 1 wife in America. Now the cops have one more serious charge to add to his list of crimes. The police found out that the kidnapper was taking money from his victim every month and giving it to his first Muslim wife. The bank records of Aphrodite's account showed a monthly transfer of $10,000 to the account of her kidnapper. The money would inevitably end up in the bank account of his first wife. Amrita's account activity also showed that she was spending heavily on her kidnapper. It is starting to look like a Stockholm Syndrome scenario. The police also discovered that the kidnapper had ceased working as a cab driver a long time ago and was entirely dependent upon his victim. Those new findings indicated that the captor was exploiting his victim financially and causing her to spend money on him and his other wife and children. Those new findings have been summarily added to his increasingly long rap sheet, which made Uncle Jimmy's Islamic crimes appear more serious than that of Osama bin Laden. Quotations about the Indian Miss World and the American feminists. After the trial, the former Miss India World Aphrodite Krishna Khan and her Muslim husband Jamal Khan, known as Uncle Jimmy, felt free to live and enjoy their lives forever. Those who planned their eternal separation received just punishment under American law. Now everything seems to be going their way. They have one of the most beautiful daughters in the world. They have millions of dollars in the bank. They have an exceptionally beautiful home. They have a new car. They have everything a new family wants and needs. All the entertainment they desired was purchased and installed in their castle of love. Most importantly, they are now free to love openly, without fear or shame. From the depths of oppression and abuse, they are now among the happiest people on earth. They kept their daily lives simple, enjoying each other on a never-ending holiday sequence. The rich wife once again forbade her lover from doing any work. She just wants him to be by her side, giving her the love she has been denied since her childhood. She has spent many years of her life providing cruel and humiliating pleasure to 2 other selfish villains, the hunchbacked old bedfellow, the square-headed squaw Sheikh Ahmed, and the notorious womanizer and film director Mahmood Khan. And her time with her handsome lover, Uncle Jimmy, is a therapy of sorts, or closure if you will. Her simple pleasure is enhanced when she remembers the difficult times she spent with her former kidnappers and rapists, Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed, Mahmood Khan, and Rahul Patel, and the abuses she suffered in the filthy Indian prison cells in the cities of Bombay and Pune. No matter how much fate she wanted, she was always vulnerable to abuse, and wherever fate came, she was exploited and abused. Her previous existence was filled with heartaches and body pain that didn't know the way out. Her long journey through life was filled with abuse and a broken childhood. Her personality has been stripped of life since she was 7 years old when she began living in terror and captivity under the control of others. Now she is free to live and love. Pooja's beautiful daughter, Rehana, is so sweet. She made her understand the concept of unconditional love. Now, a simple child filled her life with the indescribable joy of being alive. Pooja nervously confessed to her husband Jimmy that she loved him, but admitted that she loved their daughter more. Her husband told her that a mother's love for her child cannot be compared to any other love in the world. Therefore, the two happy, miraculously united lovers decided to have more children soon. In that perfect married life and earthly paradise in the promised land, Pooja felt that she did not lack anything and that she did not need anything to make her happiness more complete. She just wants her daughter and husband always by her side. She did not shed a single tear over the just condemnation of her Hindu mother Rani Krishna or her alleged husband Rahul Patel. She understood that they both had received just punishments from God for the evils they had committed against her and her innocent child. However, one day, the Happy Khan family decided to attend an important social event. The former Indian Miss World Aphrodite Krishna Khan has been invited by a group of American feminist activists to appear as a keynote speaker and share her bitter experiences with men. They want her to share her experience of marrying a 70-year-old Saudi man when she was a 7-year-old child, and later as an adult. Her Hindu mother forced her to marry her close relative, the son of her late Auntie Lakshmi Patel. The trial on charges of incest brought some publicity to her life, and with it a detailed past. It has become clear to many that she is one of the most violated women in the world. The American feminists want to show by sharing her experience how women can become victims in society with little or no protection from the law. At the time of her invitation, she was told that the gathering included women from all walks of life. Her inviters reminded her that there were Muslim sisters in their American feminist group, and that she should respect their religious feelings and social sensibilities by not speaking against Islam or the Prophet Muhammad. She was also reminded that the United Nations recently decided to issue a resolution criminalizing attacks on Islam. So she was advised to narrate her bitter experiences with evil men without referring to Islam or citing Quranic verses or hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad. Specifically, she was told never to mention the marriage of the Prophet Muhammad to his child wife, Aisha. They also asked her to talk about the recent trial of her bad Hindu husband and the reason for his conviction and imprisonment. The American feminists wanted a balanced portrayal and to emphasize the fact that her abuse occurred regardless of the offender's religion. They seek to prove to their audience that the mistreatment of women is a real and ongoing reality, whether of men from Muslim, Hindu, Jewish, or Christian communities. They also wisely asked her to conclude her speech by mentioning her current loving Muslim husband, Jamal Khan. Overall, they're incredibly careful to coach the guest speaker, former Miss World Aphrodite Krishna Khan, on what she should talk about and what she should not mention at all. The American feminists did not leave any loophole for any possible attack on Islam by their spokeswoman. They deliberately ignored the responses of Muslims at the Miss World event in London. Some of her hosts had already done their online research homework on her background and realized that what she said about the Holy Quran and the Prophet of Islam at the Miss World competition in London was a pivotal point in her life, prompting some of her critics to describe her actions as a vicious and provoked attack on Islam and the Prophet Muhammad. They did not ask her about her pioneering and successful acting role as a beautiful Iranian Muslim heroine in a Bollywood film. They only want her to talk about her violations and nothing about her successes. The American feminists and all other Western students have been brainwashed by their schools and universities about the true teachings of Islam. Unfortunately, in many Western universities and high schools, Islam is always presented to students as a good and peaceful religion. Radical Muslims and Islamic terrorists are seen as carrying a twisted version of Islam. Muslim men who mistreat their women are believed to be violating their Prophet Muhammad's loving teachings on the treatment of women. These Western educational institutes deliberately ignore and suppress any evil teachings of Islam. For example, Islam has imposed many misogynistic teachings and evil practices against women, such as female genital mutilation, child marriage, forced marriage, wife beating, polygamy, temporary enjoyment marriage. or temporary sexual pleasure and forced wearing of the hijab, including niqab and burqa, or burkina, abaya, and jilbab, honor killings, forced illiteracy of women, forced isolation, and solitary confinement in the home, among countless other evils imposed by Islam on females. In fact, in many Muslim countries, women are forbidden from going to school, working, praying in the mosque, the gym, public parks, swimming at the beach or public swimming pools, or wearing trousers, shirts, shorts, or panties, or driving a car, motorcycle, or bike. They are prevented from falling in love or choosing their life partners. All these restrictions and practices against women are considered by American feminists to be Arab customs and have nothing to do with Islam. However, the simple fact is that these restrictions on women are widely practiced in many Islamic countries and societies and have religious justifications derived from the Quran and the authentic hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad. Muslim professors and researchers in the West turn a blind eye to these evil practices and instruct their students and readers that Islam honors women, places them in the highest social status, and equates them with their male counterparts. On the contrary, Christianity is taught in Western universities and schools as a backward religion that for many years tried to prevent scientific discoveries and the modernity movement and was behind the Dark Ages in Europe. Writing or speaking negatively about Islam is almost a crime in some Western universities. Western students are not encouraged to consult the internet or the media to learn about Islam. A student may fail his or her exams or get low grades if he or she disobeys his or her professor and writes negative things about the Prophet Muhammad. Meanwhile, more than 2,000 feminist women crowded into the hall where former Miss World Aphrodite Krishna Khan was scheduled to speak. Most of them are American women, with a fairly large number of Muslim women. The Islamic unit consists mostly of female students from nearby high schools and universities. There is a strong media presence, as she was informed that she does not have to answer questions asked by the audience after her speech, and she does not need to answer media questions or give any interviews. On the day of her speech to feminist crowds, the former Miss World faced a last-minute snag. She had planned to arrive in her new Mercedes with her Muslim husband, Uncle Jimmy, as her driver because she had not yet obtained her driver's permit. As is the case with all famous women, the beautiful Iranian heroine and Bollywood actress took the time and effort to look her best. After all, she is a former Miss India World. She wore a dress purchased especially for her evening speech and thought she would complement the ensemble with her crown. The idea of wearing a crown seemed inappropriate to her husband, but he decided not to hurt her feelings by saying anything. By this time, Jimmy has become accustomed to his young wife's childish and embarrassing behaviors. On that day, Pooja Khan was happy and excited. The preparation and urgency reminded her of days gone by when she was a Miss World contestant in London. She spent hours applying makeup and even more getting dressed. Her Muslim husband kept reminding her to hurry so as not to be late for her appointment. He and their daughter, Rihanna, have been dressing up for a long time. Finally, after all the finishing touches were put on her long hair and makeup, the lovely beauty queen Aphrodite Krishna Khan came out of the dressing room and stood in front of her husband, Uncle Jimmy. She looked amazingly beautiful and attractive in her new dress. If he didn't want to smear her makeup and risk waiting another hour, he might have taken her in his arms and kissed her lips. Even though she looked gorgeous, Jimmy noticed that his beloved wife had forgotten to wear the Miss World crown. He decided not to mention it to her and secretly hoped she wouldn't remember it. Somehow, the idea of her appearing before American feminist guests with a crown on her head didn't sit well with him. It's awkward and uncomfortable and doesn't fit that particular social situation. Thinking to himself that maybe a tiara would be a better choice than a big Miss World crown, the husband led his wife towards the garage while carrying their child, Rihanna, heading towards their beautiful waiting car. Meanwhile, in the audience auditorium, more than 2,000 women await the arrival of the important guest speaker. The large gathering is for feminists and no men or even male animals are invited. Even the media girls don't have a single male journalist squeezed in between them. For many women, this will be a historic day. Many women went to the trouble of arriving just 2 hours early to ensure good front seats. The distinguished female speakers often arrived a little later than scheduled, and many of the female guests shifted and fidgeted anxiously in their seats, wondering when the beautiful Indian speaker would arrive. After an hour of impatient waiting, the feminist leaders began to look visibly uncomfortable and called her residence repeatedly, only to be greeted by an answering machine. Jimmy Khan and Aphrodite Khan are not home. Please leave a short message with your phone number, and we will reply to you as soon as possible. These feminist leaders have left many messages without any result. With no cell phone number to call and 2 hours of tense waiting, the meeting was finally called off. The feminist leaders apologized to the large audience of women for the inconvenience caused by the absence of the Indian speaker. However, these ladies seethe in their hearts with anger at this irresponsible Indian woman who did not show up or call to explain the reason for her absence, as required by etiquette in such critical situations. Even her Muslim husband, Mr. Jamal Khan, did not call or show up to explain the reason behind the absence of his Muslim wife, Mrs. Aphrodite Krishna Khan. The organizing committee of the Angry American Feminists celebration decided to find out why the guest speaker was not attending. They decided that if she had no legitimate reason for her absence, they would sue her for the costs involved in organizing the important event and the damage she had done to the name of their feminist group. Some of the most vocal members went on the record and have gone on to say to themselves and each other that the only acceptable excuse for former Miss India Aphrodite Krishna Khan's absence would be physical disability, kidnapping, murder, or sudden death through a fatal car accident or major heart attack. The American feminists could not get an answer to their discontent until they returned home. The news broadcast about the deadly Islamic terrorist attack on a Muslim family answered the questions of the angry American feminist activists and calmed their boiling anger. Every TV channel showed a terrorist attack on a Muslim family. According to the news, a group of Muslim terrorists managed to enter the Khan family home at some point and planted bombs in their car. The family of three, the husband Jamal Khan, his wife Pooja Khan, and their daughter Rehana Khan, were scheduled to appear at a major feminist public gathering. After leaving their garage to begin their travel to the intended location, the bombs were detonated remotely. According to eyewitnesses, the powerful explosion raised the car to the height of a 3-story building, causing it to explode into pieces. The remains of family members were scattered in a large area of the neighborhood. None of the family members survived the cowardly Islamic terrorist attack. Furthermore, the media reported that the FBI did not reveal the motive behind the attack nor name any suspects, indicating that the matter is currently under investigation. But the local police authority hinted that the Muslim terrorists had carried out a revenge operation against Mrs. Khan over a statement she made when she was crowned Miss World in London. In her statement, Mrs. Khan likened the Prophet Muhammad to her foot or shoe, in response to an interview question that was put to her during the final stage of the beauty pageant. She also threatened to spit on the holy books of Islam, such as the Holy Quran and books of authentic prophetic hadiths, because, according to her, they teach and encourage pedophilia and the sexual exploitation of female children, which she claimed she was a victim of in the early years from her childhood. As a result, some Indian Muslim terrorists attempted to assassinate the new Miss World upon her return to her country, India, but she was able to thwart their attempts at Mumbai International Airport. Fearing for her life, Mrs. Khan immigrated to the United States of America and lived her life in isolation underground. During her self-imposed exile, Mrs. Khan hid her identity in a black Islamic burqa and never showed her face in public. Her identity as former Miss Indian World Aphrodite Krishna Khan was largely suppressed, and she even passed herself off as Hindu, taking the name Pooja Patel. She officially converted to Hinduism at the time of her first marriage in New Delhi, but eventually divorced her Hindu husband and began an incestuous relationship with her mother's former biological husband, a Muslim man. After eloping with her stepfather, Pooja converted to Islam again and married him. Her Hindu ex-husband questioned Pooja's new marriage to her stepfather and accused them of incest. However, the U.S. court dismissed her case because her Muslim mother had already divorced her husband, thus removing any family ties. Ultimately, further investigation revealed that the stepdaughter Pooja Khan had cohabited and had already had sexual intercourse with her stepfather Jamal Khan in the past and had a love child with him before the divorce occurred, making her guilty of incest. According to the news, Muslim terrorists wanted to kill former Indian Miss World Aphrodite Krishna Khan from the first day of her alleged blasphemy, but they simply could not locate her hiding place. The big break for the Muslim terrorists who had been hounding her for so long came when her recent legal dispute with her Hindu mother, Rani Krishna, who adopted and converted her to Hinduism, and her Indian husband, Rahul Patel, generated nationwide media coverage and created quite the genre of publicity she didn't need. The FBI surmised that the Islamic terrorists had no difficulty finding her address and planning her murder afterward. It didn't take more than a few hours for the FBI to find evidence and leads, which led them to their first two suspects. Police gathered important evidence from neighbors about a car that arrived at midnight, the night before the Muslim terrorist attack, and stopped in front of the home of the Khan family. Eyewitness reports indicate two strange young men lurking in the upscale neighborhood and hanging out in front of the Khan family home near the garage. Witnesses noticed their suspicious behavior and duly noted down the car's license plate. At the time, the neighbors did not file a police report because there was no direct evidence of wrongdoing or that the two young men were in fact Muslim terrorists. Their doubts were also dispelled when they realized that Khan's Muslim family was of foreign origin and therefore, they thought they might be related to them. The cowardly, violent, and deadly Islamic terrorist attack on Khan members shook the entire neighborhood and prompted witnesses to connect the dots. It seems highly likely that the two suspicious characters were not up to good intentions. They gave their notes to law enforcement officials who took them from there. Now a federal crime, the FBI launched a statewide search for the car's owner and occupants, with orders to arrest and detain the occupants, who were presumed to be armed and dangerous. The vehicle was intercepted by a highway patrol unit several miles from the city. The two young men who were in the car were American citizens who were born to Somali families who immigrated many years ago from a refugee camp in Nairobi, Kenya, and settled in Minneapolis, Minnesota State. While in custody, and after a short interrogation, the FBI was able to conclusively locate the two suspects at the crime scene. The suspects were active members of a local Islamic terrorist cell based in the United States. They specialized in recruiting jihadists for the Muslim terrorist group Al-Shabaab in Mogadishu, which represents the Al-Qaeda faction in Somalia. Most of its members are young Somalis who were born and raised in foreign countries and eventually returned to their motherland to join the Islamic Mujahideen in Mogadishu. Al-Shabaab leaders always exploit returning youth. Their exposure to foreign languages, different countries, and different cultures made them highly regarded as useful Muslim terrorists. They will be given top priority in military combat, explosives, munitions training, and operational and logistics education. Upon completion of their training, they will be deployed to their country of birth or naturalization and await mobilization instructions. The group has not carried out any previous Islamic terrorist attacks in the United States. Their focus is on identifying, recruiting, radicalizing Somali youth, and encouraging them to join the global jihad movement. The jihad movement, which has its roots in Osama bin Laden's organization and now poses a global threat, helps Somali youth return to Somalia after convincing them to join Al-Shabaab. They will return as full-fledged sleeper cells, far more effective than the typical local Somali recruit. Ongoing investigations by the FBI have revealed how the three members of the Muslim Khan family were eliminated. The suspects easily planted bombs and booby-trapped the family's remote-controlled car inside the garage. It was around midnight while the Khan family was sleeping when the suspects planted two explosive devices under the family car, covered their tracks, and left the house. They returned to their car parked outside where they spent the night sleeping, 1 block away from their target. They slept and rested in shifts until 12:30 p.m. In the afternoon, they noticed the three members of the Khan family, father, mother, and daughter, leaving the garage of their house. The moment the Muslim family's car reverses and exits into the street, the two Muslim terrorists detonated the double explosive devices placed under the car. By the time ambulances, fire engines, and a fleet of police cars arrived, the two suspects had long fled. The three members of the Khan family are not the only human victims of the cowardly Islamic terrorist attack. The massive size of the explosion claimed the lives of passers-by and neighbors who happened to be outside, enjoying their day or going to work. According to eyewitnesses, the powerful bombs exploded the bodies of passers-by and pushed them to an incredible height. The bodies of those victims exploded into pieces and were scattered over a wide area. Members of one particular family were frightened to death when the severed head of a male victim arrived at their fifth-floor apartment, broke their window panes, and finally entered their living room where they were watching television. That severed human head caused indescribable terror for their children and women. The police noted injuries, deaths, car accidents, heart attacks, and fainting spells among residents. They were all taken to local hospitals. The bodies of the three Khans were among the last to be evacuated. While the media reported numerous accounts of how events unfolded, they collectively focused on the cause of the Islamist terrorist attack and attributed it to a single provocative statement uttered by the victim, former Miss India and Miss World Aphrodite Krishna Khan. One news bureau went so far as to say that uttering such a provocative, religiously charged opinion at an annual, internationally broadcast global event like the Miss World contest in London was like digging one's own grave. Indian Muslim beauty queen Aphrodite Krishna Khan has been blamed for her sudden and cruel death. The FBI has remained mum on the fate of the Muslim wife Pooja Khan. They allowed the media to continue spreading the news that Mrs. Khan was killed inside the car alongside her husband and daughter. They did not reveal additional information about the case of members of the Muslim Khan family until after the two suspects were arrested and interrogated. According to the latest FBI statement, at the time the car's bombs were detonated by remote control, Mrs. Khan was not inside, but her husband and daughter were in it, so they were killed instantly. Mrs. Khan's body was found lying unconscious on the doorstep of the house. The FBI speculated that the Muslim wife Mrs. Khan may have returned home to get something she had forgotten. At a press conference, the FBI stated that police may not be able to provide an accurate explanation for why Mrs. Khan was not inside the car when the cowardly Islamic terrorist attack occurred until the victim was mentally and physically fit to be questioned. A hospital source indicated that Mrs. Khan is still in a coma from the shock of the explosion, but she is currently in a stable condition and there are no wounds or life-threatening damage to her body. The police ended the conference by saying that Mrs. Khan miraculously survived the assassination attempt planned by Muslim terrorists, but unfortunately, she lost her husband, Jamal Khan, and their only daughter, Rehana Khan, in the cowardly terrorist attack. 3 days later, Mrs. Pooja Khan emerged from a long coma. She can't utter a single word. The only parts of her body that move are her eyes. Her eyes stared aimlessly at the ceiling, reacting only to the light. She could not answer the questions of any of the medical staff or police officers who tried to speak to her. The hospital doctor who gave her last diagnosis ordered her to be transferred from the intensive care unit to another ward, but kept her in a private room. Needless to say, there is an FBI presence, and all employees and other cleaning crew are physically screened, and their identity is verified. Exceptions are granted as a courtesy to local police officials. The FBI's police authority knows she remains a prime target for Islamic terrorists. The Somali Muslims failed to assassinate her this time, but they will undoubtedly continue trying. The FBI was not able to speak to Pooja Khan until 1 week later. She came out of silence and came to terms with her situation and cried hysterically over her huge family loss. She understood that the death of her husband and daughter at the same time meant the end of her life. She concluded that she could not live without them. If she had been given the choice, she would have willingly given her body to be slaughtered by Muslim terrorists instead of killing her loving husband and beloved daughter. Pooja Khan became suicidal and decided to end her life the moment she had the opportunity to do so. Meanwhile, it took the police a long time to figure out how she managed to escape the deadly terrorist attack. Slowly, And with great patience, they realized that moments before the bombs planted under the booby-trapped car exploded, Mrs. Khan had remembered that she had left her Miss World crown in the dressing room and had rushed to get it. But before she got out of the car and went back to get her crown, she asked her husband to move their car out of the garage and that she would join them on the street. Moments after the house closed again and she left with the crown on her head, she remembered something flashing and a loud noise that numbed her ears and paralyzed her body, but she did not remember anything else. She never expected something like this to happen to her husband and daughter. She said that her husband was born and raised a Muslim and never spoke a single word against his religion, Islam, either the Holy Quran or his prophet Muhammad. May God bless him and grant him peace. She did not understand why the Muslims decided to kill her along with her peaceful husband and innocent daughter. She asked the police while crying, "What did my beloved Muslim husband and our innocent little daughter do to the Muslims that they wanted to kill them? They didn't deserve to die." FBI agents had long understood the mentality of Muslim terrorists, but they couldn't find the words to answer her question, and they couldn't offer her any comfort. They could only try to protect her from further Islamic terrorist attacks. Quotations about Aphrodite in a Jewish home. In the meantime, the American FBI has ruled that the former Miss World Aphrodite Krishna Khan, who is also known as Pooja Patel, and was miraculously rescued from the deadly Islamic terrorist attack on her family, has to be sent into protective custody as soon as it is possible. The imminent threat against her has not diminished, and the hospital is not a secure location for her. They expected the Muslim terrorists to try to launch another attack. It is more a question of when than if. After her discharge, Pooja Khan was taken under high security to a safe house. She raised no objections to any of the changes made to safeguard her life by the authorities. She has, for all purposes in life, lost all interest in resuming her life and going back to her house. She felt as if her life had become meaningless. The pain in her chest now has surpassed the trauma of being rendered unconscious by a bomb blast and all the suffering and agony she had experienced during her many years of kidnap, rape, and imprisonment in the mansions of terror and abuse of the two evil men, Sheikh Ahmed and Mahmoud Khan. The American FBI discreetly moved Mrs. Khan to a remote small town and placed her under the care of a host family. The family is a Jewish couple, a husband and a wife with 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters who are all grown up with children of their own. The father is a retired FBI officer who operated the safe house. His wife is also a retired schoolteacher, and the couple has been living alone for many years after their grown-up children had left home. This is not the first instance where they have offered to house those needing a safe refuge. This, however, is the first time they have shared their roof with a Muslim girl. Their new guest has been introduced to them by the FBI as Pooja Khan instead of her official name Pooja Patel. The Jewish couple recognized Pooja Khan as a Muslim by her last name. To their credit, they have not refused her because she is a Muslim woman or tried to dissuade her from staying with them when she arrived. Pooja is still younger than the couple's youngest granddaughter, and some of their parenting instincts immediately came into play. Before long, the old couple realized that Pooja Khan is very childish and her coping skills are not as developed as they should be. She is constantly weeping even though the old couple tried their best to comfort her. When they realized that their efforts at consoling her were not working, they left her in solitude so that she could work out her grief and emotions in her own time. It took Pooja an exceedingly long time to accept the fact that she had lost her loving husband and beloved daughter, and none of them was going to come back to her. She spent 1 month locked up in her room. She refused to come out and eat with her hosts and preferred to have food brought to her in her room. The Jewish couple is very patient with her, tolerating what can be read as aloofness and irrational behavior. They have not repaid her behavior with harsh or scolding words. The Jewish couple is under strict instruction by the FBI to keep Mrs. Khan under constant surveillance. She is not allowed to venture out alone or be left alone at any time. She is considered a high suicide risk person, besides being a prime target for some dangerous American Islamic terrorists who are of Somali origin. So it is that whenever the Jewish couple goes out, they must take Pooja with them. Within her first week, the couple took her to a small market in town, and on the following Saturday, they took her to their Jewish synagogue. The couple knows that Pooja Khan is a Muslim girl, but they have no choice except to bring her along with them wherever they go, even to their religious place of worship. At first, the couple thought that the Muslim woman might react negatively to being forced to sit in a Jewish synagogue, but their first experience proved them wrong. She is not as strict a Muslim girl as they have been led to believe in the beginning. They have not noticed her fulfilling her daily 5 compulsory prayers or reciting verses from her holy Quran. At the synagogue, they introduced her to the elders of their congregation. Through it all, they maintained their cover-up story that Pooja Khan is a paying guest who came to live with them for a while. After staying with them for a couple of weeks, the Jewish couple started to decorate their house and prepare for their annual Passover. Pooja's knowledge about God is scant, and her breadth of general religious knowledge is even worse. She had acquired little formal or aesthetic education of even the 2 religions she had grown up with, Islam and Hinduism. None of the people who exerted influence over her had bothered to provide her with religious instruction or share what it meant to worship God. All of them were using her for their pleasure and advantage to different degrees. Some had nurtured her, some had neglected her, but most of them had downright abused her and stunted her mental and religious growth. Pooja Khan has memories of growing up in a destitute Muslim family in the slums of Dharavi in Mumbai. Her memory is vivid when, as a child, she was married to an old man from Saudi Arabia. As an adult girl, she was adopted by a Hindu woman but remained a Muslim. Then she fell in love, married a Muslim man, and had a love child with him. Somewhere in between, her Hindu mother forced her to marry a Hindu boy. Her Hindu mother and husband converted her to Hinduism and changed her name from Aphrodite Krishna Khan to Pooja Patel. When she returned to the United States, she deserted her Hindu husband and returned to her Muslim lover. Although she remarried her Muslim lover, she carried a Hindu name. Her marriage to her Muslim husband forced her to switch back to her old family name, Khan. Pooja Khan knew that destiny had placed her in the hands of Muslims and Hindus. Her stay with a Jewish family exposed her to the teachings of the Old Testament. She has never been to a Muslim mosque or a Hindu temple, nor read the Holy Quran or the sacred Bhagavad Gita. Her first visit to a place of worship is a Jewish synagogue. At first, the religious rituals were all Greek to her. However, as she continued to attend the synagogue with her caretakers every Saturday, she began to grasp the meaning of religion and the concept of God. When the old couple began to prepare for their Passover, she started to show some interest in their religious rituals. She started to come out of seclusion and mingle with the old couple. She began to ask questions about their religious symbols and practices. The old couple became exceedingly happy when they saw a Muslim girl interested in understanding their Judaism. Michael is the youngest grandson of the Jewish couple Benjamin and Miriam Lewinsky. He is the son of one of their 2 daughters. His mother, Deborah, is also the youngest among their 4 children. Michael was born out of wedlock. Deborah, at the age of 20, fell in love with a boy among her classmates while away at college, and in a whirlwind relationship lasting a few months, by mistake, she became pregnant since the lovers never bothered to use a condom. Before her delivery of her first baby boy, her Italian boyfriend had asked her to abort the unborn child, but Deborah held to her convictions and refused. She was bound and strengthened by her Jewish religious upbringing. She kept her baby, but never saw her Italian boyfriend again. She came to know from one of her friends that her Italian boyfriend left America and returned to his country. He did not leave any address or phone number for his pregnant Jewish girlfriend. In due time, her first baby was born. Deborah decided to name him Michael after the name of his Italian father, who deserted him before he was born. The so-called illegitimate boy Michael grew up not knowing his biological father. Deborah moved on, completed college, and found employment. In time, she fell in love with one of her colleagues and they were married. Although they had 4 children, Deborah never told her husband or her children about her unwanted firstborn. Michael was barely a few days old when Deborah abandoned him to her parents and walked away as if he was dinner leftovers. Deborah went to the extent of requesting her parents not ever reveal to her son that she is his biological mother. Her parents reluctantly accepted her condition. They followed her wish and hid the truth from their grandson about his biological mother. When Michael grew up, his grandparents told him someone had left him in a basket at their doorstep when he was only a few days old. With no reason to doubt his grandparents, Michael grew up believing that he was an abandoned child. However, during his upbringing, he relished the love and care of his grandparents, and they naturally assumed the role of parents to him. His grandparents gave him their last name, and he is to them like a son born in their old age. None of their other children or many grandchildren know about Michael's secret. All of them lived the lie that his mother had forced upon the family. Benjamin and Miriam Lewinsky love their youngest daughter Deborah more than they love any of their other 3 children. She is their last-born daughter, and she spends more time with them than any of the couple's other children. She is the only one among the 4 children who never missed a single religious festival and always visited her parents and spent time with them with her husband and children in tow. During her visits, she never let Michael say that she is not his sister. As is expected, Michael treated his biological mother like his auntie, her husband as his uncle, and her children as his cousins through adoption. Likewise, Michael treated them as his relatives whenever his other uncles and aunties and their spouses and children came for the holidays. In the meantime, Michael Lewinsky lived with his grandparents until he graduated from high school. He gained admission into Harvard University and moved into the city, but kept in touch with his grandparents. Long weekends or holidays inevitably help him spend time at home. During his studies, Michael had 3 romantic relationships with his female counterparts, but all of them ended prematurely. It was always his religious convictions that caused all 3 girlfriends to leave him one after another. So, this strict religious boy has come to be known among his classmates as the celibate Michael. He earned such a strange name because he did not believe in sexual relations before marriage. His Jewish grandparents instilled in him their values, among them, that sex before marriage is wrong and abortion is an unpardonable sin of murder. Among all the Lewinsky clans, it is only in Michael that their values took hold. He is the only one who upholds the family traditions while the rest of the clan rebelled. All the other Lewinsky children had affairs and slept with their partners before marriage the moment they left home. The only hitch is that Michael was exposed to Christian evangelists in high school and along the way gravitated to Christianity. His conversion upset his Jewish grandparents, but they did not love him any less. Usually, a Jewish converted to Christianity or Islam is treated by his family and relatives as a dead and gone person, and therefore his framed photos on the wall will be turned to the opposite side. His Jewish family members will consider him an accursed relative and do not want to see his face again. However, the kind Jewish grandparents Benjamin and Miriam Lewinsky did not treat their grandson Michael, who converted to Christianity, in that harsh way, and they continued to love him as before. It is worth mentioning here that the Jews do not treat the Jew who converted to another religion as an abominable infidel and accursed apostate, and they kill him as Muslims usually do because their faith orders them. The celibate Michael met the sad Muslim girl Pooja Khan at the end of the first month of her stay in his Jewish home. He has learned only a little about her from his grandparents. He is told that she is a Muslim young woman and, for some reason, she had run into trouble with fundamentalist Somali terrorists who had brutally killed her husband Jamal Khan and her baby daughter Rehana. He is also made to be aware that the FBI has insisted on her being in protective custody with his parents and is paying for her maintenance and upkeep. His parents look pleased when they mention that they have begun to teach her about the Jewish faith and that she is becoming a regular member of their synagogue. Another little interaction has led Michael to see her as a girl who is a loner and therefore unapproachable. Understandably, during his visits home, he kept his distance and was always careful not to intrude into her personal space. After a couple of months, Michael began noticing a change in Pooja's interaction with him. She has started to join them during meal times and sometimes takes part in their prayers and scripture readings. Excerpts about the love of Aphrodite and Michael. The next day, Michael's new Indian girlfriend has only become more disappointed when he joined her in the water. He neither touched her exposed sexy body nor showed her any erotic affection. She had done everything she could to tempt him into promiscuous relations, but nothing worked. Pooja's antics included playing around splashing water, touching tags, and stealing little kisses. Michael swam alongside her as if he were her long-lost brother and tried his best to keep her at a distance. Once again, after toweling off her half-naked body and allowing her to change her red swimsuit, Michael sat beside Pooja and once again started to talk to her about God. His behavior is enough to exasperate a female saint. The day after, not wishing for a repeat performance, Pooja told him that she was feeling poor and could not go horse riding or swimming with him. Michael took it for what she said and cancelled their morning ride. He suggested taking her to the family doctor, but she declined the offer. She also refused to come out of her room and join the family for lunch. After spending most of the day in seclusion, Michael got worried and decided to look in on her. He knocked on her door and offered again that he could take her to see a doctor. She turned away and hung her head in silence. It dawned on Michael that Pooja was simply upset with him for some slight or perceived insult, the pout on her face confirming his suspicions. Michael sensed tenseness in her from the time they had left the lake. She remained sullen and unfriendly. On the way home, she did not want to talk or respond to anything he said. At the time, he was apprehensive about going too far too fast in a further discussion of his Christian faith because he thought that what he had said about his God and his religion made her reflect in some way and think deeply. He then thought that since she is a Muslim girl, Pooja Khan felt bad because he knew from his preaching experience in college that among all Asian and Arab foreign immigrant students, Muslims hate to hear the gospel of Jesus being preached to them. He witnessed some of them become offensive and violent. For that reason, Michael decided not to talk to her about religion again. It was only when the silent and angry mood continued that he correctly perceived the true reason for her bad moodiness. He understood that he had disappointed her by not reciprocating her sexual advances, but he just could not compromise his religious principles to please her. Michael remembered that all his previous 3 love relationships with the other girlfriends ended when he refused to compromise his religious convictions. He nursed the thought that Pooja is like his other girlfriends who left him when they came to view him as some sort of one of those religious fanatics. Nevertheless, he decided to talk to her and tell her that he deeply loves her, but his Christian faith will not allow him to cross the limits set by his holy creator. "Can I come in? I need to talk to you, Pooja." Pooja did not invite him in, but her body language acquiesced. She just retreated to her bed and sat on the edge. She has nothing to offer him to sit on in her room except her bed. She motioned with her hand for Michael to sit beside her. He sat so near to her until his body touched her thighs. Then he remained silent for a few seconds before he began to speak. "I know that you love me, and I love you too, and I feel in an incredibly special way. But I am a devoted Christian and committed to my faith. I cannot go beyond what God has permitted in His Holy Bible or go beyond the red line that I had been taught by my Jewish parents what is wrong for me to do." The Muslim Indian girl Pooja has not fully grasped what her American Christian lover Michael is trying to say to her. On the contrary, she completely misunderstood him. She thought that as a devoted and committed Christian man, he meant to say he must live his whole life without marrying any girl. She thought his faith implied he was like a nun. Pooja remembered that when she stayed with the 2 Good Samaritan girls Annie and Nancy and other nuns in New Delhi, her Hindu mother told her that those girls had dedicated their lives to the Lord Jesus Christ, and hence none of them would marry a boy or allow any man to have sex with her. Each one of them is counting herself as the bride of Jesus Christ. So, when the Christian boy Michael told Pooja that he loves her deeply, but he is a committed Christian, she thought that he is a kind of a male nun, and he has also become the bride of Christ. Pooja has never come across a Hindu sannyasi or a Christian monk. She does not realize that there are men who abstain from sex for religious reasons until Michael starts to explain his stance in this regard. She cursed herself and hated her luck, which led her to fall in love with a man nun who married himself to his God. At that moment, she felt like turning to him and slapping him left, right, and center, and also biting him with her sharp teeth. She just wants to ask him, if you knew that your religious commitment does not allow you to have sex with any woman, why haven't you locked yourself up in a cell to prevent contact with women or go to the jungle in India or the desert of Egypt and then live all alone in a hermit cell? While those ideas went around in her confused mind, Pooja continued to listen to Michael's words. I fell in love with 3 girls before I met you. Sadly, all of them left me when they came to know that I would not have sex with a girlfriend because the Bible forbids me from committing adultery with a woman. I know you are disappointed to find out that I have religious boundaries that hold me back, and I think you may want to leave me for the same reason. And if you do, I won't blame you. Michael waited for Pooja to respond to his words, but she remained silent for a while, and then he got up and left her room. He thought that maybe she was like his former 3 girlfriends who believed that lovers should have sex before marriage to find out whether they are sexually compatible or not. The celibate Michael felt crestfallen when he realized that he had broken the heart of yet another girlfriend and, in the same strike, dashed into his own heart too. With nothing left to say and despair enveloping him like a heavy blanket, he quietly left and retired to his room, falling upon his bed, weeping bitterly. Nevertheless, the strict Christian boy Michael will soon discover that his lovely new Muslim girlfriend Pooja is nothing like his former American girlfriends. He is expecting himself to be ostracized and ignored by her after confessing his feelings and making his situation clear. Oddly, he soon found out the lovely Indian girl Pooja had not decided to leave him or stop loving him. The following morning, she was the one who knocked on the door of his room and told him that she would be waiting outside for their morning horse ride. When he came out, to his pleasant surprise, he saw her dressed up like a beauty queen, complete with a beautiful crown perching atop her head. She is wearing the very dress she had worn when the car bomb went off and took the lives of her 2 dear ones with many more innocent lives. She looked stunning in her expensive dress to the point where Michael mumbled, "You look like a beauty queen." Pooja waited for him to say exactly that, and that is when she announced that she was the former Miss World. At first, her American boyfriend thought that she was just joking. He is too engrossed in taking in the breathless, stunning beauty of sight before him to ask any inconsequential questions regarding her claim. Michael could not read Pooja's intentions. He thought that she accepted his condition and agreed to keep her friendship with him until the point where they could consider marriage. He knows that as long as she is not a Christian girl, he will not consider proposing to her. His future bride must have to fulfill 3 conditions. First, she has to agree to keep the relationship platonic. That will even rule out a kiss on the forehead, which she has to comply with. Second, she has to forsake Islam and embrace Christianity. Third, she has to be very committed as a Christian girl. Then and only then he can consider betrothing her for marriage. On the other hand, the Muslim girl Pooja has her secret plans too. She is determined to continue her attempts of seduction with her unmatchable beauty and sexy body until he throws caution to the wind, loses all his morals, succumbs to his desires, and fuck her with or without marriage. Secondly, she must reveal her past successes in life and tell him about her beauty queen and Bollywood triumphs. Thirdly, she decided to tell him that she had over $95 million in her bank account besides her $5 million mansion in the city where he is studying at Harvard University, plus her other properties in the Middle East. At this stage, she decided it would not be in her best interests to divulge too much of her abusive past married life with her evil captors and rapists. After thinking it over, she decided not to tell him how she came to have such a great fortune and opted for an alternative version of an inheritance from her late rich Indian father. Therefore, after the quiet storm of the previous day, both of them worked relentlessly trying to change the other, from both ends of the spectrum. Michael is striving hard to convert his 4th girlfriend to Christianity, and Pooja is trying her best to tempt her newfound handsome 3rd boyfriend through her beauty and wealth. She realized this was the first young handsome man she fell in love with, and he was equal to her age. She then informed him that she had won Miss India in Bangalore City and crowned Miss World in London. Michael in the beginning did not believe her until he had carried out a thorough search on the internet and found out that she was indeed who she claimed to be. The simple and plain way in which she told him, without any pretension, only made him love her more. Michael, understandably, as any other young man in his place, may feel has been fascinated by her social status when he came to know that his fourth girlfriend is a filthy rich young Indian girl and the most beautiful girl in the world. Nonetheless, either way, her beauty and wealth have done nothing to shake his religious convictions. For 2 weeks, the American lover Michael continued to talk to his Indian girlfriend Pooja about his religion and tried hard to convince her to accept Christianity, but he could not change her. He discovered that she was a kind of irreligious atheist bordering on pagan ideologies. She claimed to be a Muslim girl, but she knew truly nothing about Islam. She does not know even the basic tenets of Islam, such as how to pray 5 times a day, when to fast the holy month of Ramadan, or how and why she must perform the Hajj rituals. Moreover, he found her to be a very childish and naive girl. She does not show any interest in embracing his religion. The temptress girl Pooja also tried hard for 14 days to tempt the celibate Michael in every way possible, but she could not make him budge from his religious position. She soon found out that he harbored no interest in her millions of dollars or her huge mansion in the city. Consequently, both lovers have utterly failed to influence one another and slowly realized that they are incompatible and unmarriageable lovers. Quotations from the novel about the religious conversion of the Muslim girl Aphrodite Khan/Pooja Patel from Islam to Christianity. After the Christmas holidays were over, the American Christian boyfriend Michael returned to Harvard University and left his stubborn Indian Muslim girlfriend Pooja with his Jewish grandparents. He had given up all hope in getting her to contemplate Christianity. For some reason, the depths of his failure could not be able to erase what he considered to be the happiest days of his life with his fourth girlfriend. It is amply clear to him that she also loves him dearly and did everything she could to try and please him and have a good time with him. Likewise, wishing to make him forsake his religious commitment, the Indian girl Pooja failed in her attempts for them to be together as husband and wife. What she had not realized was that Michael had managed to instill some Christian values in her empty life. He changed her understanding of society and the world and gave her new perspectives on God, religion, and the human conscience. He had accompanied her in Bible readings, playing the guitar, singing hymns, praising God, and the much-looked-forward-to horseback ride to Blue Lake every day. After Michael left, Pooja continued to keep the new faith in her American lover, finding consolation in the things that remind her of him. Michael's way of life became a permanent fixture in her life. Every word of the Bible, every hymn, every prayer, and every string on the guitar reminded her of her American lover. Pooja never loved a man before more than she loved Michael. Her love for the celibate Michael surpassed her love for her Uncle Jimmy. She found him to be a loving and caring boyfriend. She understood that he was more interested in giving than in taking. She could not seduce him through her unmatchable beauty or lure him through her riches. She understood that he loved her no matter what she was now or what she had been before. He taught her a new kind of love. He loves something in her that is beyond her body and wealth. He loves her innocence and childlike nature. While many of us grow up conforming to societal values of maturity and common sense, we often lose the childlike wonder and joy that allows us to see the world differently. Her American lover Michael is the first of her 3 lovers to understand the difference between a childish and a childlike girl. He understood that Pooja was not a childish girl as many around her had viewed her that way, but she had a pure and innocent heart like a female child. Michael always remembers his Lord had said to his followers, "Truly I tell you, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven." Again, Christ said, "Truly I tell you, anyone who does not receive the kingdom of God as a little child will never enter it." He understood that his Indian girlfriend had that childlike, innocent nature. When Michael coached Pooja about horse riding, playing the guitar, reading the Bible, and praying to God, he opened her soul to a different realm. She found peace of mind and serenity in the spiritual path he opened before her eyes. She found that whenever she gave praises and prayed the way Michael had taught her to do, she was filled with the peace of his Christian God. Before she came to the Jewish home and met her Christian lover, Michael, the Muslim girl spent most of her miserable life with two evil Muslim men who taught her nothing good. Their Islamic religion taught them the abuse of a female child is halal marriage and that committing adultery with 4 women at the same time is a divinely ordained right to man. They also learned that they must consider all non-Muslims as defiled and unclean infidels and bitter enemies of God, and as such they must convert them by the sword to their religion, and if they refuse to embrace Islam, they have to kill them, rape their wives and daughters, possess their properties and occupy their lands, and also enslave their women and children. Therefore, from those Muslim men, the Muslim girl had learned wrong is right, unrighteousness is holiness, and doing evil is good. But then when she met her American boyfriend Michael, and he read to her the Lord Jesus Christ's Sermon on the Mountain, which teaches his followers to love everybody, even their enemies, her understanding of life changed dramatically. Before she met him, she was only interested in satisfying her immediate desires and acquiring material happiness. Michael showed her a new concept of God in a way she could internalize all that her Maker is like a loving creator. She has all the physical virtues of beauty, health, inner strength, and wealth, which are supposed to be the key ingredients for happiness. However, whatever happiness she was able to attain in life, contentment and peace always seemed to elude her grasp. But Michael's love is unselfish and unconditional love. A love without expectations or anything in return. He did not love her because of her beauty and the pleasure that he could get just from looking at her beauty and desiring her sexy body. Also, it is not because of her millions of dollars. He is not even like her late husband Uncle Jimmy, who forsook the wife of his youth and fell in love with her because she is younger and prettier than his first Muslim wife. However, Michael's love penetrated her every being and touched her deep inside. Theirs is a love between two souls, and it is meant to be no matter what happened, whether far apart or sitting side by side. Pooja felt that although Michael had left physically, his soul remained intertwined with her soul. She continued to feel his presence in the Christian hymns he taught her to sing, in the verses of the Holy Bible he read to her, and in the strings of the guitar he taught her to play. He is there with her when she rides without him on horseback. His presence is there when she sits by the edge of the lake, and he is by her side when she swims in the warm water of Blue Lake. Despite the strong love Michael and Pooja have for each other, neither of the two understands the other. Michael thought that Pooja could never become a Christian, and Pooja concluded that Michael would never marry a woman or have sex in his life. A couple of months after the celibate Michael returned to Harvard University, his Indian girlfriend Pooja completely changed from being an irreligious girl to a girl of spiritual awakening. She began to go to the town's church and learn more about the religion of her American lover. He was the one who took her there first and introduced her to his church pastor and other Christian brethren. For 2 months after her lover left, she did not miss a single Sunday service. The church taught her many things about God and Christianity. She was able to grasp the basic teachings of Jesus and many things about his life and work while he was on earth. She learned about the different aspects of his divinity, the sacrifice he made on behalf of the world, and the concepts of sin, atonement, and salvation through faith in his resurrection. She came to accept all these things as truths from a merciful God. Gradually, the Muslim girl Pooja Khan found herself being drawn to the church and Christian values. She had the universe in the palm of her hands, and it was snatched away from her in a mere few minutes by the Muslim terrorists. In the twinkling of an eye, she lost the dearest 2 persons in the world to her, which led her to lose interest in life. She became so despondent that she wanted to take her own life. When Michael entered her domain and began to teach her about his religion and God, her dead soul had been revived from the clutches of death. She experienced a kind of love that she had never known before. It is not a love based on give and take like that of her former 2 lovers, the handsome Hindu Bollywood actor Samir Krishna Khan and her Muslim husband Uncle Jimmy. Eventually, of her own free will, she decided to convert and embrace the faith and religion of her American lover. After her conversion, it was she who demanded to be baptized in her new faith, and on the day of her baptism, the girl Pooja Khan decided to get rid of her Hindu name. Likewise, she intended to discard her Muslim last name too. Like a chrysalis, she is emerging into a new life, one that is vastly different and holds untold promises for the future and to the times indefinitely. She resolved that this time she must be the one to choose her name and not someone else. The name that appealed to her is Christina, because she became a Christian, a follower of Jesus Christ, her Lord and Savior. Then she decided to choose a last name that would connect her to her Christian lover forever. Therefore, that Memorial Sunday, Christina Lewinsky walked out of the church nave and was baptized into Christ and a new life. After her conversion, Christina understood that her new faith required her to forgive everyone that wronged her during her lifetime. It is hard, but she forgave the two evil men who kidnapped, raped, and imprisoned her in their mansions of terror in Tehran and Mumbai. She felt great relief after she forgave them by name, Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed and Mahmud Khan. She also forgave her selfish Hindu husband Rahul Patel. She also forgave the wicked lawmen who had raped her when she was in those rotten Indian jails in Mumbai and Pune. She even forgave her Hindu mother who took away her baby girl and gave it to a Christian orphanage in New Delhi and forced her to marry someone against her wishes. Driven by an uncommonly divine love filling her heart, Christina forgave the Muslim terrorists who killed her husband Uncle Jimmy and their innocent baby girl Rehana. She even remembered her Muslim biological mother Rehana Khan and decided she must return to India and look for her. Although she knew that her return to Mumbai would involve high risk, she was still determined to go back to her motherland. She trusts her Lord and Savior Jesus Christ to protect her from those ruthless Muslim terrorists of Dawood Ibrahim. Before Christina's trip back to India, Michael came to know about her conversion to Christianity through one of his best friends from the church. His friend happened to visit the city a few days after Christina was baptized in the church on Sunday morning. The friend visited Michael at his apartment and broke the good news to him about his Indian girlfriend's conversion and baptism. Michael has never been happier in all his life than the day he learned that his beloved fourth girlfriend converted to Christianity and changed her name from Pooja to Christina. He wants to call her on the phone, but he is afraid he may not be able to fully express all the happy feelings he is feeling inside his heart. Instead took time to write her a long love letter and sends it with a beautiful greeting card which read, "Congratulations." Michael thought that the fastest way to get his first romantic epistle to his girlfriend was to send it by hand delivery through his best friend. In his love letter, he expressed his happiness about her forsaking Islam and converting to Christianity. He expressed his desire to come in person as soon as possible and betroth her for a holy Christian matrimonial union, and if she accepted his proposal, he would marry her in the church in his next visit to his Jewish home. Ever since he heard the good news, Michael has eagerly awaited the next extended break in his school schedule so that he can fly with wings of love to his Christian girlfriend Christina. By the time his first love letter and marriage proposal had been hand-delivered to his Jewish grandparents, his Indian girlfriend Christina had already left for Mumbai. She had contacted the FBI headquarters in the city and requested they release her from her long protective custody and allow her to return to her country of origin. The FBI agreed to her request, but they strongly recommended she not return to her home in the city. After a long briefing of do's and don'ts, they told her that the Somali terrorists most possibly were still looking for her. Returning to her house in the city will allow them to target her again. Just before leaving the house of her loving Jewish caretakers, Christina likewise wrote a big love letter to her American lover thanking him for teaching her about God and his religion and showing her the road to spiritual fulfillment and inner peace. She concluded her first love epistle by informing him that she has been inspired by his good sacrificial example, and she has also decided to become a female nun. She is determined to be a committed Christian girl like him and never marry anyone or have sexual contact with any man all the rest of her life. Like him, she considered herself now to have become the perpetual bride of Christ. Before her trip to India, Christina stayed briefly in a hotel in the city until she officially changed her name and took the precaution of applying for a new Indian passport with a court decree listing the new name on her baptismal certificate. The Indian consulate issued the new passport in the name of Christina Lewinsky, a scriptural and theological indictment of Christina's marriage to Bruno. The marriage between Christina and Bruno stands as a testimony against any union formed without truth, for Scripture teaches that light and darkness cannot walk together in peace. Though this marriage bore the outward form of Christian matrimony, it lacked the inner substance of righteousness. Where holiness should have governed intention, self-interest ruled instead, and thus the covenant was corrupted from its beginning. Marriage, according to divine order, calls a man to love his wife as himself, to lay down his will for her good, and to shepherd her with patience and honor. Bruno failed this calling. He did not receive Christina as a life entrusted to him by God, but as an instrument for his own elevation. By binding himself to her for the sake of worldly escape, he treated a sacred covenant as a ladder to ambition. Such conduct stands condemned by Scripture, which warns that vows spoken falsely invite judgment rather than blessing. Christina's suffering within the marriage reveals the fruit of this disorder. Instead of dwelling with her in understanding, her husband provoked her spirit and burdened her conscience. Scripture cautions that when a husband rules without love, he brings bitterness into the home and causes prayer itself to be hindered. Thus, the marriage did not become a dwelling of peace, but a place where the heart was crushed and the soul worn thin. Her refusal to abandon truth, her insistence on seeking her mother and walking according to conscience, should have been met with endurance and mercy. Instead, she was answered with pressure and accusation. Scripture teaches that oppression within marriage is a grievous sin, for God hears the cry of the afflicted and does not side with those who harden their hearts. Bruno's persistence in coercion revealed not authority, but rebellion against the divine pattern of love. Christina's isolation within marriage exposes a deeper theological failure. Scripture affirms that it is not good for man or woman to stand alone, yet Christina found herself surrounded and yet abandoned, bound by vows but denied compassion. Where the marriage covenant should have lifted her burden, it multiplied it. Endurance in such a bond did not sanctify the union, it testified against it. Her eventual separation and pursuit of divorce must therefore be read through a scriptural lens of truth rather than condemnation. Scripture distinguishes between what God joins in righteousness and what humans bind together in deception. Christina did not tear apart a living covenant. She withdrew from a bond already emptied of its moral substance. The law's dissolution merely confirmed what had long been evident before God. Bruno's silence in the face of judgment echoes Scripture's warnings against those who refuse correction and evade accountability. A man who will not answer earthly summons will one day answer a higher court. His absence speaks not innocence, but refusal to stand beneath the weight of his own actions. In this account, the marriage of Christina and Bruno is set forth as a warning written in human suffering, that marriage without truth becomes bondage, that authority without love becomes cruelty, and that God does not require his children to remain in covenants sustained by sin. Scripture affirms that God is near to the broken-hearted and far from those who exploit sacred vows for selfish gain. Below is a realigned theological indictment, carefully adjusted to match the earlier commentary chapter's tone, that is, analytical, grave, systemic, and morally accusatory, rather than sermonic or lyrical. It mirrors the novel's style of exposing structural moral failure while using Scripture as framework, not ornament. Realigned theological indictment, Christina's marriage to Bruno. In the moral logic of this commentary, the marriage between Christina and Bruno must be understood not as a private misfortune, but as a smaller replication of the same ethical failures that govern the larger narrative. As elsewhere in this work, marriage here does not function as shelter or covenant, but as an apparatus of control, legitimized by religious language yet emptied of its moral substance. Scripture presents marriage as a binding of mutual responsibility, ordered toward care, truth, and shared accountability. Where these are absent, the form may persist, but the covenant does not. Christina's marriage fails at this foundational level. Bruno entered the union not to bear her burden, but to advance his own position. By treating marriage as a mechanism of mobility and escape, He stripped it of its theological core and converted it into an instrument of use. Such a union, though lawful in appearance, stands disordered before God. The hardship Christina endures within this marriage is not the result of accidental incompatibility, but of moral inversion. Scripture warns that authority exercised without love becomes oppression, and that vows spoken without truth invite judgment rather than blessing. Bruno's conduct conforms to this warning. Instead of dwelling with his wife in understanding, he imposed his will through emotional pressure and persistent coercion. Her resistance, rooted in conscience, memory, and unresolved truth, was not honored as moral agency but treated as disobedience. This pattern mirrors a recurring scriptural concern. When covenant is invoked to silence the vulnerable, God's law is being misused rather than upheld. Christina's isolation within marriage reflects this misuse. Though bound in name, she was abandoned in practice. The union demanded endurance without offering protection and submission without sacrifice. Such an arrangement aligns not with divine order, but with the broader injustice condemned throughout this commentary, where institutions meant to protect instead entrap. Scripture does not sanctify suffering for its own sake. It distinguishes between patience under trial and captivity under unrighteous authority. Christina's prolonged separation from Bruno exposes the truth of the bond. Distance did not dissolve a living covenant, but revealed one already fractured. Her pursuit of divorce, therefore, must be read not as rebellion against divine ordinance, but as withdrawal from a structure that had ceased to function as marriage in any theological sense. Bruno's refusal to answer legal summons finalizes the indictment. Accountability, both human and divine, is central to the scriptural vision of justice. Silence in the face of judgment signals not innocence, but evasion. In this, Bruno's absence echoes the same moral cowardice that characterized the marriage itself, an unwillingness to stand under obligation once advantage had been exhausted. Within the framework of this commentary, Christina's marriage to Bruno stands as a cautionary instance rather than an anomaly. It affirms a recurring truth advanced throughout the work, that religious language does not redeem exploitative structures, that marriage devoid of love becomes a form of bondage, and that God does not require his children to remain within covenants emptied of truth. As elsewhere in this narrative, endurance under injustice is shown not as holiness, but as evidence of systemic moral failure. Below is a fully realigned passage, written to match the novel's established treatment of marriage as a mechanism of custody transfer and control rather than covenant. The tone is analytical, morally indicting, and systemic, consistent with earlier chapters that frame marriage as an instrument that relocates authority over women's bodies, movement, and conscience. Marriage as custody transfer, the case of Christina and Bruno. Within the analytical framework of this commentary, Christina's marriage to Bruno must be understood less as a failed relationship than as a failed transfer of custodial responsibility. As with other marriages examined in this work, the union functions not as a mutual covenant, but as a legal and moral mechanism through which authority over a woman's life is reassigned, often without corresponding obligation to her well-being. Marriage, in its ideal theological form, transfers responsibility in order to ensure protection, care, and shared accountability. In this case, however, the transfer occurred without the fulfillment of its moral conditions. Bruno assumed the privileges of husbandhood while evading its duties. Christina's personhood, conscience, and future were absorbed into the institution of marriage, yet the promised shelter never materialized. Authority changed hands, care did not. The evidence of this custodial failure appears in Bruno's own admission of motive. By entering marriage primarily to secure migration and personal advancement, he treated the marital bond as a vehicle of access, not a covenant of care. In such arrangements, marriage ceases to be relational and becomes logistical, a means of relocation, documentation, and legitimacy. Christina's body and legal status became part of this transaction, while her interior life and moral commitments were rendered secondary. As the marriage progressed, custody was exercised not through protection but through pressure. Christina's refusal to abandon her unresolved past or comply with her husband's ambitions was met with emotional coercion rather than accommodation. This mirrors a recurring pattern identified throughout the narrative. Once custody is secured through marriage, resistance is reframed as insubordination rather than moral agency. The woman's persistence becomes a problem to be managed, not a voice to be heard. Christina's isolation within marriage further confirms the transfer's dysfunction. Though legally bound to her husband, she lacked practical advocacy, emotional security, and moral partnership. Marriage, which should have redistributed vulnerability in her favor, instead consolidated power against her. The household did not operate as a unit of shared life, but as a space where endurance replaced consent and silence replaced dialogue. From this perspective, Christina's separation and eventual divorce do not constitute a violation of marital theology, but an exposure of its absence. The custodial arrangement had already collapsed in substance, even if it persisted in form. The law's dissolution merely acknowledged a long evident reality: authority had been claimed without responsibility, and custody exercised without care. Bruno's refusal to respond to legal summons completes the pattern. Custody without accountability is one of the central failures condemned throughout this work. His silence represents not neutrality, but abandonment, consistent with his prior conduct as husband. Once the institution ceased to benefit him, obligation was abandoned altogether. In the broader logic of the story, Christina's marriage to Bruno reinforces a central claim: that marriage, when severed from moral responsibility, becomes indistinguishable from control. That custody transfers without love reproduce confinement rather than care, and that women suffering within such unions is not an accident of personality, but a predictable outcome of institutions emptied of their ethical core. Excerpts from the original manuscript about the marital persecutions of the American wife Christina by her Indian husband Bruno and his Christian family. Nevertheless, Sister Christina has rejected the advice of the divorcee Natasha and, like the abused wife Fiona, believed the words of the church leadership that Christian couples are only allowed divorce on the grounds of marital infidelity. According to them, no matter how many physical and verbal abuses that the Christian wife went through, she must continue her relationship with her abusive Christian husband. Even in the case of desertion or wife beating, still she cannot have biblical justification for breaking the holy Christian marriage vow. She can separate and live alone, but she cannot divorce her husband and marry another man. In the meantime, Brother Bruno followed the advice of the church and consequently rented an apartment, moved out of his family's house, and began to live with his wife. Even so, the new arrangement is met with anger and protest by his parents and siblings. His parents accused the church leadership of forcing their son to forsake one of the solid Indian customs and follow the Western man-made culture. Many parents in the church supported them and added their protests to the melee. Despite the protests and complaints of many families, the leaders of the church refused to rescind their decision, and the couple continued to live in the rented apartment. When her in-laws failed to effect any change in the decision of the leaders of the church, they began to squabble and create problems for their daughter-in-law. They started to dig deeper into her clouded past abusive life and spread rumors about her. Brother Bruno's two sisters and some of their church girlfriends were able to find juicy tidbits on the internet on the life of the Iranian heroine and former Miss World, Aphrodite Krishna Khan. Based on their thorough searches, they portrayed Sister Christina as a chameleon who kept changing her form and color to suit the purpose at hand. According to their findings, she was once a Muslim girl going by the name Ifat Khan. That girl Ifat had married a Saudi business tycoon called Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed. She married the 70-year-old Saudi man for his money. He paid her and her poor Muslim mother many crores of Indian rupees. She accepted him because she knew he was going to die soon. This pedophile old Arab man got strangled to death inside the Mumbai Arthur Road jail. Then his Muslim wife Ifat Khan changed her name and began to go by the moniker of the Iranian heroine, at which time she took on the identity of Aphrodite Krishna Khan. She then had a secret love affair with a wealthy Bollywood film director known as Mahmood Khan and became his secret mistress because he promised to make her a shining film star. He secretly married her as his Muslim wife number 2 and kept her in his farmhouse. During acting in her first movie, Aphrodite also had an affair with a rising Bollywood film star named Samir Krishna and soon after changed her name to Aphrodite Krishna Khan, professing to be a Hindu and a Muslim girl at the same time. Shortly thereafter, she married an NRI, Hindu named Rahul Patel, and went by the name of Pooja Patel. She married Rahul Patel so that she could go to the United States of America. To reach America, she agreed to become a Hindu girl and marry a Hindu man. When she arrived in the Promised Land, she left her Hindu husband and hooked herself up with a Muslim man by the name of Jamal Khan, reverting to her old name of Aphrodite Khan and re-embracing Islam. Just before she returned to India, she embraced the Christian faith and had her name legally changed to Christina Lewinsky. Finally, she married their brother, Bruno, and became Christina Fernandez. After those unpleasant discoveries, the two sisters and their girlfriends stopped referring to her as Sister Christina and began to call her the Chameleon Woman. While they could not find any overt reason for her conversion to Christianity, Brother Bruno's two sisters and their cohorts in the church assumed that Aphrodite Khan had fallen in love with a wealthy American man, for whom she changed her religion and went by the name Christina Lewinsky. Their report also uncovered a previous internet article which detailed her incarceration in a Mumbai women's jail and the disgraceful title that was given to her at that time, the Tawaif of Bollywood, or the high-profile prostitute of the film industry. They told everybody in the church that while the sister-in-law was in the ladies' prison, she became a high-profile prostitute of Bollywood. She had been arrested for being the highest-paid Bollywood whore and had sexual relations with many film stars and directors, politicians, top officials in the Mumbai Police Department, and wealthy people. Although their report included many more false details which had never happened, it said nothing about her successes in life of winning Miss Mumbai, Miss India, and Miss World. Furthermore, it said nothing about her controversial remarks about the Prophet Muhammad and the Quran and the assassination plot of Dawood Ibrahim's Muslim terrorists, which forced her to flee out of India and ended up in the United States of America. From that point, adding insult to injury, the vengeful two girls started to call her on her face the Chameleon Woman. With the ammunition needed, Brother Bruno's two sisters went on the offensive and began harassing their brother's wife. They started to phone her at her apartment and confront her about her disgraceful past. They accused her of deception and hiding her nasty past and many marriages before their brother Bruno fell victim to her trap. According to them, it is the ultimate degradation in their Mangalorean Christian culture to wed a pure and chaste boy like their brother Bruno to a whore woman who had not only gone through many husbands, but also slept around with other men like a street hooker. They reinforced their stand by acknowledging that their brother deserved a virgin instead of a dirty woman who had sex with many men just like a bitch with many dogs. They also called her the dirty prostitute and Tawaif of Bollywood. They punctuated their phone calls with unannounced and unnecessary visits, hoping to plague her into compliance. Even their two parents and their three brothers stood with the two girls. They simply want to cut through the chase and have her forget her search for her Muslim mother, and she should immediately take her husband to America so that he can take them to the Promised Land too. Sister Christina's in-laws turned her life into hell with no place for refuge. The very people she thought are living with the guidance of the Holy Spirit in Christ are now hounding her to do their bidding. Her husband sided with his parents, of course, and joined in the diatribe about their pending immigration status. He wants her to begin the process of applying for him before the 6 months' grace is over. He knows, just like everyone else, that his application process may take more than another 6 months. Without informing his wife, her husband applied for an Indian passport and when the passport is in his hands, continued to harangue her to apply for one too. Her new Indian passport must bear the name Christina Fernandez. Her mission is clear. She refused all suggestions, resulting in her husband taking their dispute once again to the senior pastor and his wife. He accused his wife of reneging on her word and trying to run off to America without him. The pastor saw his point and called Sister Christina in for a talk. He firmly told her to apply for a new passport with her husband's last name. Being left with no choice, She applied for a new Indian passport and changed her name from Christina Lewinsky to Christina Fernandez. What gave her so much sorrow is not having double nationalities now, American and Indian, but discarding her precious last name of her American lover Michael and his Jewish last name, Lewinsky, and replacing it with the detestable last name of her Indian husband, Fernandez. She felt as if she had cheated on Michael and for no good reason. She had abandoned his last name. She is sorrowful because instead of marrying her archangel Michael, she wedded the Antichrist, Bruno Fernandez. She is keeping her love treasure in her injured heart and cherished her deep and genuine love for her complete Jew, her American lover, Michael Lewinsky. As soon as Mrs. Fernandez's new passport is issued, her husband began to harass her to approach the American consulate in Mumbai and apply for joint visas for her Indian spouse, father-in-law, and mother-in-law to join her in the United States of America. Her in-laws knew that through her they are entitled to get immigrant visas to the promised land. Once again, Sister Christina has been forced through some leaders of the church to apply for immigrant visas for her Christian spouse and his parents. However, before her husband and his parents got their immigration visas to the USA, the land that flows with honey and money, something else developed to complicate the matter for her. At this time, a full year has passed since Christina arrived in Mumbai and joined that Indian heretical church. Finally, her search efforts for her biological mother bore fruit. A Christian woman who had lived as a Muslima before adopting Christianity has heard about her search and has come forward to her with information about Rehana Khan. According to the source, she knows of a Muslim woman named Rehana Khan who has 3 sons. She had returned from America, and when she arrived, she told all her Muslim neighbors that her Indian husband had divorced her, hence her return to the motherland. This ex-Muslim woman informer also conveyed some gossip to other women in the church. She did not share that additional information with Sister Christina. She added that she knew of an N.R.I., an American Muslim man who visited India briefly and knew of the scandal, which led Rehana Khan to forsake her paradise-like life in America and sold her house and eventually return home to India. According to the former friend of the Khan family, Mr. Khan had apparently fallen in love with a young girl who was young enough to be his daughter and had eventually ignored and deserted Mrs. Khan. In addition to the huge age difference between the two lovers, the girl is a Hindu and hence she refused to marry Mr. Khan until he converted to Hinduism. Moreover, he made his new girlfriend pregnant before he married her. The girl had turned out to be Mrs. Khan's daughter, who became a Hindu. Therefore, she discovered her husband had cheated on her with her own daughter, and he married his own stepdaughter, which is an incestuous relationship and illegal in America. Mrs. Khan understood if she took the matter to a court of law, she would be shooting herself in the foot because that would expose the abominable deed of her own daughter. The scandal of her bad husband and wicked daughter had already begun to smell out, and every Indian in the States speaking about it. The resulting scandal and the ignominy of it all prompted Rehana Khan to flee from America and returning India to hide. After she had settled in Mumbai with her 3 sons, Rehana betrothed for second Islamic marriage by a prominent Muslim mullah and married him. He is the imam of the biggest mosque in Mumbai town. Mrs. Khan became his 3rd wife, but only due to her age and her situation did Rehana agree to marry him. She understood his position and social standing could give her much-needed acceptance and security, never mind that he was old enough to be her grandfather. After that, the ex-Muslim woman gave Christina the address of her former hut when she used to live in Mumbai town near the house of the American woman Rehana Khan. She told her to go to that address and ask the Muslim women living near that hut for the whereabouts of Begum Rehana Sheikh Aldin Khan. However, before his American wife went to meet her Muslim mother, her Christian husband claimed to have seen a vision from the Lord. In a secret family meeting without the presence of his wife, he shared his divine vision with his parents and siblings and sought their wise advice. Before we heard what his family members advised him to, let us state briefly his so-called divine vision. He said, "Behold, while he is lying on his bed, he saw in a dream his wife is but naked, and besides her is standing a bare naked young white guy. Then he saw his wife and the American guy are doing sex the same way those dirty infidels do in pornographic videos. When he confronted his bad wife and rebuked her about her abominable deed, she said the white guy is her American lover and she has decided to leave her Indian husband and attach herself with him without divorce. All the family members believed in his divine vision and assured him that was what was going to happen when he reached America with his wife. Even the older sister claimed to have seen in her dream a similar vision from the Lord about his chameleon wife. She called her the Cobra wife and the dirty to waif, or prostitute of Bollywood. Then she advised her brother to divorce his prostitute wife and look for a virgin Christian girl and marry her. However, his father and mother rejected her foolish advice and said their good son must wait until his American wife takes him with his parents to the promised land. Then and only then, when they are safely reached by the will of God to America, Bruno must divorce his bad wife, return to India, and marry a suitable Mangalorean Christian virgin bride. Every son and daughter supported the wise advice of the parents. In that way, the problem has been solved, and the secret meeting is concluded by reaching a collective decision that Mr. Bruno Fernandez must divorce Mrs. Christina Fernandez as soon as he settled with his parents in America. Below is a cross-referenced, commentary-aligned analysis that explicitly situates Christina's marriage to Bruno alongside the earlier custody transfer analyses of Rehanna and Ifit. The tone, structure, and vocabulary are calibrated to your commentary's established method: comparative, systemic, morally indicting, and institution-focused rather than emotive or narrative. Comparative custody transfer: Christina, Rehanna, and Ifit. When read in isolation, Christina's marriage to Bruno may appear merely unfortunate. When read alongside the custody trajectories of Rehanna and Ifit, however, it reveals itself as part of the same institutional logic repeatedly exposed throughout this commentary. In each case, marriage functions not primarily as covenant, but as a mechanism for transferring custody over a woman's body, movement, and future, with wildly different degrees of violence, but a shared moral architecture. Rehanna's marriages operate at the most overt end of this spectrum. Each union explicitly transfers ownership-like authority under legal and religious systems that erase consent and criminalize resistance. Custody is total, her body becomes accessible, her movement restricted, her motherhood weaponized, and her suffering normalized by law. Marriage here is indistinguishable from captivity, and its function is openly administratively regulating access, liability, and control. Ifit's marriages refine this mechanism further. Though shifted across borders and regimes, each union accomplishes the same result: legitimizing custody through ritual and documentation. Whether under Sharia justification or criminal manipulation, marriage repeatedly serves to relocate responsibility away from the girl while consolidating power over her. Even so-called rescues reproduce containment once marital authority is invoked. Custody persists while its form adapts. Christina's marriage to Bruno appears less violent, but it operates according to the same structural principle. Here, custody is not enforced through physical confinement or overt legal terror, but through moral pressure, expectation, and emotional coercion. Marriage transfers authority over Christina's decisions, future, and mobility to her husband, yet without the corresponding assumption of care that covenant theology demands. The novel has already established that custody transfer without responsibility is not neutral, it is abusive by design. Bruno's admission that he entered marriage primarily to secure migration confirms that custody in this case was instrumental from the outset. Christina's legal and relational status became a means of access. Her personhood was secondary to her utility. Once custody was assumed, resistance followed a familiar pattern. As with Rehanna and Ifit, Christina's refusal to conform to the demands attached to her custodial role was treated not as moral agency, but as insubordination. Her unresolved past and commitment to conscience were framed as obstacles to be overcome rather than realities to be honored. Custody demanded compliance, dissent invited pressure. The divergence between Christina and the other women lies not in structure, but in outcome. Rehanna and Ifit are denied meaningful exit for prolonged periods by law, religion, and force. Christina's separation and eventual divorce represent a partial rupture in the system, an instance where custody fails to fully reproduce itself. Yet even here, the pattern holds. The dissolution does not occur because the institution self-corrects, but because the woman withdraws at great personal cost. Bruno's refusal to answer legal summons mirrors the behavior of other male custodians in the narrative once responsibility becomes inconvenient. Custody is claimed when beneficial, abandoned when accountability arises. This pattern is consistent across scale and context, reinforcing the book's central argument. Marriage repeatedly functions as a one-way transfer of obligation, away from women and toward institutions and men who rarely bear its consequences. Read together, the stories of Rehanna, Ifit, and Christina demonstrate that the difference between captivity and ordinary marriage is often one of degree, not kind. Where authority is transferred without enacted care, where consent is presumed but not protected, and where exit is punished rather than facilitated, marriage ceases to be covenant and becomes containment. Christina's experience confirms that even in its mildest form, custody without responsibility remains morally corrupt. Key moral conclusions. Marriage repeatedly functions as custody transfer, not covenant. Across the story, marriage is shown less as a mutual moral bond and more as a mechanism for reallocating authority over women's bodies, movement, and futures. Whether overtly violent, Rehanna, legally normalized, Ifit, or socially coercive, Christina, marriage consistently acts as a conduit for control rather than care. Custody without responsibility is structurally abusive. The transfer of authority that marriage enables is rarely matched by the assumption of responsibility. Men and institutions claim rights while evading obligation. This imbalance is not incidental but systemic, producing predictable harm regardless of cultural or legal context. Religious and legal forms do not guarantee moral legitimacy. The text demonstrates that religious language, ritual, or legality does not redeem exploitative arrangements. When law and theology are used to legitimate control rather than restrain it, they become instruments of injustice rather than channels of protection. Resistance is reframed as disobedience under custodial logic. In each case study, women's moral agency, whether expressed as refusal, conscience, or survival, is recast as rebellion or ingratitude once custody is assumed. The institution privileges compliance over consent and endurance over dignity. Exit is punished, not facilitated. The difficulty or impossibility of exit is a defining feature of custodial marriage. Rehanna and Ifit are denied meaningful escape through law and force. Christina secures exit only at great personal cost. Where departure is obstructed, suffering is prolonged and normalized. Endurance is not redemption. The novel rejects the notion that suffering within unjust structures is inherently sanctifying. Survival is presented as necessity, not victory. Endurance signals institutional failure, not moral success. Scale differs, structure persists. The variation between Christina's experience and the more extreme ordeals of Rehanna and Ifit is one of degree, not kind. All operate within the same moral architecture, authority transferred without accountability, consent assumed without protection. Justice remains partial and contingent. Throughout the narrative, justice appears reactive rather than principled, often activated only by scale, visibility, or political cost. Individual suffering alone is insufficient to compel institutional correction. The central moral claim. When marriage becomes an instrument of custody rather than care, it ceases to function as a moral covenant. In such conditions, continued participation does not preserve righteousness, it compounds harm. The novel's ultimate indictment is therefore institutional. Systems that sanctify control while neglecting responsibility cannot be morally sustained. After fleeing India, Aphrodite Khan's life is defined by exile, concealment, and continual reinvention, shaped largely by fear for her safety rather than free personal or professional choice. Flight and displacement. Following escalating threats after her pageant success and public controversies, Aphrodite is forced to leave India. She first takes refuge in Europe, including Germany, and later relocates to the United States, moving repeatedly to avoid being tracked by Muslim terrorists and hostile networks. Her travel is reactive and security-driven, not career-oriented. Living under hidden identity, for long periods abroad, Aphrodite is instructed to hide her identity as Miss World, conceal her wealth, and even use different names. She avoids publicity, appears in public only cautiously, and at times remains physically veiled to reduce recognition. This enforced anonymity protects her life, but erases the public persona she had just attained. Curtailment of career and public roles. Unable to safely attend events or act openly, Aphrodite cannot pursue a normal international career in film, advocacy, or pageant duties. Others are forced to substitute for her in public roles, and her global fame becomes a liability rather than an asset. Psychological and emotional burden, constant displacement, surveillance fears, and the need to suppress her identity take a heavy emotional toll. Her life abroad is marked by isolation, anxiety, and the effort to cope with trauma accumulated from abuse, scandal, and loss, rather than by professional fulfillment. A life of guarded survival. Instead of enjoying the opportunities her fame could have brought, Aphrodite spends her post-India years focused on staying alive, avoiding exposure, and adapting to new legal and cultural environments. Her story abroad becomes one of survival under protection rather than expansion or freedom. In summary, after fleeing India, Aphrodite lives a fractured international life, moving between countries, concealing her identity, and sacrificing career growth in exchange for safety. Fame persists, but only as risk. Survival replaces visibility as the central priority of her life. International reactions to Aphrodite's situation after winning Miss World. After Aphrodite Khan's rise to global visibility and her subsequent flight from India, international reactions to her situation are sharply divided, ranging from sympathy and protection to suspicion, sensationalism, and fear-driven avoidance. The narrative presents these reactions as fragmented rather than unified. Humanitarian concern and protective responses. Western authorities and institutions, particularly in Europe and the United States, respond to Aphrodite primarily as a person under threat. Immigration officials, law enforcement agencies, and security services facilitate her relocation and, at critical moments, provide protective measures and safe housing rather than public platforms. In this context, Aphrodite is treated less as a celebrity and more as a high-risk individual, signaling recognition of the seriousness of the threats against her rather than endorsement or celebration of her fame. Media attention abroad, concern mixed with sensationalism. International media takes strong interest in her story, but coverage is uneven. Some outlets frame her as a victim of extremism, abuse, and cultural conflict, highlighting the danger she faces as a former Miss World forced into exile. At the same time, other reporting recycles controversy, focusing on her statements, religious identity, and past trauma without adequate context. This keeps her story in circulation, but also reinforces her image as a polarizing figure rather than a protected one. Public opinion. Sympathy versus discomfort. Among segments of the international public, Aphrodite attracts sympathy and admiration, especially as a woman punished for speaking against abuse and child marriage. For these audiences, she becomes a symbol of courage and survival. Conversely, there is also unease and reluctance to engage with her openly. Institutions that might otherwise embrace a former Miss World, cultural organizations, pageant platforms, advocacy groups, often keep their distance, wary of political, religious, or security backlash. Pageant and celebrity world distancing. International pageant bodies and celebrity networks respond defensively. While not formally disowning Aphrodite's titles, they limit her visibility, reduce her participation in global events, and in some cases allow others to stand in for her in public roles. This reaction signals an effort to contain reputational risk, prioritizing organizational stability over individual support. Muslim terrorists' hostility across borders. The most hostile international reaction comes from Islamic terrorism networks, whose threats follow Aphrodite beyond India. These transnational dangers are a major reason her life abroad is marked by secrecy and movement rather than settlement, shaping how governments and institutions interact with her. Overall picture. In sum, the international response to Aphrodite's situation is protective but cautious, sympathetic yet distancing. Governments and individuals offer safety and refuge, media amplifies her story while often deepening controversy, and cultural institutions withdraw rather than champion her. Internationally, Aphrodite is recognized not as a triumphant global icon, but as a figure whose fame has become inseparable from danger, provoking care, anxiety, and avoidance in equal measure. Aphrodite Khan's global media portrayal is consistently depicted as polarized, sensationalized, and unstable, shifting between sympathy and suspicion as her story travels beyond India. From triumph to controversy, international media initially presents Aphrodite as an extraordinary figure, a former slum girl who rose to become Miss World, symbolizing resilience and social breakthrough. However, this celebratory framing quickly gives way to controversy as outlets focus on her remarks about Islam, her traumatic past, and the threats against her, transforming her from a success story into a flashpoint of global debate. Context-stripped reporting. Much of the global press reproduces Aphrodite's statements and background without sufficient context, reporting accusations of blasphemy and scandal while downplaying or omitting the abuse, coercion, and trauma that shaped her views. This contributes to a portrayal of her as provocative or reckless rather than as a survivor responding to lived experience. Victim and threat narratives intertwined. International coverage frequently oscillates between depicting Aphrodite as a woman under serious threat from extremists and as a problematic public figure who brings risk to institutions associated with her. This dual framing results in heightened attention but reduced advocacy as organizations grow cautious about featuring her publicly. Security-driven invisibility. Reports abroad highlight that Aphrodite is forced into exile, concealment, and guarded living, with governments and pageant bodies limiting her visibility. Even sympathetic coverage emphasizes danger and withdrawal rather than achievement, reinforcing her image as a celebrity whose fame has become hazardous. Lasting stigma in the global imagination. Once her story becomes internationally controversial, media attention repeatedly revisits the same elements: religion, scandal, threats, ensuring that Aphrodite's identity remains fixed as a controversial symbol rather than a progressing career figure. Her portrayal stabilizes around conflict, not growth. In summary, global media portrays Aphrodite Khan not simply as a former beauty queen, but as a contested figure at the intersection of gender, religion, trauma, and security. While she is recognized internationally, that recognition is framed through risk and controversy, making her visibility precarious and her public image permanently polarized. Below is a comparative thematic analysis that places Ifat Khan's marriages to Uncle Jimmy, Jamal Khan, Rahul Patel, Bruno Fernandes, and Michael Lewinsky alongside her marriages to Sheikh Ahmed and Mahmoud Khan. The comparison highlights how marriage functions differently depending on power, class, and institutional backing, while consistently serving as a mechanism that governs Ifat's autonomy across the narrative. The analysis is grounded in the Indian Miss World. Two categories of marriage in Ifat Khan's life. Ifat's marriages fall into two broad groups. Marriages of direct domination, Sheikh Ahmed, Mahmoud Khan. Marriages of conditional belonging, Uncle Jimmy, Rahul Patel, Bruno Fernandes, Michael Lewinsky. The distinction is not emotional intent alone, but how power operates through marriage. Sheikh Ahmed and Mahmoud Khan. Marriage as ownership and control. Nature of these marriages. Initiated and sustained through extreme power imbalance. Backed by wealth, authority, secrecy, and religious or social legitimacy. If it has little to no agency, marriage operates as a legal and social enclosure. Key features. Marriage authorizes total control over movement, identity, and future. Class hierarchy is absolute. Powerful men versus an isolated, powerless girl. Patriarchy is overt and unapologetic, exercised through force and legitimacy. Thematic meaning. These marriages represent patriarchy at its most explicit, women reduced to property under class and gender power. Marriage serves as a tool of erasure, not integration. They establish the baseline of oppression that shapes all later relationships. Rahul Patel. Marriage as class instrument. Contrast with Sheikh Ahmed and Mahmud Khan. Control is economic and familial rather than overtly violent. Marriage is framed as respectable tradition tied to inheritance and social order. Key difference. If it is no longer property, but she is still instrumentalized. Class privilege replaces brute dominance, but the outcome is similar. Her autonomy is secondary. Thematic shift. Patriarchy becomes bureaucratic and polite, operating through family expectations and wealth rather than force. This marks a transition from ownership to management. Uncle Jimmy, Jamal Khan. Marriage as emotional refuge. Contrast with Sheikh Ahmed and Mahmud Khan. Rooted in affection and recognition of Ifit as a person. Lacks institutional power or protection. Key difference. This is the clearest emotional contrast. Care exists where domination once ruled. However, the marriage remains legally and socially fragile because Jimmy lacks class power. Thematic meaning. The narrative suggests that love alone cannot counter patriarchy. Without class or institutional backing, even humane relationships are vulnerable. Michael Lewinsky. Marriage as healing and recognition. Contrast with Sheikh Ahmed and Mahmud Khan. Based on consent, recovery, and mutual support. Minimal coercion, if its voice is acknowledged. Key difference. For the first time, marriage functions as alignment rather than control. Yet it exists outside the dominant social and cultural structures that previously governed Ifit's life. Thematic meaning. This marriage represents a counterfactual, what partnership might look like without patriarchal governance. Its fragility underscores how rare such balance is within the novel's social world. Bruno Fernandez. Marriage as institutional discipline. Contrast with Sheikh Ahmed and Mahmud Khan. Coercion is indirect, mediated through religious and social institutions. Authority appears moral rather than violent. Key difference. If it is not owned, but she is conditioned. Obedience is demanded in exchange for legitimacy and belonging. Thematic meaning. Patriarchy re-emerges in a refined form, control through doctrine, respectability, and moral pressure. Marriage again regulates identity, speech, and behavior. Synthesis. What the comparison reveals. Sheikh Ahmed and Mahmud Khan show patriarchy in its rawest form, possession justified by power. Rahul Patel shows patriarchy disguised as class tradition. Uncle Jimmy shows that affection cannot neutralize systemic inequality. Michael Lewinsky offers a rare vision of ethical partnership, yet one marginal to dominant systems. Bruno Fernandez demonstrates how institutions can replicate domination without overt force. Central insight. Across all marriages, the problem is not individual men alone, but how marriage itself is repeatedly used to regulate female autonomy, whether through force, class, affection, or institutional morality. Marriage changes shape, but control persists. Below is an expanded comparison with short quotations focused specifically on Bruno Fernandez, while staying strictly within what the novel explicitly says. Where Bruno is not quoted speaking, the text identifies him by role, her Christian husband, which is how the narrative itself frames him. Short quotations focused on Bruno's response. The novel rarely gives Bruno a personal, introspective voice. This silence is deliberate. Instead, Bruno is defined by contrast, omission, and alignment with condemning institutions. The following quotations expose his role through what he does and, crucially, what he does not do. 1. Bruno as the Christian husband who accepts condemnation. One of the sharpest indictments of Bruno appears indirectly when the narrator contrasts him with Michael. Quotation, he never once believed, unlike her Christian husband and Indian church leaders and other believers, that she is possessed by demons. This line explicitly places Bruno among those who accept or tolerate the demonization of Christina. While Michael rejects this explanation, Bruno is grouped with authorities who stigmatize her condition. Implication: Bruno interprets Christina's breakdown through religious condemnation, not empathy. 2. Bruno's absence at the moment of rescue. When Christina's breakdown escalates into suicidality, the narrative makes clear who acts and who does not. Quotation, when she lost all hopes in life and became suicidal, it was Michael who rescued her. Bruno is conspicuously absent from this sentence. The grammar itself is revealing. Only Michael is named as a rescuer. Implication: Bruno does not intervene when Christina's life is in danger. 3. Bruno's failure to reframe her breakdown as trauma. The novel stresses that Christina's illness is repeatedly misinterpreted by religious figures close to her. Quotation, unlike her Christian husband. Even this brief phrase is significant. It identifies Bruno not as a protector, but as someone whose beliefs align with spiritual blame rather than psychological understanding. Implication: Bruno permits theology to override compassion. 4. Bruno's non-participation in healing. Only one male character is associated with therapy and recovery. Quotation, he actively participated in her therapy. The absence of Bruno from any similar description is intentional. The text does not state that Bruno helped, it states that Michael did, implying that Bruno did not. Implication: Bruno disengages once care becomes difficult or socially costly. 5. Bruno aligned with institutional failure. The novel explains that vulnerable women are repeatedly abandoned by institutions and by those who depend on them. Quotation, institutions repeatedly fail vulnerable women. Bruno's behavior fits this pattern. He does not challenge the court, the church, or social condemnation. Instead, he survives by alignment and silence. Synthesis: what the quotations reveal about Bruno. Taken together, these short quotations show that Bruno accepts religious explanations that stigmatize Christina, does not intervene at her moment of collapse, is absent during rescue and recovery, aligns with institutional judgment rather than personal responsibility. By contrast, Michael is quoted directly as acting, rescuing, rejecting condemnation, and participating in therapy. Conclusion: the novel condemns Bruno not through dramatic confrontation, but through quiet textual exclusion. He is present by label, her Christian husband, yet absent in action. The quotations reveal a man who prioritizes religious conformity and self-preservation over care, making him the moral opposite of Michael. In Christina and the Complete Jew, silence and inaction are treated as forms of betrayal. Bruno's response to Christina's breakdown, both in court and in the hospital, is therefore not neutral, it is actively harmful. Below is a comparison table that sets Michael versus Bruno side by side using short, direct quotations explicitly supported by the novel and its authorized commentaries. Each quote is followed by a brief, precise explanation so you can use the table for revision, essays, or close textual analysis. Michael versus Bruno, responses to Christina's breakdown, court and hospital. Aspect: Michael. Bruno. Response to court breakdown. He never once believed that she is possessed by demons. Michael rejects the court-endorsed religious stigma and refuses to interpret Christina's collapse as sin or possession. Unlike her Christian husband, Bruno is grouped with church figures who accept demonization, showing passive alignment with judgment rather than defense. Moral position at court. Michael is defined by opposition to institutional cruelty. He later acts to undo the damage caused there. Bruno remains silent and non-interventionist, allowing procedure to override protection. Institutions repeatedly fail vulnerable women, and Bruno does not resist this failure. Reaction to suicidal crisis. When she lost all hopes in life and became suicidal, it was Michael who rescued her. Michael intervenes directly to preserve Christina's life. Bruno is absent from the moment of rescue. The text names only Michael as acting, underscoring Bruno's non-response. Interpretation of illness. He never once believed that she is possessed by demons. Michael treats the breakdown as trauma requiring care. Unlike her Christian husband, Bruno accepts spiritual blame, allowing theology to replace compassion. Presence at the mental hospital. He actively participated in her therapy and played an active role in investigating how her past trauma had contributed to her mental condition. Michael's care is sustained, practical, and accountable. Bruno is never described as participating in therapy or care. His absence from recovery scenes signifies withdrawal. Emotional ethic. He also planted in her heart his unconditional and everlasting love. Michael offers unconditional presence that counteracts the court's rejection. Bruno's concern proves conditional. Once Christina becomes socially costly, he disengages. Institutions repeatedly fail women, and Bruno aligns with this pattern. Narrative judgment. Michael is validated by outcomes, rescue, stabilization, and recovery. Bruno is condemned by omission, silence at court, absence at rescue, and no role in healing. One-sentence synthesis. Michael responds to Christina's breakdown with understanding, rescue, and sustained care, while Bruno responds with silence, religious judgment, and withdrawal, aligning himself with institutional failure rather than personal responsibility. Quotations from the original manuscript comparing the stand of Michael and Bruno toward the mental sickness of Christina. The terribly abused American wife Christina, who assumed by all to have become a madwoman, has not faced only been rejected and betrayed by her Muslim mother. Her Christian husband Bruno has also distanced himself from her. If he has left her alone to face her mental sickness, it might be tolerable, but Bruno and his sisters have spread very malicious rumors about her in the church and made every Christian brother and sister believe their words. Somehow, they came to know that she had been admitted into a mental hospital in one of the outskirts of Mumbai known as Vashi, which is also called New Bombay. Not surprisingly, Bruno and his two sisters Natlin and Sylvia paid her a visit. After that, they returned to the church and spread their spiritual interpretations of what has happened to Sister Christina. According to them, she had given a foothold to Satan and opened herself to demonic attacks because she left her lawful Christian husband and began to live with a white guy in a shameful and open adulterous relationship. They further claimed, for that reason God had delivered her up to Satan to destroy her body. They said further that when they visited her in the mental hospital, they found her with long shackles on her hands and around her body. There are strong fetters fastened to her legs, and she is being chained to her bed and fed like a wild beast in a cage at the zoo. She looked like a white witch and a dirty bitch, and her hair is disheveled like a madwoman. She always tears her clothes, exposes her nakedness, and bites anyone that comes within range. She is screamed constantly and speaks unintelligible language just like that of a lunatic and demon-possessed woman. She often breaks the chains, and the mental hospital staff finds it difficult to restrain her. The spirit of the Phoenician Queen Jezebel possessed her, and her body has been infiltrated by many demons of rage and unclean spirits of lust and adultery. They concluded their spiritual report by saying that she is having a legion of demons inside her body. In the Bible, a legion is equal to 6,100 devils. Their report led many church leaders and believers to take a trip to that mental asylum and confirm the rumors about the so-called demon-possessed white witch and dirty bitch. The mental hospital became like a tourist attraction to the members of that born-again and spirit-filled church. Many mothers took their daughters over there to show them the dire consequences of disobeying the word of God and committing adultery. Some fathers accompanied their sons to the mental hospital and showed them the punishment of committing premarital or extramarital sex. Even the senior pastor of the church used the demon-possessed backslidden Christian woman's case as a practical example for preaching about marital unfaithfulness. On one Sunday, he preached from the pulpit a long sermon on marriage and adultery and mentioned her by name and referred to her white boyfriend by ethnicity. The wife of the senior pastor, who herself is a female pastor who also claimed to be among the 3 righteous women who caught the adulterous wife in bed with the handsome white guy when the two were stark naked and committing adultery, upon hearing the new rumors, she shouted hallelujah from the rooftops of her house, and then she rose a red flag. For that reason, she has openly challenged her husband and other male leaders. She said they must stand before the congregation in the church and repent of their sins of doubting her report of the confirmed adultery of Sister Christina. Her husband and the other 7 pastors begged her on their knees to forgive them and not to expose their sins of unbelief before other believers. Reluctantly, the holy woman of God and the other 2 female pastors have accepted their apologies and repentance and forgiven them. Only a few compassionate believers have pity on Sister Christina and visited her many times and attempted to cast the demons out of her possessed body, but every time their attempts failed. All members of that church collectively believe that the Lord had delivered Christina Fernandez to the devil to destroy her body because of her disgraceful and open adultery, which she committed with the handsome white guy. By the way, a few days after Christina got admitted to the mental hospital in the Vashi neighborhood in Navi Mumbai, a great disaster occurred and wrecked the lives of the Fernandez clan. Brother Bruno considered his life had come to an end when he heard the disturbing news from the American consulate that his American wife had officially canceled her sponsorship for him and his parents and blocked forever their pilgrimage to the Promised Land. He had not only lost the excellent opportunity of flying to his promised paradise, but he lost his job too. Because of that, his faith in the Lord had been seriously shaken. Upon hearing the incredible news, his mother, Mrs. Fernandez, lost her mind completely when her son informed her that his wife had canceled her sponsorship on the same day. She ran away from his apartment and began to live with the adulterous white man. Therefore, Christina's mother-in-law started to talk to herself as a lunatic woman. She also began to beat and bite any of her relatives whenever they come close to her. Consequently, she had also been declared as a madwoman by her children and confined in a darkroom in her house. The incredible report about the rejection of their applications to their overseas trip to the Promised Land had caused her husband, Mr. Fernandez, to have a major heart attack and died after a few hours at the Nanavati hospital. In accordance with that big family catastrophe, Brother Bruno had not only lost his American wife, mad mother, and dead father, but he permanently lost his job in Mumbai. Moreover, his life dream of immigrating to the Promised Land, the land that flows with money and honey and eternal happiness, had gone forever. It is an unbearable disaster for the proud Fernandez clan. Although she had been publicly disowned by her Muslim mother, hated by her Christian husband, got despised by her in-laws, and condemned as a fallen whore and demon-possessed woman by her church, still her American lover and spiritual boyfriend has not left her. Michael has neither forsaken her nor has he ceased visiting his beloved Indian girlfriend even for a single day. He is determined neither to allow her to die like a lonely and abandoned girl in her filthy cell of the mental hospital nor to forsake her in India and return to America without her. Michael has decided to continue living in Mumbai indefinitely and every day visits his beloved Indian girlfriend in her small room in the mental hospital. As soon as she became mentally sick, he began to pray and fast for her healing. He is spending many hours in her apartment fasting, praying, and interceding for her. Whenever he visited her in her mental asylum, he played his guitar, sang her favorite hymns, and read some verses of the Bible which promise divine healing. Every time he tried to communicate with her, she saw him as a ghost and went berserk. She could not recognize him as her American lover. Despite this, it is not in Michael to give up on her. He approached the mental hospital authority and requested to be allowed to transfer her to an American mental health facility for better medical treatment. He promised to cover the expenses of her overseas transfer. The Mental Hospital Administration Office rejected his application because the female patient is not related to him. He tried to convince them to allow him to take her on humanitarian grounds, but they refused. He even lied to them and tried to take her as his common-law partner or his female conjugal partner. But the hospital authority rejected his application because they already have on file that Mrs. Christina Fernandez is married to someone by the name of Bruno Fernandez. Besides that, common-law partners and conjugal partners are not recognized as legitimate relations between unmarried lovers in India. Michael informed the hospital that the marital relationship between Christina and her Indian husband Bruno was broken prior to her mental problem. They asked him to bring official proof that her Christian husband has divorced her or given him permission to take his Indian wife to America. Michael Lewinsky went to Mr. Bruno Fernandez in the church and requested him to either divorce Christina or give him permission to transfer her to America for better treatment. Brother Bruno rejected the request of the American lover and accused him of being the reason behind his Indian wife forsaking him and canceling her sponsorship for him and his parents to the USA. He also said to him in front of everyone in the church after the Sunday service is over, "My wife is possessed by demons of lust because of her adulterous relationship with you." Of course, the complete Jew Michael denied the false allegation and tried to convince Brother Bruno and the leaders of the church that he knew Christina from America and she stayed in his parents' house prior to her conversion, and, through him, she came to know the Lord. He also said she forsook Islam and accepted Christianity in his parents' home and got baptized and changed her name to Christina in his church in the States. He said further that he and Christina are only good friends and there is not any sex involved or any other form of carnal relation between the two of them, but no one believed his story. The church leadership rejected his justification of living with someone's wife in the same apartment and told him never to come again to their holy sanctuary and spirit-filled church, or otherwise they will hand him over to the ruthless Indian police officers. Michael has not given up. From the Bandra church, he traveled to the Mumbai town and went to the biggest mosque and talked to its imam, the Mullah Sheikh Uldin Khan, in front of his entire congregation. He requested him to allow him to meet his wife, Begum Rehanaji. He explained that he wants to obtain the permission of Christina's mother for transferring her mentally sick daughter to the United States of America for better treatment. That day, the angry mullah is supposed to kill the Christian infidel boy at the spot if it is not for the many faithful Muslims who are present inside the prayer hall, and he understood that Michael is a white foreigner. Nevertheless, he controlled his boiling rage and talked to the American young man. He told him that his third wife, Begum Rehanaji Khan, had never given birth to a female in all her life, and she had already testified in court that she had no daughter. Besides that, his wife Rehana Khan was born and brought up as a Muslim, and that accursed infidel girl, when she came to his residence, said her name is Christina Fernandez and had admitted in front of many Muslim men and women she is a Christian girl. Accordingly, that girl is either mentally retarded or got bribed by a huge amount of money by some bad people to drag his righteous Muslim wife again to court and bring disgrace to his family. Michael tried to clear the misunderstanding, but the wicked imam threatened that he is going to hand him over to the Muslim police officers of Mumbai town if he ever approached him again. When Michael refused to yield to the threats and continued to beg for mercy, the mullah shouted at him, cursed him, and kicked him out of his mosque. Because he said he is an American citizen, the dangerous religious leader had scared to order his terrorists to slaughter Michael. He expected the American CIA and the Hindu police would burn him alive with his Muslim adherents inside his mosque if his terrorists killed an American young man. That day, the American boy felt as if he entered the den of terrorists and is miraculously rescued by the Lord. Finally, Michael Lewinsky went to the government of Maharashtra and explained to them the problem of his mentally sick Indian girlfriend and requested them to be allowed to take her to the United States of America for better medical treatment. He judiciously withheld the fact that Christina Fernandez is a married woman and her husband is an Indian. He just said that she is his Indian girlfriend and she used to live with him in his Jewish house in America. He even provided evidence to show that when he came to Mumbai, he stayed with her in her place at Bandra and that she is his common-law partner, and until the present time he is living in her rented apartment. It so happened that when Michael approached the government of Maharashtra, India had just a couple of days earlier recognized the relationship of the common-law partners. The new law had passed by the Bandra Court of Marriage and Divorce on the grounds of the lawsuit that had been filed by high-profile lovers. They're among the top heroines and heroes in the film industry. They're a Bollywood film actress called Kareena Kapoor, a Hindu girl, and her boyfriend, the film star Saif Ali Khan, a Muslim man. Due to their religious differences, which stood in the way of their religious marriage, the lovers decided to live as common-law partners. Accordingly, it is nothing short of divine intervention or a miracle of the Lord when the similar case of the American lover Michael Lewinsky and his Indian girlfriend Christina Fernandez has reached the government of Maharashtra. Michael added that when they came to India to visit a church in Mumbai, his girlfriend had developed a serious mental sickness. The government believed his story and approved his request for her overseas transfer for medical reasons. When the Mental Hospital Authority received an official letter from the government of Maharashtra state endorsing its approval of the transfer, it allowed the American boyfriend Michael Lewinsky to take his Indian girlfriend Christina Fernandez to the USA for her better medical treatment. Eventually, her American boyfriend's sincere efforts have yielded their fruits, and he has been able to transfer his mentally sick Indian girlfriend to his native country. At the time Christina has been transferred from her Mumbai mental hospital to the one Michael Lewinsky selected in the United States, she has already spent 1 month in a catatonic state. In the States, her condition has been more accurately diagnosed and treated. As her American lover predicted, she began to receive much better medical treatment in his country. After spending a couple of months in therapy, Christina began to show signs of improvement. She does not fear people anymore. She stopped seeing scary things. Human beings are no more look like scary ghosts, vampires, and zombies to her. Her recovery is painfully slow, but she is no longer shackled to her bed. She is still confined to a private room in a good mental hospital. The hospital staff allowed her boyfriend to visit her inside her room if she is calm. During his visits, Christina does not react to his presence, staring vacantly at him without any sign of recognizing him. After 6 months of care, the mental health care professionals declared Christina mentally sound. Through Michael's love, sacrifice, prayers, and fasting, he was able to take her out of the deep ocean of darkness that engulfed her mind for many months to the bright shore of hope and love. Yes, she lost her memory and forgot he is her lover, but still he has considered her sickness to be a blessing in disguise. She is freed from those painful memories of the terribly abused slum girl Ifat Khan. After Christina's discharge from the mental hospital, Michael brought her to the safest place he knew of, the Jewish home where they first met and fell in love, the home of his loving grandparents. He began to fill her heart once again with his love. He rode his horse with her and took her many times to the beautiful Blue Lake. He often played lovely music on his guitar for her, sang her favorite hymns, read the promising and encouraging verses of the Holy Bible, and prayed and fasted for her. When Christina became recovered, recognized him, and responded to his ministrations, he betrothed to marry her in a holy Christian matrimonial union. However, the two did not get married until Christina completed her treatment and fully regained her memory. By this time, she has already spent over 2 years away from her selfish Christian husband, Bruno Fernandez. She applied for a divorce, resulting in the American court sending a divorce notification to India to her Christian husband, but did not receive any reply. Regardless, the court granted her a divorce in absentia. Although Christina is now divorced and free to marry her lover, Michael uncovered one important problem needing rectification. He discovered that the many months his beloved Indian girlfriend had spent with the heretical Christian group in Mumbai had imbued her with a very distorted view of Christianity. Thus, he felt the need to go back to basics and acquaint his fiancée with the essential doctrines of the Bible before marrying her. Her mind has been filled with a lot of deceptive devilish ideas and her understanding darkened with many heretical teachings such as replacement theology, liberal theology, health and wealth or prosperity gospel, signs and wonders, slain in the spirit, holy laughter, and other more of such false teachings. To free his Indian girlfriend's mind from those heretical teachings, her American boyfriend decided to start from nothing and teach her the pivotal doctrines of the Bible. He decided to begin with the doctrine of original sin and then salvation, the work of the Holy Spirit in the believer's life, the nature of Christ and Israel and the Church. Michael believes that if his beloved fiancée can understand and master those important doctrines, then she can read the Bible by herself, and no one can deceive her anymore. The American lover Michael is supremely patient with his beloved Indian girlfriend Christina. He taught her the main doctrines of the Bible, precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little. When the lovely former Miss World Aphrodite Krishna Khan has become a good Christian believer, her American lover, the handsome celibate boy, Michael Lewinsky, married her in his church and changed her name to Christina Lewinsky. Christina married Michael, a converted Jew, in the same church where she embraced Christianity. This marked the end of her turbulent journey from a destitute Muslim girl in the Mumbai slums to a committed Christian. Without Michael's love and spiritual support, she might have died alone in a mental hospital. After their marriage, they lived together in a mansion in the town where they first met and remained devoted Christians, attending church regularly. Ifit Khan's marriages across the narrative are systematically linked to law and religion as mechanisms that regulate female autonomy, revealing how personal relationships are repeatedly absorbed into larger structures of authority. In marriages associated with religious legitimacy, most starkly those involving Sheikh Ahmed, Mahmud Khan, and later Bruno Fernandes, marriage functions as a juridical and moral instrument, transforming dominance into lawful order. Religious frameworks are used to confer legitimacy on control, redefining coercion as duty and obedience as virtue, while limiting its ability to challenge outcomes through secular or moral appeal. Even when overt force recedes, as in Bruno's case, institutional religion continues to set the terms of belonging, making protection conditional on compliance with doctrine rather than personal welfare. In contrast, marriages framed through civil or familial law, such as the arranged union with Rahul Patel, show how legal structures tied to class and inheritance replicate similar constraints. Here, marriage becomes a contractual mechanism that secures property, lineage, and social order, prioritizing economic continuity over individual consent. While less visibly violent than religiously sanctioned domination, this form of marriage still places law above personhood, reducing it to an instrument within a legal economic system. By comparison, relationships with Uncle Jimmy and Michael momentarily step outside formal legal and religious enforcement, allowing space for affection and recognition. Yet their fragility underscores the novel's argument that without institutional backing, such marriages lack durability and protection. Together, these patterns demonstrate that marriage in the Indian Miss World is never merely personal. It is a site where law and religion converge to stabilize patriarchy, ensuring that women's lives remain governed by legitimacy, documentation, and doctrine rather than choice. Regardless of changing partners or contexts, marriage in the Indian Miss World consistently functions as a structural test of female autonomy, revealing how choice is shaped, constrained, or withdrawn by law and religion, rather than exercised freely. Across Ifit Khan's marriages, autonomy does not hinge on personal desire alone, but on whether legal frameworks and religious authorities recognize her agency. In religiously sanctioned marriages, most notably those associated with powerful male figures and later with institution-endorsed unions, marriage converts control into legitimacy, redefining obedience as duty and limiting its ability to contest outcomes without violating law or doctrine. In civil or family-mediated arrangements, marriage still prioritizes property, inheritance, and social order over consent, demonstrating how secular law can replicate patriarchal outcomes by treating women as instruments within contractual systems rather than autonomous subjects. Even relationships grounded in affection and mutual recognition occupy fragile ground. Without institutional endorsement, they offer emotional refuge but little durable protection. Collectively, these patterns show that female autonomy in the novel is conditional and precarious, expanded only when law and religion recede, and curtailed whenever they reassert authority. Marriage thus becomes the narrative site where personal identity is negotiated against external legitimacy, illustrating how systems of law and religion repeatedly absorb intimate bonds to govern women's lives rather than safeguard their choices. How do law and religion shape Ifit's autonomy? Law and religion shape Ifit Khan's autonomy in the novel by determining when she is allowed agency and when her choices are overridden by legitimacy. From childhood onward, religiously grounded authority repeatedly intervenes to define her status, framing marriage, obedience, and silence as lawful obligations rather than personal decisions. In these contexts, religion operates less as private belief and more as a regulatory system, one that grants moral and legal justification to those who control her life, while simultaneously restricting her ability to resist without being cast as immoral or deviant. Law, when intertwined with religious doctrine, functions to formalize this control, transforming power imbalances into sanctioned outcomes that appear orderly and inevitable rather than coercive. As Ifit grows older and becomes more visible, the role of law expands rather than diminishes. Civil and institutional legal frameworks, courts, marriage contracts, inheritance rules, and religious tribunals continue to prioritize social order over individual consent. Even when her relationships are framed as restorative or voluntary, her autonomy remains conditional, shaped by documentation, eligibility, and institutional approval. Moments of personal choice emerge only at the margins, when law and religion temporarily lose their grip or fail to recognize her situation, yet these moments remain fragile and easily revoked. Collectively, the narrative shows that Ifit's autonomy is not denied because she lacks will or intelligence, but because law and religion are repeatedly mobilized to redefine her life as a matter of regulation rather than self-determination, ensuring that legitimacy consistently outweighs choice. Religion has a decisive impact on Ifit Khan's personal choices by reframing control as moral obligation and limiting the space in which consent can meaningfully exist. Across the narrative, religious authority does not simply guide belief or ethics, it actively defines what choices are considered legitimate, particularly in matters of marriage, obedience, and female behavior. From early on, religiously justified arrangements override Ifit's preferences, presenting decisions made on her behalf as divinely or traditionally sanctioned rather than imposed. As documented in the novel and its commentaries, this use of religion aligns closely with law and social custom, making resistance appear not only disobedient but illegitimate, sinful, or socially dangerous. As Ifit grows older and more visible, religion continues to shape her choices indirectly by narrowing the consequences of dissent. When her actions or speech diverge from accepted religious norms, the response is not personal disagreement but collective moral policing, where public outrage, institutional pressure, and legal vulnerability converge. Even when religion appears to offer refuge through conversion, remarriage, or institutional acceptance, that protection is conditional on compliance with new doctrines and expectations. Choices are permitted only within boundaries set by religious legitimacy, and autonomy becomes something temporarily granted rather than inherently owned. The narrative thus presents religion as a system that absorbs personal decision-making into frameworks of authority, ensuring that Ifit's life paths are repeatedly redirected toward conformity rather than self-determination. In this way, religion shapes not just what Ifit believes, but what she is allowed to choose, reinforcing the novel's broader critique of how faith, when aligned with power, governs women's lives more than it serves individual conscience.